Chapter 601 The Navy suppresses the Navy. The intention of showing weakness is clear, is to do everything possible to hold the coalition offensive. Let them stay on the Allied line of defense for a long time. Wang Ben sent his thoughts to the headquarters via telegram. Wang Jian's only replied with one word: wait. He believes that the Allied forces are currently maintaining a certain pressure on the front. Withdrawal is very detrimental to the coalition forces. And the coalition forces were only temporarily frustrated. They still maintain a strong combat effectiveness. In other words, the coalition forces still have a certain amount of power to attack. Li Mu also believes that this situation should be maintained at present, rather than deliberately breaking this situation. After all, there are still some situations. In particular, the Allied forces have not yet fully prepared. The Allies meant to wait. But this war is new. The logistical pressure made her pressure soar. The logistical pressure to support a large army is very heavy. If usual, these armed hired personnel can go out to gain certain benefits. But this time it was war. It is a large-scale organized military operation. Especially time. Yin has invested more than 2 million gold in advance. Now more air power is mobilized, although part of the cost is paid by the government. But the cost is still huge. The total is about 1 million gold. And this fee will increase over time. In short, the longer the time is pushed, the greater the pressure on Yinu. The funded Yinu hopes to end the war soon. This pressure was transferred to Shangwin by Yinu. But Shangwin needs to coordinate with the military. After all, this is a war. Professional skills and sensitivity of military command. The senior leaders are discussing how to quickly resolve the Western region's issue. The Navy issue was seriously ignored, and because of the direction of military use, the Navy has not yet reached the much-needed position. And so, in the south, there is not a highway. The roads cannot be connected either. The most important is, Qin's largest naval base did not even have a telegram. The Navy was almost forgotten. This neglect comes at a price. In the new naval base, the Qin Navy established 3 large docks and 2 medium docks. This naval base was named the Naval Base Going to Sea. The intention is obvious, just to go to sea. The Qin Navy used old-style shipbuilding technology. A large number of ship superstructures have been added in order to increase the number of artillery. The Navy is not sufficiently funded and technically staffed. A large number of technicians concentrated on the engineering project. Shipbuilding was ignored. Even so, the Qin Navy still built 2 cruisers, which are only 30 feet long, 15 feet high, 25 6-inch rear cannons. There are about 150 Navy personnel. The cruiser is very small, not even destroyers or frigates. But this is already the largest ship launched by Qin. The battleship is due to the vast engineering. Some engineering issues were not resolved. Still not into the water. Except for the cruiser, there are also 3 destroyers. It is about 20 feet to 25 feet long. The height has also been reduced to less than 10 feet. Also Navy personnel. Except for the officers, there are also a large number of experienced sailors. These sailors came from local fishermen. They are good at water, but no experience in operating large ships. The military officers have strong theoretical knowledge. They know how to fire artillery, how to measure latitude and longitude, also know the deflection force of the ground rotation. But nothing is known all about hydrological conditions. All in all, it's bad, terrible. The fishermen of Chu State freely entered the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Of course they knew about the appearance of naval bases. The Chu Navy still learned from the fishermen that the Qin Navy's intention to build a large naval base. The appearance of Qin Haijun. Some panic appeared in the senior officials of Chu State. Down from the Yangtze River. If you land on the Yangtze River south of Shaochuan, the threat to Chu is huge. Then, Shang Wenkai received Chu's warning. Shangwin did not take this matter seriously. It's procrastination. Indefinite delay. Wait until the Navy's strength increases before answering. Chu's Navy did not have such patience. The appearance of the Qin Navy is a huge threat. If you attack from the Yangtze River, it is equivalent to the Chu state being defeated by the enemy, even in terms of taking a step back. Do not attack Chu state. It is merely a blockade of the Yangtze River. Then it is also extremely dangerous to Chu state. The kingdom of Chu also occupies the south of the Yangtze River. It is now Jiangxi, Hunan, Jiangnan, part of Jiangsu. If Qin's navy blockades the Yangtze River, then the state of Chu would be divided into two. The Chu state navy has the status of a traditional navy on the Yangtze River. The Qin state navy is just a rising rookie. The contradiction between the two parties can no longer be reconciled. Just when the Qin state navy launched a destroyer, the Ataman destroyer conducted a routine study sailing on the surface of the river. 3 small Chu state ships appeared at azimuth 0. Qin Haijun shouted from an observation post on the mast. You can clearly see the flag of Chu Jun through his binoculars. We met the Chu state navy. Chief, said a lieutenant. He holds the position of first officer. Is there anything wrong? This is within Qin kingdom. The captain called. General, the Qin state navy ahead. A big ship. The Chu army also discovered the Qin state navy's ship. However, they obviously don't know the official title of Qin's navy. Instead, call the other party a navy. Humphrey, a group of land ducks. We quickly approached. Around them, Chu Jun's boat is a typical small boat. The size of the boat is only about 15 people. This kind of ship is not big, but it is light, flexible. In contrast, the ships of the Qin Navy are larger. It loses flexibility. The captain of the Qin State Navy wanted to fire the artillery, but his sailors were not yet able to operate ships proficiently. What's worse, only half of the originally scheduled 20 artillery, and none of the sailors can operate artillery. The Navy and sailors lack a strong middle class. This class is the non-commissioned officer. The two sides soon came together. Chu's Navy quickly moved closer. This approach is very threatening. Relying on boarding is still the traditional mode of water warfare. However, the Qin Navy could only awkwardly turn to avoid this threatening tactic because of the large ship. The sailors on the ship are on high alert. The Marine Corps did not appear in the ship because the Marine Corps has not been established for long. 2/3 of the army is sent abroad. An 1/3 of them served as escorts in the local Xianyang. This task has not yet been boarded. That's all. The 3 boats are like playing around with the Qin Navy, swimming back and forth around the destroyer. The Qin Navy could only avoid it by spinning in vain. The momentum was completely suppressed. First time, the Chu State Navy used their flexibility to severely suppress the Qin State Navy. There is no hope for the Navy to go to sea. They couldn't even defeat the Navy, and even the waterways occupied by Qin State could not be protected. The Kingdom of Chu entered the waterway as if there was no man. This is a threat to Qin State. Chapter 602 Big Boat Faction and Small Boat Faction. The Qin Navy was suppressed by the Chu Navy. Perhaps it is inevitable. This inevitability lies in the natural difference between the sea and water armies. The Navy was established based on the Yangtze River. From the very beginning, the Qin Navy treated going to sea as its historical mission. But one fact is, the combat area takes place on the mainland's freshwater waterways, namely on the Yangtze River system, rather than the sea surface that the Navy planned from the beginning. This gap in the combat area gave birth to 2 factions within the Qin State Navy, Big Boat Faction and Small Boat Faction. The Big Ship Faction is mainly based on the unilateral opinion of the high level. This understanding may come from Shang Wen's strategic planning. Qin's ultimate goal is to go to sea, and going to sea means that a larger ship is needed. Small ships cannot meet the requirements for going to sea. In combat, Qin Haijun believes that the bigger the ship, the better. In this way, more artillery can be installed. They think artillery superiority is the greatest advantage of the Qin Navy. In particular, the accuracy of artillery has been improved. The appearance of Qin's steel cannon greatly increased the accuracy. This accuracy can directly sink the opponent's wooden boat. Exaggerated speaking, one shot should be fine. The idea of simply building big ships and installing artillery should be correct, but it actually is. Qin's shipbuilding industry has just started. and the number and quality of sailors seriously affected the development of the Navy, especially the shipbuilding industry. They are used to making small boats. Large ships require a period of research to be manufactured. Moreover, with the refreshing artillery technology, especially the emergence of some new features, for example, shells need dry storage space. And just to be safe, generally, the shells must be separated from the artillery. This requires a good delivery device. This requires changes in the space settings and layout of the ship, especially the overall design of large ships. These are all requirements that Kin State's shipbuilding technology cannot meet. Facing these circumstances, the lower-level officers put forward their views. That is to use a boat. The starting point of Kin State's shipbuilding industry has been lowered. 1 or 2 cannons are installed on a ship, then install more machine guns, and it is better to use mechanical power. Install diesel engine, improve the underwater propulsion device and so on. The problem of shipbuilding is solved. Kin relies on new technology to make up for combat missions. The idea is that large ships cannot adapt to the current requirements of fighting on the river, although his firepower is strong. But there are also requirements that cannot be met at present. Number of artillery. Kin can produce as many as hundreds of artillery pieces in 1 month, but the number of artillery delivered here is very small. The traffic here is extremely underdeveloped. In addition, because the combat area is on the river surface, the width of the channel does not allow a large number of surface ships to appear at once. The firepower advantage cannot be deployed unless it is a sure attack. Therefore, the number of large ships should be reduced a lot. Instead, more energy, financial resources, and material resources should be concentrated on small ships, especially fast gunboats. This kind of ship has both speed and firepower advantages. There is another reason. Build small ships and use Kin to accumulate shipbuilding experience. From simple to easy. In training, sailor command and understanding can be greatly eased. Most of these fisherman-born sailors will not adapt to the operation of large ships. Sometimes they don't even know their position. The use of small boats can greatly ease this situation. But this situation is not recognized by the above. Especially the small boat factions are all low-level officers. They simply cannot convince the above meaning, no matter how the two factions argue. However, the status quo of Kin's Navy Shangwin still cannot be changed. The control of Kin's military expenditure was done according to actual needs. For example, although the Army's military expenditures have been cut on a large scale several times, but the proportion is still very large, and it can't be shaken in a short time. This is because more than 98% of Kin's current resources come from land development. In other words, the Army occupied a large area of Shangwin. These areas are very important to Kin. Railways, highways, steel plants, power plants, etc. all exist on the land of Kin State. Horses are also the main Shangwin combat transport platform. The enemy is mainly concentrated on the Eurasian continent. Even the Celestial Army has its immense use, laying cables, telephone lines, erection of various overhead devices, especially the development of air transportation, areas that cannot be covered by roads and railway networks. The airship can be completed. It is faster than a carriage in terms of speed. The most important thing is that its course can be straight. But the carriage is much inferior. Demands will give birth to the needs of its powerful Shangwin military. Security in transportation requires military protection. The Navy's needs are latent. It doesn't happen in reality. The supply of resources in the south mainly depends on the supply of Chu. For example, copper ore comes from the Zhejiang area of Chu State, and tungsten ore doped in this ore. The non-ferrous metal mines in the south are what Kin needs most. All these things were shipped across the river from the Zhejiang area by the Chu State, then arrived at Xinzing by ox cart transportation, transported by train from Xinzing to iron and steel plants in the north, Taiyuan and other places. Over there, Kin State produces all kinds of steel. Then it is used for the domestic construction of Kin State, or part of it is exported to 6 countries, among them, The Yangtze River waterway transportation plays a very important role. It is precisely because of need there is a necessity for Chu's navy to exist. On the contrary, the existence of the Qin State Navy is somewhat redundant. Chu State occupies a prime position in the middle and lower reaches, the fishery that can feed the entire waterway area. The position of Qin's navy is high. The population living here is medium, but there is no need for transportation. The most is the upstream timber transportation, but this is not enough to support the needs of a huge navy. At most, it is enough to have a navy similar to the Chu army. If it needs to be changed, it is necessary to change the transportation, convenience of using water channels, change horizontal transportation to vertical transportation. The state of Qin used convenient railway transportation to directly connect to the naval base. The non-ferrous ore in Zhejiang area is directly loaded on the train from here to the factory in Qin State, then come back to various products. Only in this way can the navy survive, develop and grow. The underdevelopment of the south is the root of the problem. Shangwen is changing this situation. The state of Qin wants to build railways and highways in the south. Cables must be laid in order to control the south. In addition, the southern development is also steadily advancing. Sugarcane has been planted in a certain area in Basu area, and oranges are also being transplanted. Due to the special geographical environment, wheat is expected to be harvested for the first time in April and May. That Wu cooking system a year was first born in the Basu area. All these are changing the economic situation in the south of Qin. This is the direct economic reason for improving road conditions. The Qin State Navy will benefit from this. Chapter 603 Yinu puts pressure on the Qin Navy was suppressed by the Chu Navy. Perhaps it is inevitable. This inevitability lies in the natural difference between the sea and water armies. The navy was established based on the Yangtze River. From the very beginning, the Qin Navy treated going to sea as its historical mission. But one fact is, the combat area takes place on the mainland's freshwater waterways, namely on the Yangtze River system, rather than the sea surface that the Navy planned from the beginning. This gap in the combat area gave birth to two factions within the Qin State Navy, Big Boat Faction and Small Boat Faction. The Big Ship Faction is mainly based on the unilateral opinion of the high level. This understanding may come from Shangwen's strategic planning. Qin's ultimate goal is to go to sea, and going to sea means that a larger ship is needed. Small ships cannot meet the requirements for going to sea. In combat, Qin Haijun believes that the bigger the ship, the better. In this way, more artillery can be installed. They think artillery superiority is the greatest advantage of the Qin Navy. In particular, the accuracy of artillery has been improved. The appearance of Qin's steel cannon greatly increased the accuracy. This accuracy can directly sink the opponent's wooden boat. Exaggerated speaking, one shot should be fine. The idea of simply building big ships and installing artillery should be correct, but it actually is. Qin's shipbuilding industry has just started, and the number and quality of sailors seriously affected the development of the Navy, especially the shipbuilding industry. They are used to making small boats. Large ships require a period of research to be manufactured. Moreover, with the refreshing artillery technology, especially the emergence of some new features, for example, shells need dry storage space. And just to be safe, generally, the shells must be separated from the artillery. This requires a good delivery device. This requires changes in the space settings and layout of the ship, especially the overall design of large ships. These are all requirements that Qin State's shipbuilding technology cannot meet. Facing these circumstances, the lower-level officers put forward their views. That is to use a boat. The starting point of Qin State's shipbuilding industry has been lowered. 1 or 2 cannons are installed on a ship, then install more machine guns, and it is better to use mechanical power. Install diesel engine, improve the underwater propulsion device and so on. Such the problem of shipbuilding is solved. Kin relies on new technology to make up for combat missions. The idea is that large ships cannot adapt to the current requirements of fighting on the river. Although his firepower is strong, but there are also requirements that cannot be met at present. Number of artillery. Kin can produce as many as hundreds of artillery pieces in 1 month, but the number of artillery delivered here is very small. The traffic here is extremely underdeveloped. In addition, because the combat area is on the river surface, the width of the channel does not allow a large number of surface ships to appear at once. The firepower advantage cannot be deployed unless it is a sure attack. Therefore, the number of large ships should be reduced a lot. Instead, more energy, financial resources, and material resources should be concentrated on small ships, especially fast gunboats. This kind of ship has both speed and firepower advantages. There is another reason. Build small ships and use Kin to accumulate shipbuilding experience. From simple to easy. In training, sailor command and understanding can be greatly eased. Most of these fisherman-born sailors will not adapt to the operation of large ships. Sometimes they don't even know their position. The use of small boats can greatly ease this situation. But this situation is not recognized by the above, especially the small boat factions are all low-level officers. They simply cannot convince the above meaning, no matter how the two factions argue. However, the status quo of Kin's navy Shangwin still cannot be changed. The control of Kin's military expenditure was done according to actual needs. For example, although the army's military expenditures have been cut on a large scale several times, but the proportion is still very large, and it can't be shaken in a short time. This is because more than 98% of Kin's current resources come from land development. In other words, the army occupied a large area of Shangwin. These areas are very important to Kin. Railways, highways, steel plants, power plants, etc. all exist on the land of Kin State. Horses are also the main Shangwin combat transport platform. The enemy is mainly concentrated on the Eurasian continent. Even the Celestial Army has its immense use, laying cables, telephone lines, erection of various overhead devices, especially the development of air transportation, areas that cannot be covered by roads and railway networks. The airship can be completed. It is faster than a carriage in terms of speed. The most important thing is that his course can be straight. But the carriage is much inferior. Demands will give birth to the needs of its powerful Shangwin military. Security in transportation requires military protection. The Navy's needs are latent. It doesn't happen in reality. The supply of resources in the south mainly depends on the supply of Chu. For example, copper ore comes from the Zhejiang area of Chu State, and tungsten ore doped in this ore. The non-ferrous metal mines in the south are what Kin needs most. All these things were shipped across the river from the Zhejiang area by the Chu State, then arrived at Xinzing by ox cart transportation, transported by train from Xinzing to iron and steel plants in the north, Taiyuan and other places. Over there, Kin State produces all kinds of steel. Then it is used for the domestic construction of Kin State, or part of it is exported to 6 countries. Among them, the Yangtze River waterway transportation plays a very important role. It is precisely because of need. There is a necessity for Chu's navy to exist. On the contrary, the existence of the Kin State Navy is somewhat redundant. Chu State occupies a prime position in the middle and lower reaches, the fishery that can feed the entire waterway area. The position of Kin's navy is high. The population living here is medium, but there is no need for transportation. The most is the upstream timber transportation, but this is not enough to support the needs of a huge navy. At most, it is enough to have a navy similar to the Chu army. If it needs to be changed, it is necessary to change the transportation, convenience of using water channels, change horizontal transportation to vertical transportation. The state of Kin used convenient railway transportation to directly connect to the naval base. The non-ferrous ore in Zhejiang area is directly loaded on the train from here to the factory in Kin State, then come back to various products. Only in this way can the navy survive, develop and grow. The underdevelopment of the South is the root of the problem. Xiang Wen is changing this situation. The state of Qin wants to build railways and highways in the South. Cables must be laid in order to control the South. In addition, the southern development is also steadily advancing. Sugarcane has been planted in a certain area in Basu area, and oranges are also being transplanted. Due to the special geographical environment, wheat is expected to be harvested for the first time in April and May. That Wu cooking system a year was first born in the Basu area. All these are changing the economic situation in the south of Qin. This is the direct economic reason for improving road conditions. The Qin State Navy will benefit from this. Chapter 604 Time and Space. Although our army does not have an advantage in numbers, but our weapons are very advanced. We can shoot machine guns with a speed of more than 300 rounds in 1 minute. This speed is likely to be faster than this theoretical speed in actual operation. But there is such a thing. Weapons. Why can't our army solve the enemy quickly? Aircraft, airships, artillery, machine guns, landmines, grenades. We provide all the weapons we can provide. Why is the battle on the front line still in a defensive state? Instead of completely solving the enemy will not be eliminated for a long time. And the masses of our people in Qin will continue to spend countless money for this war. We very much doubt the ability of the frontline generals. An article titled "How Long Does War Need?" The report was published in the mainstream newspapers of Qin State. This article caused a huge sensation in Xianyang. This is Qin's first targeted article. Its goal is directed at the Qin military. The article publicly challenged the military in the newspaper in a questioning tone. Although Qin Guo's newspaper has established a supervisory department, but the freedom of the press is still great. Moreover, newspapers have expressed dissatisfaction with the government in a targeted manner. But it's all a little trouble. But this time it was the army. The military is a sensitive topic, and this article can be said to be the first time. The army has advanced weapons. The logistics supply is completed by a large number of horse convoys and train transportation. Soldiers can eat meat all at once. They wear coats, knitted sweaters, and down jackets. The weapons used are also the most advanced. Moreover, the state of Qin also mobilized a large number of civilian airships for support. But now the result is in front of you. That is, the Allied forces as a whole are in a defensive state. According to reports, several defensive support points of the Qin army were surrounded by enemy groups. This number is conservatively estimated to range from 2,000 to 3,000 people. The last point must be the people's dissatisfaction. That is, taxpayers have spent countless amounts of money. Why is the military so inactive? The article is very biased, but it can arouse public dissatisfaction. Excuse me, what is the military's explanation for this article? A reporter asked at a press conference of the General Staff. I think many people have a lot of misunderstandings about the military. In war, the actual situation is that such things happen frequently. Moreover, it is impossible to end the war in time by simply possessing the advantage of weapons. Of course, we mean not to deny a certain person the performance of an advanced weapon. After the military read the newspaper article, measures were taken immediately, such as explain the act of war. But time? Why does it take so long? The reporter asked rhetorically. I'm sorry. This involves military secrets. I can't tell you all. Finished. The press conference ended hastily, but the reporter felt as if he had received some kind of hint. Began to write articles lavishly. You can't quickly resolve the battle and start commenting. These comments are strongly biased, especially the several large mainstream newspapers of Yinu. It's hyped like an iconic flag. What do these reporters know? They are simply interfering with our military operations. Wang Jian was very dissatisfied with the newspaper reports. Reporters seem to have grudges with everyone. Yesterday wrote about the incompetence of an official. Today I write about the unethical deception of a certain company. Right now, the reporter's spear pointed directly at the military. This is an institution that needs to be kept secret, and he has his unique technical expertise. Fighting is not a trifle, and there are many uncertain variables in the war. Even one party has an absolute advantage. A fatal change can happen by chance. Although the theory of war is being gradually analyzed, there are also many cases of kin military textbooks. However, the public lacked sufficient knowledge of military operations. Wang Jian wants to talk to Wei Liao on the phone, discuss the possible impact of public opinion pressure on military operations. And after Shang Wen saw the newspaper report, I knew that this was Yinya Scientist. Use the pressure of public opinion to force it to speed up the war process, end the war early. But Shang Wen has become accustomed to this. When the US military landed in Somalia, it was defeated by journalists. When a landing force landed, it was discovered that there were a lot of long guns and cannons to greet them. The journalists waited early to meet the US troops at the US landing site. The reporter's news is more powerful than that of the CIA agent, especially in some major military operations. The pressure of public opinion has led to many military impulses, such as the Rolling Stone Project. News reporters lavishly described the pain of the Vietnam War, provoked a strong anti-war demonstration. This directly forced the US military to take military action to bomb North Vietnam, force it to sign the armistice agreement, then quickly withdrew troops to end the Vietnam War. The news media acted as a chemical catalyst. Thought of this, Shang Wen felt that it was necessary to provide some suggestions to the General Staff and the National Lieutenant Mansion. That is to report some military operations. Let the war be displayed in front of people intuitively. The other is to allow reporters to enter. Let them understand the real war. In addition, a relative military newspaper must be established in order to form official propaganda, and it is necessary to modify some military plans, cater to public opinion. Only in this way can some problems be solved. Yinya's move has changed the opaque state of pure military operations. Military actions are no longer some decisions of the top. Public opinion is also affected, because the orientation of domestic public opinion affects frontline morale. Moreover, the support for popular wars is also limited, especially the sale of bonds. After King Qin saw the report, feeling very angry, although he wanted to seize those newspapers, but the impact of doing so will be even worse. And so King Qin could not interfere too much. The military decided to modify the plan. But they must first gain a foothold in public opinion, then learn more about the actual situation on the front line. The next day, the military's press conference announced the actual situation of some wars. Wang Jian's Wei Liao and others accepted Shang Wen's suggestion. Army Daily and Tanjun Daily were established one after another, and published some military professional articles explaining the time of war. But these military newspapers played a trick. They introduced the concepts of time and space for the first time. It also initially explained how military operations have contrasted changes in space and time power. And this topic soon got the attention of some people discussing national affairs in Xianyang. Unexpectedly, this move turned out to be able to promote the development of Qin's military theory. Space. The power theory of time war began to enter people's sight. This theory allowed military theory to introduce the concept of mathematical geometric space. The students of the military academy began to try to explain the causality of war with mathematical problems. Chapter 605 Chain Economy in Korea. The train station is the busiest place. Large machinery and equipment arrive here every day. Then it will be transported to Kingolis area by tracked mechanical vehicle, or the nearby South Korean area. Over there, a large number of textile, garment and shoe factories have been established. The establishment of the factory was a bit too fast. Plant, installation of machinery and equipment. The debugging is carried out at the same time. Some factories are even trying to catch up. It was installed and produced in the open air. But a building material helps them solve the factory problem. The appearance of cinder bricks and steel frames can meet the requirements of building factories while producing. The factory was quickly established. Let Korean-made products begin to become a strong competitor of Kin's low-end products. South Korea's faulters went to the factories in South Korea to pick up the goods. But it was very chaotic at first. There was once a time when the payment was not mentioned, or the phenomenon of picking up the goods without payment. However, this situation has been contained. South Korean registered trading companies began to appear. For the first time, female civilians were also used in these companies in order to solve some outstanding problems as soon as possible. These companies also hired a large number of civilians and management talents from Kin State for management. That's all. A formal company system began to be established in Korea. Traditional merchants and merchants have injected new power. This is the fast lane of South Korea's economy. And his neighbors. Zaogo is a large-scale energy mining country. Kin State exploration technology, especially the use of some mechanical equipment. Kin State technicians found a lot of coal resources in South State. There is not only coal, there is also a large amount of iron ore. Coal and iron are always produced concomitantly. The application of exploration promoted the great leap forward of Kin's geology. The technicians of Kin State finally understood the different functions of geology, such as the understanding of faults. The bottom of the Fen River Valley is caused by faults. This is a moment in the history stele in Kin's geology. In addition, there are naming of various geological layers. The sedimentary layer is where coal and fossils are concentrated. This is a preliminary judgment. The emergence of these coal mines. The emergence of black gold comparable to gold has given South State a great sign of economic recovery in South State. Coal began to replace firewood in the traditional sense. And the temperature has also been greatly improved. With the widespread use of coal, briquettes have become a necessity for ordinary people to keep warm. Coal also stimulated the rise of other industries in South State, for example, the transportation industry. Chu, Yan and Korea all need coal. Kin State-owned railway transportation can be completed, but other countries do not. Driven by interests. There's how people started coal transportation. They drove an ox cart. Traffic restrictions on the road surface. The mined coal was transported to various places in droves. However, coal mining is a high-risk industry. Every day in Zaogo, a large number of people die from coal mining. The gas exploded, although the Kin technicians suspected that there was an explosive other and is willing to study for free. The north of Kin State is open-pit coal. The coal in Tycoon area is subject to the impact of Zaogo's coal. The Kin State Security Act maintains the safety of employees. But Zaogo did not have these. As long as you get coal, then you will make a lot of money. For money, the dead are nothing. In order to speed up production, blasting technology soon entered the coal mining industry. This is also the occurrence of a large number of deaths. Every coal mine sees a group of crying women and coal mine theory almost every month. But it didn't help. The most is to lose more money, or being bombed by a thug. The life safety of coal miners has been greatly challenged. In Zaogo, you rarely see a digger who can stay for a long time. Misery can't stop things from happening. This is a crazy time. Those who broke out by mining coal soon became a fresh force in the upper class. Officials and coal mine owners who gave bribes began to collude and oppress those coal miners, or to drive away those people who have coal under the ground. Incidents are happening every day. There is no legally binding state of Zao. Become very crazy. High society spends time and wine. Women from North Korea and who knew from the Northwest have become hotbeds for their enjoyment. Luxury hotels have developed greatly in Handan. Exposed short skirts, short sleeves, and stockings began to become their main consumer goods for pleasure. A large number of luxury goods of Kin State are concentrated in this area. And in the country of Yan, the economy shows no signs of recovery. Instead, It is getting more and more withered. The money that people earn from doing business is expropriated by the government. The unrestrained war of the Yan Kingdom and the selfish desires of the Yan King have been greatly satisfied. New style buildings were established in Yan State. Many tall palace buildings appeared in Yan State. And the folk, more and more people are leaving Qin State. New State taxes are too high, and those officials are even more bullying and dominating the market. Such as, Uxin monopolized the entire export of timber to Qin. There is no order from him. A piece of wood can't be shipped. Yan's market is shrinking. Business can only be concentrated on the luxury goods of the upper class, especially alcohol consumption. It's amazing. 30% of Qin's domestic alcohol production was used by Yan. In addition, a large number of female officials were purchased by Yango. The North Korean female became a symbol of status in the upper class of Yan's society. The upper echelons of Yan State are also crazy. In Chi, the impact of war has increased the burden on Chi people. But Ki's overall economy has not collapsed. Although the production of sea salt has been hit, but it has not been replaced. And another emerging industry has risen rapidly: oil extraction. But this cannot be considered as oil extraction in the strict sense, because Chi Minutes uses the original method of digging wells, use tools such as barrels for mining. After the shallow oil is mined, you can exchange goods with Korean merchants. And Chu State, the biggest change: good geographical advantage coupled with abundant resources, especially agricultural resources. In the state of Chu, after the contiguous concentration of land started to plant economically rape blossoms, it is widely grown as an important edible vegetable oil. The production of flax oil is very limited. The Qin State, especially the rise and development of the food industry, can't be satisfied. Rapeseed flowers appeared as a new oil crop. Qin's agriculture is a typical form of farmer, mainly grow wheat. Qin's wheat severely impacted the grain output of the 6 countries. The use of chemical fertilizers, tractors, and slaves left the small peasant economy just established in the 6 countries with no room for survival. And the 6 countries, the one exception is Chu State. Rice became a powerful counterattack weapon against Qin's wheat attack. This is proud of the fact that Qin's food production researchers discovered the correct way to use rice by accident. Qin was unable to produce rice on a large scale in his own country, the reason for the shortage of water resources. But Chu State has a large reservoir. Yangtze. Chapter 606 above. Crazy. In short, under the influence of Qin State's chain economy, the 2 states of Qi and Chu still maintain their economic integrity. This is for the unified state of Qin. There are still big obstacles. What did the telegram say? Li Xin asked. The above. Let us launch the attack as soon as possible. You can see for yourself, Wang Ben said with a telegram. Li Xin took the telegram and saw it. Are the above crazy? We want us to attack before mid-April, Li Xin said incredulously. I think so too, Wang Ben said helplessly. For such orders, Wang Ben thought the above was crazy. This is earlier than expected. This also means that a lot of things have to be advanced, or participating in the war unprepared. Wang Ben is a little worried about this. Li Xin also has such concerns. But what can he do? He is the specific executor, only to obey orders. Li Xin and Wang Ben didn't even know. The advancement of the wartime came from the pressure of public opinion in Qin. Although the military explained this, even experts in military theory were sent to provide support. But negative reports still exist. There is no action by the army. This is a fact. If this continues, then domestic interest and support for battlefield wars will be reduced. In order to alleviate this contradiction, the Qin Army Staff Headquarters designated a series of offensive plans to attract the attention of public opinion. The advancement of the offensive schedule is part of this plan. The war cannot wait any longer. Although Wang Ben and Li Xin didn't understand why the senior executives did this, but they must speed up the timetable for the entire offensive plan. Due to transportation restrictions, most of the troops are still on the way. But over time, more and more troops will be assembled. However, At most 30,000 troops can reach the state at the time of war. If this time we start fighting in northern Xinjiang, then there is a danger of overspreading the forces. Take this into consideration. Wang Ben suggested that the forces should be concentrated first to resolve the war in the southern and western regions. Temporarily stop the attack on the northwestern region. Instead, concentrate the limited forces to solve the problem. This idea was supported by Li Xin, and it can only do so for now, because if two large-scale military operations are launched at the same time, not only will it consume allied material reserves at an extremely fast rate, it will also bring the entire logistics to the brink of collapse. Gin State has nearly 20,000 horse-drawn carriages guaranteeing military logistical supplies. Because there is no railway, the entire corridor is transported by carriages, plus the transportation of troops and materials. The carriage transportation is already overloaded. This proposal was approved by the senior management. The senior management doesn't care how the war is fought anymore, but how to solve the pressure of public opinion. The war involved a new force. The war in the northern western regions was postponed. Then the original force was divided into the southern and western regions. The Allied forces have a relatively sufficient number of soldiers. The infantry began to enter the defensive line. They will replace the original cavalry units that dismounted to fight. The cavalry will take a short break as a mobile force. It is now March 23rd. It also means that the time for war is getting closer. Time is a little tight for the Allies. The cavalry will exist as an outflank mobile force. The airborne assault force that organized the opponent to escape was not prepared to charge very much. Allied forces can only invest in 1.5 regiments at most. The strength of about 5 battalions is about 3,000. This is the most optimistic figure Li Xin has given after checking the air assault strength training. 3,000 people will be divided into 2 combat groups. At the beginning of the battle, 2 airborne methods were used to intervene in the battle. The Allied forces organized a battalion of paratroopers as quickly as possible. The forces based on the Army Airborne Company, the 2nd Paratrooper Company was formed. Zhao Jun's 1st Paratrooper Company, Zhao Han Mixed Paratrooper Company. Although the Qin Army has paratroopers, but I really don't know how to fight. But things have reached this point. It must be executed. Li Xin's suggestion is, the paratroopers will serve as the first echelon. The desert of the southwestern region will divide the road into 2 big fork roads. On the side of the Tanshan Mountains, a series of cities have been built by the river formed by melting ice and snow on the mountain. These cities are distributed in the desert and the Xiaocheng area with rivers in the Tanshan Mountains. In the south, there is also a gorge-long regional corridor on the north side of Kunlun. In the middle is a large desert. 2 Qin Army paratrooper companies will be thrown into the side of Tanshan Mountain. The rest will go to the Kunlun mountain side. These paratroopers will establish a landing zone at the fastest speed. About 15 large airships will transport them to the landing area. Over there, they will arrange the first line of defense. Open the passage for the air assault troops behind. The second echelon consists of 20 large airships. The second air assault force composed of 110 medium-sized airships. They will follow the first echelon as quickly as possible. After the ground sends a signal, marked with 3 red flares, they will enter the landing zone one after another. Put troops into combat. The third echelon formed subsequently to supply supplies. Then, according to the number of returned airships, a secondary force and material replenishment are carried out according to certain conditions. Gin State mobilized many airships, but the area is too large. Only a few airships can reach it. And be careful that airships are not suitable for long-distance transitions. In addition to transporting air assault forces, there is also a group of airship bombing units into combat. They did not actively engage in combat at the beginning. It was used as a killer of the Allies on the day of the offensive. They will have aerial bombs to vigorously bombard the station of the Western Region Allied forces. Outside for the first time, there is also an Army aviation force into combat. Although there is only 1 squadron, 12 Newtonjin, two C-8 Eagle fighters. The aircraft does not have much new technology. In addition to adding a piston cylinder, there are hardly many new innovations. But he is a twin-engine fighter. Two-engine engines provide a reliable guarantee for it. Can effectively prevent aerial parking. There is also an increase in his overall weight. This means he can stay longer. Weapon system. Equipped with a .500 water-cooled machine gun. The machine gun is in charge of the navigator in the rear seat. They will use machine guns to shoot from the ground to the air. This is the first time that Army aviation has entered combat. The Army has high hopes for them. The appearance of Army aviation made the Celestial Army feel very uncomfortable. Although there has been coordination before, the Army can have air units that attack the ground. But now the other side puts into combat aircraft. Still, let them feel that this is a huge plot for the Army to control the Heavenly Army. This also greatly stimulated the Heavenly Army. Then, the Space Army formulated a detailed airstrike plan for war. The emergence of Army aviation gave the Heavenly Army an impetus to advance. They will have a longer way to go in the field of bombing. Chapter 607 Bombing Upgrade on the Eastern Front. An official aerial bombing contest was officially staged. The first is in June. The Celestial Army received a batch of new aerial bombs. This bomb has a certain amount of white phosphorus. With the development of the chemical industry, white phosphorus can be manufactured by Kingo Chemical Industry. Because of its slow ignition point, spontaneous combustion can occur in more than 40 degrees. After this phenomenon was discovered, it was quickly applied to the military. White phosphorus can only be stored in kerosene. So an incendiary bomb made of explosives, kerosene, and white phosphorus was developed. Then the military aspect was applied for the first time. The Space Army was ordered to increase the bombardment of Zimbabwe's military targets. The purpose of the bombing is to force the opponent to submit. Hand over Kin's captured pilot and plane. Another aspect is Yango. The state of Kin hopes that through this military bombing, the state of Yan will surrender the remaining chemical gas. On the gas problem, Yango took delay, or deliberately not to talk about it. King Yan thinks he has a secret weapon, and this weapon kills amazingly, especially being able to threaten others. Thought of this, King Yan intentionally didn't want to surrender the poison gas. He asked Kin to break the situation on the grounds of the military deadlock, then surrender the poison gas. The power of poison gas was reported in the newspapers. The poisonous gas that Kingo discovered was no longer a kind of chlorine. The chemical industry has a lot of toxic byproducts. These poisonous gases are passed into the sealed glass chamber. The incident that led to the death of a cow in a short period of time became known to the news. The people of Kin State demanded that chemical weapons should not be lost to the 6 countries. It is for this reason the military bombing began, one day in March. Sunny, the bombing airship of a squadron of the Kin Army began to slowly lift off. Each of the 10 airships carried 12 aerial bombs into the air. One of the pilot bombing airships was loaded with a new white phosphorus incendiary bomb. There are 6 in total. These bombs are used to indicate bombing targets. The Celestial Army improved its bombing methods. It's no longer the previous lean investment. Instead, it was replaced by an airship as the pilot. After dropping the bomb more accurately, all airship bombing began. The airships behind dropped bombs into the target area. Physical, especially the gravity experiment. Newton's 3 laws are accepted and used by Kin physics circles. But this discovery was made by 3 different physicists. The use of gravitational acceleration, inertia, and vector calculation methods made Kin's bombing airships no longer rely solely on experience to make judgments. Instead, it is used in conjunction with an altimeter through triangulation, bombing through certain calculations. The photos taken by the reconnaissance airship also found a mathematical calculation method. At the same time, calculate the length of the silver to determine the size of the target, make judgments, then make a bombing map. The pilot even carried out the bombing with photos of the bombing target. The target of this bombing was a village behind the Chi army. There are more than 1,000 Chi troops in this existence. Aerial photos show, at noon, there is a lot of cooking smoke here, especially there are many open air pots. Then, this village became the target of bombing. 10 bombing airships formed a triangle formation. The pilot airship is in the front center position. Airships appear every day. Kim Jun is frantically conducting reconnaissance activities, and Chi Jun actually thought this was a very normal behavior. The reconnaissance did not form their direct harm. Hey, these kin people. So many flying gadgets were dispatched today. A Chi army soldier looked at the sky and said, "Okay, it's almost noon. Wait for dinner. People can fly. Can you fly?" Finished. The soldier fell asleep. The situation is so stalemate. Ground soldiers on both sides eat and sleep every day, or ridicule each other. The war became a nursing home, close to the sky above the target. The altitude is 1,000 steps, and the speed is 20. The pilot looked at the dashboard and said, "A simple airspeed tube that measures speed is applied to the airship. While sailing, speed becomes very important." The mechanic on the other side wore thick gloves to calculate the result, then hand it to the navigator. The navigator began to aim with the ground telescope, before the captain himself installed the fuse on the aerial bomb. The atmosphere on the airship was solemn. After the navigator calculated the distance, pull the bomb stick. The bomb is out of the warehouse. The navigator did not leave the telescope but stared closely, and on the ground, Chi army soldiers are opening. No one noticed the bombing airship in the sky. People just scrambled for food around the cauldron. Let me. Give me a bowl. Chi Jun soldiers grabbed the bowl. Those who snatched it were eating in big mouthfuls. Some of them don't even have chopsticks. Put the food directly into his mouth with his hands. Aerial bombs roared in. People are rushing to eat. The tragedy happened. The bomb did not hit directly at the beginning. Instead, he deviated a certain distance to the outside of the village. There are a lot of soldiers eating outside the village. As a result, the deviation allowed it to successfully bomb the opponent. Woo! The bomb fell with a whistle. Boom! Pop! The bomb exploded and the bombing began. A bomb fell between the two cauldrons. The shrapnel killed the surrounding soldiers. The poor soldier died without knowing how. The benefits of splashing broken limbs are all. Some people still have food stuffed in their mouths when they die. Ordinary aerial bombs killed the opponent, and the terrifying white phosphorus incendiary bomb is terrifying. The splashing white phosphorus dropped with kerosene. The white phosphorus fell on the soldiers' skin and burned quickly. No matter how the soldiers fight, they will never die. Painful moaning, wailing. Let it be burned to death soon. The smoke of burning white phosphorus enveloped the earth and heaven. The airship has dropped all the aerial bombs, and there is a camera on the airship facing the ground. This is a war photographer. They will play the filmed by King Fkin to watch. The bombing was recorded. The benefits on the ground are all fires. White phosphorus lit the thatched house. More than 100 bombs covered the entire village. In fact, only a few bombs fell into the village. Most of them fall on the open space around the village. But there are many open military camps. It's mealtime again. And so, the death toll from the bombing was large. The airship returned slowly, and the ground benefits the dead. One afternoon and one night, Chi Jun and nearby Chi people are cleaning up. The Chi army soldiers killed by Baifa were miserable. It's scorched. I don't know how much my body has shrunk. After hearing the news of Kim Jun's bombing, the Chi State Air Force decided to take the same retaliatory measures. They have a new airship, although rely on heat. But they have a propulsion device. A large number of propellers are installed, and also used wing devices. The disassembled bicycle chain is used to drive the propeller. The rotation of the gear relies on manpower. The bomb is ignited with black powder. Weapons are backward, but the fighting will never lag behind. Chapter 608 Xianyang Everlasting City. The Chi State Air Force has yet to come and take revenge. The Qin Heavenly Army once again attacked the military camp of the Chi Army. This time it was attacked by 2 planes carrying a special half-stone aerial bomb. But it's a pity. Neither bomb killed a single person. Instead, It wounded a cow. But the next day, the airship bombing on the third day began to intensify. Kin State's second bombing squadron sent over. The two squadrons dispatched more than 200 bombs to attack a grain and grass area of the Qi army. But the effect of bombing was not very good. The reason is that the Qin army used high explosive bombs. No burning white phosphorus bombs are used, although high explosive bombs also caused fires. But the fire was effectively controlled. In particular, most of the food was just blown up and not burned. The actions of Qin Jun let the Qi army begin to strengthen air defenses. The front line set up a special viewing airship, the aircraft's outpost. Once there is a situation, the smoke alarm will be released. Qi Jun's personnel began to turn from the surface into the tunnel or in the woods. Grain and grass are also timely transferred. In short, the Qin army's bombing targets began to decrease. The war between the East and the West was compared with the peace in Qin's country. There is a huge contrast. Qin State lifted the curfew on March 29th. The reason is that the continuous darkness with the help of street lamps has brought Qin State Xianyang into the era of a city that never sleeps. Xianyang became the world's first city that never sleeps. Not just street lights. Convenient electric lights are used in hotels, high-rise buildings, railway stations, department stores, and large supermarkets operating in black and white. Electric lights became popular in Xianyang. The popularity of electric lights, thanks to an electricity standard conference in Qin State, with insulated wires. In particular, the use of high-pressure polyethylene materials produced, and the insulated wire produced by this kind of production began to be popularized on a large scale. Polyethylene solves the wire problem. Use tungsten wire as an electric filament. Tungsten filament bulbs, which are the method of charging nitrogen gas into electric lamps, have been popularized. Electricity production. Qin's generators are getting bigger and bigger. The power generation method has been diversified. Thermal power generation, especially the use of Zhaoguocool. The use of thermal steam to generate electricity has become an important equipment for power plants. The small power plants of the previous kind have also begun to grow. They not only provide electricity for businesses, it also sells electricity for use by other companies. For example, a textile factory provides electrical services for the arsenal. And in the far north and Taiyuan area, because of the use of a new type of electric arc to smelt steel. So electricity is getting more and more tense. This prompted the emergence of large power plants. It's not just industry. In agriculture, electric water pumps have also begun to be used. In some places, slaves no longer carry water for irrigation or dig trenches. And in terms of traffic, the first public transportation appeared in Qin State, tram. This is specifically set up to ease the increasingly tense urban traffic in the old Xianyang city. Trams are connected to the two main roads in Xianyang, east, west, south and north. The production and use of electricity have been greatly promoted. But the problem ensues. The voltage of electricity, calculation method and so on. Because the specifications used by various electric lights, power companies, and electrical appliances manufacturing companies are different. It was very confusing in terms of use, and the competition is fierce. Some power companies only provide 100 voltage wires, and some electrical appliances need to use 200 voltages. Kingo did not use a volt unit. Instead, use voltage directly as the voltage unit. Shangwen doesn't know how much difference there is between volts and voltage. People cannot perceive these things. So Shangwen couldn't tell. The difference in voltage can maintain the monopoly of its products, especially in terms of power supply. Kingo has more than 32 voltage specifications from 100 voltage to 300 voltage. This confusion of voltage specifications, especially power suppliers and electric appliance companies form alliances with each other. The formation of partial price control to achieve partial monopoly has greatly restricted the widespread use of electricity. So, under the proposal of the Prime Minister, after various universities, Electric power companies and electrical appliance manufacturing companies responded by holding a power standard conference. The conference was organized under scientific research and extensive social information. It was decided to stipulate 100 voltages as civilian voltages. 250 voltages are industrial voltages. The two voltages can fluctuate by 10%. After the voltage standard assembly is unified, only then began to establish the basic conditions for a wide range of applications. After that, the electric lights entered thousands of households from Xianyang Palace. Electric poles are being erected everywhere in Xianyang in order to speed up the progress. Xianyang divided the neighborhoods for the first time. Then, electric wires were popularized according to the block. In the following days, electricity for one block by block in the old city. Then light bulbs became popular, taking into account the convenience of travel and night inspection needs. Start to set up street lights at the road utility poles. Only then did the tram appear. As the schedule draws to a close, Kin's night is no longer shrouded in darkness. It is brightly lit. At night, people would sit under the electric light, read a book, chat, and eat, or find some new entertainment. Playing poker has become an entertainment activity. Billiards are good though, but the space is too big, and the age acceptance is limited, especially after the appearance of electric lights. People's nightlife is gradually enriched. Playing cards is one of the games that Yina finds Shangwin to play at night. Soon this kind of game was promoted. Even King Qin would be summoned based on the concubine's card skills. The popularity of electric lights, especially after the street lights appeared. Xianyang ended the dark era of night for the first time. People began to take to the streets in the dark. The curfew was postponed by an hour. Even so, people still find it inconvenient. So the curfew was abolished after discussion. The hotel began to open at night. In order to attract sound, use colored paper to make lampshades to turn colorful Shangwin lights. In addition, the theater, especially the appearance of Chinese opera, suddenly enriched the nightlife of Qin people. People start to like nightlife. Night is no longer the age of sleep. The night market has become one of the important markets in Qin state. As long as there are street lights, Qin state is as lively as it is during the day. Under the shining of thousands of lights, Xianyang has become a city that never sleeps. Business is highly developed, plus the light shines. Let Xianyang become an international metropolis. Count the new city. The urban population living in Xianyang is close to 900,000. Although there is still some distance away from 1 million. But it won't take long. Will arrive quickly, because there are still many people entering Xianyang from the countryside. Zhao people who work part-time. Koreans doing business. The Chu people who enter the city make local Chu snacks. Chu New danced a graceful dance on the stage and was applauded by Shangwin. Of course, they are also well paid. Nightlife benefits from electric lights. Electric lights let people get rid of the troubles of darkness at night. Driven by Xianyang ever-bright city, electric lights began to spread in the surrounding areas. Then came the entire Guanzhong. Chapter 609 Radio Technology. Time slowly entered April. Allied forces far away in the western regions are rushing to the combat area nervously. The roads are crowded with various materials and vehicles. They transport all kinds of materials, including new artillery, shells, supply materials, and there are a large number of paratroopers. Airships are constantly flying back and forth in the sky, and soldiers in different uniforms are everywhere. Hurry up, we have to kick them in the before the gang of western regions retreat. Hurry up, a sergeant shouted. A group of soldiers in paratrooper costumes boarded the airship. They were soldiers of the 1st Paratrooper Company of the Qin Army. They will parachute behind the enemy when the counterattack starts. This is a miracle in the war, their chief said to them. But the soldiers didn't think so. It's not bad if you didn't break your leg while parachuting, a paratrooper complained. They not only parachutes themselves but also teach the people of Zhao and Koreans how to parachute. More than 1,000 people participated in the parachuting training, but in the end only 2 paratrooper companies were formed. Many of them broke their legs during the parachuting training. which was terrible. They learned parachuting at a temporary training center for paratroopers. Many of the equipment was temporarily organized, and the weather here was also very cold. The muscles are very stiff. Therefore, the movement is not standardized, and the ground is too hard, and many people break their legs. Even the old paratroopers have broken their legs. In the end, time is too tight. Each parachutist barely passes twice. Then take a day off and transfer to the front line in an airship. And below them there are many assault paratroopers. Their training is how to fight in an airship. After the airship has landed on the ground, they have to rush out of the airship as soon as possible in order to increase the rate of fire. They also specially issued a new type of revolving rear-pull rifle. This rifle is similar to the Mauser rifle. The ammunition has been increased. It can load 5 rounds. There is also a non-detachable type. It can be loaded with 8 bullets. The ground supplies are also very tight. The reason is that a large amount of artillery must be prepared for the counterattack. This requires a large amount of artillery shells. The carriage capacity is really limited. The task of hoarding 100,000 stone shells is still a bit difficult to complete because of the road. There are people everywhere. Not only artillery shells, but also a large number of aerial bombs. The Space Army has to carry out large-scale airstrikes, and aerial bombs are also very scarce. Otherwise they will use the method of throwing stones to bomb the Western Region coalition forces. The senior management nervously revised the final battle plan, and they named it Operation Right Iron Fist. As for the entire northern Western region, there was no movement, but a left Iron Fist action plan had been handed in. Gin State stretched out 2 big iron fists to encompass the western regions. All these changes are spread through the exchange of telegrams. Taking into account the translatability of telegrams, King Qin is ordering a telephone call on the front lines of the western regions in order to understand the situation in time. In addition, a joint press conference for combat in the western regions was established. Li Mu, as a representative of Zhou's senior officers, will arrive in Xianyang by train. Gin State is busy with various constructions. In the new city, Yin will build a 10-story high building. If completed, this building will be the same height as the main hall in Xianyang Palace. In fact, in Yinya's heart, she wants to build a bigger and higher building because her financial resources are unmatched. Modular railways, bridges, and engineering systems are in rapid use. Highways and railways to the south are under construction, and slaves have almost been recruited. But the number is still not enough. For this reason, the Qin State Engineering Department, a newly established department mainly used to manage various engineering projects, had to order major construction companies to use machinery and equipment, or recruit locals for engineering construction. This greatly solves the local employment problem. In the underdeveloped areas of the southern part of Qin, there are some scattered people in South Korea, as well as people from Chu who have lost their land. They will form a larger engineering team, and Qin has more and more electrical inventions in the country. The first is the emergence of electric washing machines, which solves the problem of people washing clothes, especially the emergence of brush dryers, which dry clothes faster. Then there is the refrigerator. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. There are no natural refrigerators like in winter. There are more and more meat shops. People use the method of freezing them in deep wells, but even this still has the phenomenon of moldy and deterioration of food. To solve this problem, the industrial refrigeration equipment began to become smaller, and the refrigeration equipment as large as 2 wardrobes entered the butcher shop. In some large meat factories, large-scale cold storages have been established. Although liquid ammonia is used as a freezing liquid, there have been 3 liquid ammonia leakage accidents in the north, one of which caused 12 deaths. But even so, people need coolness, especially Yinu. Excited. There is a large refrigerator in her own office. There are various cold drinks in it. When people drink, they also like iced wine, which is more exciting? These demands allow refrigerators to continue to exist. The biggest invention in electrical appliances has been made visible to Shang Wen by applying for a patent. This is radio technology. As early as when the electric light appeared in Qin, someone accidentally discovered an invisible thing that made the experimental electric light illuminate. This phenomenon was the early electromagnetic wave. Later, the relevant personnel formed a large team to investigate this unexpected phenomenon. The first breakthrough of this team is theory. They pushed Maxwellism out of electromagnetic imagination. This is the most important principle for confirming the existence of electromagnetic waves. Subsequent electric light experiments discovered the principle of electric light, which preliminarily confirmed the existence of electromagnetic waves. But people still need a brand new electromagnetic wave instrument to confirm. This is the electron tube. Qin can develop electronic tubes if he can mass-produce light bulbs, a piece of electrical signal amplifier. The components are the cathode electron emitter, the control grid, and the acceleration grid. Anode lead is welded on the tube seat. Because it was the first electron tube in Qin, and the equipment is not refined, so it looks very rough. When Shang Wen saw this technology, I feel that we should increase efforts to promote it. So Shang Wen decided to call Yinu. This technology can only be popularized within a short period of time by the Yinu Wen Yang Consortium with strong technology. Hello, Shang Wen asked through the phone. Say. Yinu was obviously in a bad mood. I'm too lazy to read and write. I found a new technology. The prospects are very broad, Shang Wen said excitedly. What technology? Yinu asked lukewarmly. Radio, Shang Wen said. Pop. The phone was deactivated all of a sudden. Shang Wen felt inexplicable. What's up with her? Even directly deducted some phone calls. Shang Wen found it very strange. Chapter 610 Rise of Water Pirates. Yinu was very upset at this time. The funding situation is getting worse. Many projects have been launched. Funds are needed everywhere. And now the most lacking is funding. There was a report on Yinu's desk. The content of the report is a report on the flow of funds. Banks in South Korea have issued a large amount of loans. The country's ability to absorb deposits is limited. Investment has become a very hot topic. Besides, the bank's interest rate is low. Loans are easy, which greatly stimulates investment enthusiasm in all aspects. But Yinu has made the largest investment so far. She used a lot of money to support a war. The high cost of the war prevented her from launching in many ways due to tight funds. But this war must be fought. Otherwise, all previous investments will be wasted. This pressure is too tense. She tried to waste everything to raise funds. There is no way for a steel plant to smoke. Can only be drawn from other industries, such as retail. She directly cancelled the plan to set up 12 large supermarkets. This gives the local retail industry an opportunity to compete freely. In the application of new technology, she can only purchase technology patents first, then use technology patents as a negotiation weapon. The radio technology that Shang Wen saw had already been purchased by her. Now she is discussing with a large electrical appliance company how to make use of technological advantages for profit. In order to raise funds, Yinu thought of using the stocks in his hands. Her various stocks have issued between 12% and 15% of the total share capital. The stock market is basically in a bull market now. Stocks have risen. In particular, steel mills and railway stocks rose sharply. The price has exceeded the issue price during the period when the stock was issued. In particular, the two major stocks of steel and railway have more than doubled. Even so, Yinu is still facing financial pressure. Excessive funds were invested in the war. For businesses, especially for a consortium like her, it is very disadvantageous. This situation is also very unfavorable to Qin, because Yinu controls almost the entire financial world. If she has a problem here, then Qin's entire economy has entered an era of crisis. Its impact is great. Maybe the pressure is too great. Yinu is in a very bad mood. Bad things always happen. With the widespread use of Kingo electrical equipment, Qin wants to import more and more non-ferrous metal mines, especially copper ore, tungsten ore, etc. The trading volume of these ore is increasing. The state of Chu also paid more and more attention to the mining of minerals in the Zhejiang area. It's not just minerals. There are also a lot of duck feathers and goose feathers, the main ingredient of down jackets. Silk, specialized breeding and sericulture began to appear in the Huayu area, because Qin's demand is huge. Take silk as an example. Qin's demand in the past year has surged to more than 2 million shi, but the actual output is less than 1 million shi. The huge demand directly stimulated the large-scale sericulture in Chu. In addition to these, there is a demand for rice. The people of Qin state began to accept and eat this kind of food. This is also widely planted in Huayu area. A large-scale centralized merger of land appeared in Chu's agriculture, especially the entry of the old nobles of Chu state. Let a large number of farmers with small plots of land lose their land. The peasants who lost their land became serfs to these nobles. They cultivated the land for a lifetime in a contractual manner. But this is only a small part. Most farmers still have no source of livelihood. Some property owners moved to other places. Those who have no family property have become a social instability factor, because these areas are on the south bank of the Yangtze River, especially Huayu and Zhejiang. These places have very close economic ties with the Qin state. The kingdom of Chu relied on these two places for half of Chu's wealth. Because it is on the south bank of the Yangtze River, it needs to be transported by ship. And so, the transportation industry on both sides of the Yangtze River began to develop. Farmers who have lost their land have no jobs. Ship transportation is booming again. Then, these people began to use this as a career. They attacked these ship ports on land. Then they absorbed a group of local fishermen. The fishery tax is too big. Chu state is changing its armaments. The war between Yan and Qi, in particular, a large number of front-mounted muskets flowed out to the neighboring countries of Chu. This forced Chu's armaments to begin a large-scale change of equipment. This requires money. The money comes from the fishery of Chu state. Canned salted fish is also one of Qin's needs. That kind of freshwater fish, marinated fish, is also the kind that Qin needs. The North did not eat fish very much, but the newspaper promoted the benefits of eating fish, and Qin itself has a high-status consumption power. These factors have led to the emergence of fishery taxes. The fishery tax has increased the burden on fishermen. Either go ahead or transport the ore. It was very tiring. The emergence of unstable factors makes these fishermen become water pirates. The land grab was defeated by family private soldiers. The gap in weapons. The duel of muskets and cold weapons. After the land failure, these people are mixed with fishermen. Water pirates formed. At first they just filled their stomachs. They only looted the ships that transport rice. But with the expansion of the number, their goal is no longer to simply grab food. Damn it, I thought I robbed a big ship. I didn't expect to rob a lot of broken stones. A water thief scolded when he checked the cargo on the ship. Grandpa, there are only these ore on this ship. There is nothing else left. The owner begged for mercy. Maybe it's nothing to do. Or maybe you want to play around with the owner. After all, it can't be done for nothing. What are these stones for? The leader asked. The owner dared not hide it. Naturally all said, these are all tungsten mines. Qin's needs are urgent. This is a lot more expensive. One stone needs Qin's 60.5 tals. The ship owner said, what? The leader couldn't believe it. This stone is so expensive. Boss, we might as well do this, a wretched little boss suggested. The two whispered to each other. Then a group of water pirates killed the ship owner and other people and transported the cargo on the ship to the North Shore. As the owner said, South Korean merchants bought this ore on a large scale, then resell it to the people of Qin. This example opens. A large number of homeless people and fishermen who lost their land frantically attacked those ships. For a time, Ship transportation on both sides of the Yangtze River was very tight. The price of ore soared. Qin State needs to manufacture various alloy steels and various electrical appliances. This had a very bad influence on Qin State. This factor will promote the speed of Qin's naval construction in the future, because there are huge resources of non-ferrous metals in the areas south of the Yangtze River. The Qin country except the north, there are very few such large colored resources. Although there are rare earths in the north, but there is no technical support for the application. The south has new value. Chapter 611 Qin Banliang in circulation. It will take some time for the water theft problem to become a serious threat to the economy. However, some rumors about Qin's domestic funding problems have begun to appear. In order to absorb deposits, solve funding issues, Yin unilaterally increased bank interest. This move first reacted greatly in the stock market. Xianyang Wen Yang Index that day. The index collects 100 weighted stocks in Qin State. The stock index fell sharply by 90 points. This is almost a plunge. Many stocks fell as soon as the market opened that day. Investors are at a loss. The market sentiment is very panic. Newspapers have also put forward speculative reports, although some articles are very unreliable, but basically pointed to a problem. That is the tightening of bank funds. The bank has insufficient funds. This kind of conjecture soon triggered a run on Qin. A large number of people took their bank books to the bank to withdraw their money, because they are afraid that the bank has no money. Now Yin has an even more headache. I thought that raising the interest rate could attract more people to deposit, but I didn't expect it to have the opposite result. A large number of people flocked to the bank to withdraw cash. People are everywhere in front of the bank. The bank security staff tried their best to maintain order. Simultaneously, the government also sent new police officers. The old style of government officials has been strongly criticized by the newspapers. In exchange for good influence, the state of Qin changed the yeoman into a policeman. The arrival of the police did not stop the run. The reserve funds in the bank were quickly exhausted. The bank had to suspend business early for a rest. The gate was closed forcibly at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The stock market fell sharply after receiving the news, especially bank stocks. The impact was great. A large number of sell orders are pending. Shang Wen quickly called Yino after receiving the news. "Hey, where are you?" Shang Wen asked anxiously. "No money," Yino shouted directly after receiving the call. Then he deducted the phone severely. Shang Wen heard Yinius roar on the other end of the phone, feeling that something is not good. "Call again quickly." Yin was disgusted with the ringing of the phone. He drew a bronze sword from the weapon rack at the back and cut off the telephone line. Then Yin weakly lay on the phone. The phone could not be connected for a long time. He immediately drove to Yinius' office. At the door of the bank, Shang Wen saw the crowds running on the crowd. This is a bad phenomenon. This may in turn lead to the closure of the bank run. If the bank fails, it is estimated that the entire economy of the Qin state will enter an era of decline. This is a sign of an economic crisis. And on the other side, Xiao He is looking for the cause of the problem from a large number of reports. The reason is not just as simple as the war factor. Economic problems are often a chain reaction. Not one reason can arbitrarily trigger a series of other reasons. Xiao He saw a surprising phenomenon from the piles of information. This phenomenon has been ignored before. The amount of bank loans outside Qin's mainland almost exceeded the total amount of the mainland and several newly built states. This means Qin's domestic banknotes ran outside. Qin's currency was initially set in accordance with the development of the country. But now, obviously we can't do that. The era of Qin state's capital export has begun for some time, and this period is almost the vanguard of the era of capital expansion. Qin State Bank was established in Zhao State, South Korea, and Yan State. The compound interest calculation method of usury puts many people under tremendous pressure. This is not conducive to the economic development of these countries. But the presence of Qin State Bank let the usury industry enter a low front period, low interest, simple interest calculation, high quality service attitude. This allowed more people in Zhao, Han, and Yan to choose Qin Go Bank. In addition, Qin Banliang has a wide range of uses. Almost all of them have huge trade relations with Qin state. Qin Banliang was also very strong, because they have enough gold reserves behind them. That's the reason. Let a large number of Qin Banliang bank notes unknowingly enter places outside the Qin state. Low interest rates have brought about a huge investment wave. In particular, the state of Qin reduced some technical restrictions, allow large amounts of capital to be transferred out. Qin Banliang quickly flowed to foreign resident banks during a few months of interruption. Zhaoguo's coal mine, transportation industry. There are also a large number of construction industries with the shadow of Qin's half and half banknotes. The labor-intensive factories in South Korea. Construction of railways, highways, yarns, timber, medicinal materials, and slave markets. Qin Banliang is everywhere in these countries. These countries are also trying to get rid of Qin Banliang's control. But obviously it can't be done. Zhang Liang has studied this bill, but it can't be implemented. There are more Qin Banliang in circulation than the national currency. Even taxation is settled by Qin Banliang. If you don't use Qin Banliang rashly, then the consequences will be very serious. Finally, the matter had to be stopped. The most powerful thing in Qin's country is not his army. It is these cheap, but very valuable Qin Banliang banknotes. Zhang Liang sighed. Qin Banliang's banknotes played a splendid expansion vanguard. Half-to banknotes are scarier than any army. You don't even know if you were hacked. Qin Banliang's banknotes will never stop his footsteps, as long as there is contact with Qin state's economy. All have his shadow. In Qi, Y and Chu. Qin Banliang can be seen everywhere. Qin Banliang could buy back cheese, sea salt, Chu silk, ore, and rice, allowing Y to produce wealthy wheat for Qin. With the beginning of Qin's economic expansion, Qin Banliang has unknowingly the tendency to replace currencies of other countries. This trend can be seen as a unified blood. Half a couple of dollars bring various nutrients to integrate the world into a whole. This is the completion of a historical mission. Economic ties are far stronger and more reliable than reunification by force in a reunification war. And the degree of mutual dependence is very high. No one can solve the problem with pure force, no matter what. One fact has not changed. That is, Qin is still carrying out the accumulation and expansion of primitive capital in the same way as before. This kind of overexpansion presents capital when capital is exported, especially the problem of the decrease in the money supply. The emergence of this problem is likely to drag down Qin's overall economic decline, even backwards. When a country's currency becomes a regional international currency, his original amount of money will inevitably decrease. At the same time, while fulfilling the international currency must bear the responsibility brought about by currency. The decrease in the supply of money is a manifestation of Qin's new capital expansion. Qin must resolve this crisis carefully. Only after overcoming the crisis can there be new challenges. Only Qin can fulfill his responsibilities. The reason is basically found. The next step is how to solve the problem. The government needs to work with banks to solve this problem, increase the money supply in the market. The liquidity of currency was included in the report by Xiao He. This is the first time that Qin state has encountered money supply and circulation problems. Chapter 612 Marshmallow Shang Wen was very surprised by Yinya's sudden increase in bank interest rates, but she felt that something must have happened. Otherwise, bank interest rates will not be raised suddenly. Shang Wenjing thought for a moment. The same was true for calling her the other day. Always the kind of mindful attitude there is also when we meet. It is also the kind of feeling that is neither cold nor cold. Think about what happened today. Shang Wen felt that things that upset Yinu. It is estimated that it is a funding issue. As stated in the newspaper, the adjustment of Wen Yang Bank's interest rate shows that the bank also lacks funds. The banking industry is an emerging industry for Qingo. Before Qingo, there was no such thing as a bank, and the management and marketing tools are also lacking. At the very least, There is no deposit reserve system in the strict sense. Each bank provides only a small supply of funds. This is very unfavorable for banks. Runs are prone to occur. There is also investment risk control. Investment is too hot. With this in mind, bank supervision is about to begin. The banks can no longer be so casually allowed to do so. If the interest rate is adjusted, it will be adjusted. It's a child's play. But before discussing the problem with Yinu, to solve a mood problem, Yinu's typical princess temper. But it was this temper that made her career. What a successful woman cannot lack is self-confidence. Shangwen herself feels that this is not as good as what she has done. Yinu is that kind of self-confidence in his bones. This self-confidence seems to be natural. There are arrogant and arrogant stubbornness. Hey! For this confidence, Shangwen also pleased her. She least wants when others see her frustrated. Eat sweets when you are sad. But what is good to eat? Shangwen thought for a while. She eats almost all the sweets that Shangwen can think of. Even foods like donuts are used by Yinu for breakfast. Cake. In addition to those few flavors, there seems to be nothing else. There are no strawberries. There is no strawberry flavor cake. Shangwen looked up to relax. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, Shangwen felt more comfortable in his heart. After all, the sky is free. And many more. Shangwen thought of a good idea. Marshmallow. She has never eaten this, Shangwen said happily. Just do it. Pour white sugar into a marshmallow machine to make sugar shreds, and then twist the sugar shreds with a stick. It melts in the mouth. No one thought of this thing. The marshmallow making machine is a machine like a big bowl. The center of the machine is a heating chamber with a high temperature. The heat breaks the crystal structure and turns the sugar into syrup. There are holes in the heating chamber that are smaller in size than granular sucrose. When the sugar rotates at a high speed in the heating chamber, the centrifugal motion sprays the syrup from the small holes to the periphery of the big bowl. Since the speed at which a liquid substance meets solidification is related to its volume, the smaller the volume, the faster it solidifies. Therefore, the researchers designed the small holes in the heating chamber to have a small diameter of only 50 microns. The syrup sprayed from the small holes immediately condenses into solid sugar strands without sticking together. What Shangwen wants to do is such a machine. Such equipment is already very simple for Kingo, a motor that generates centrifugal force. Heating equipment. Then do it yourself. Shangwen also saw a special marshmallow machine. That kind of machine can make marshmallows in various shapes. 5-pointed star, heart-shaped. The colors are also varied. Very beautiful. But Shangwen will not, because the first cotton candy flew everywhere. Shangwen's hands are full of marshmallows. Yin sat in the office in a very bad mood. Funds can't last for many days. Because of today, there is not much money in the stock market. Colleagues are also affected by this and rest early. They are also raising funds to deal with the today run. I thought I could raise funds. Unexpectedly, all of the funds for this month will be used up all at once. Yin had a headache thinking of this. Is your chairman here? Shangwen asked Luzi. Yes, he'll tell you. Luf said that he was about to call. No need. Shangwen said he was going in with marshmallows. Hey, what are you holding? My sister, Luf asked eagerly. This. Good thing. Something that can make your chairman happy, Shangwen said with a smile. After speaking, he flashed into Yinya's office. What? It's the same as Catkins. It's all floating, Luf guessed. Look, I brought you something here. Shangwen pleased Yinu. Out. Why are you here? What is this? Yinu was a little panicked. She did not expect Shangwen to come. This is cotton candy. Sweet. Try it, Shangwen explained. What kind of sugar? How does it look like Catkins? Is this edible? Yinu asked in a series. Of course I can eat it. Quickly taste it, or it will melt. Shangwen quickly handed it to Yinu. Yinu took the marshmallow and looked at Shangwen suspiciously. Shangwen nodded. Yinu just tried to take a bite. How is it? Shangwen asked. How about what? Yinu asked rhetorically. Shangwen gestured with a wink. Oh, this. Yinu thought of marshmallows. Yeah, it's a bit sweet. Yingyu just recalled. I'll taste it again, Yin said and took a bite. Yeah, not bad. Sweet. There is orange flavor. It melts in the mouth. Just eat it. Just like the clouds in the sky, Yin said with a better mood. That's right. Or marshmallow. I also specially added a little orange powder for you, Shangwen said. Right. Why is it called cotton candy? What kind of flower is cotton? Why haven't I seen it? Yinu asked after taking a mouthful of cotton candy. Huh? Shangwen was asked this question right now. Cotton. There is no such thing as cotton at this time. How to explain this? Cotton is just like the clouds in the sky. For nothing, Shangwen reluctantly explained. I wonder how your brain grows. You know so much. I don't know a lot of things, Yin said. Shangwen was surprised. Am I going to say that I am from the future? What marshmallow? Just call it Yanjuotang. This is so good. Or Bai Yuntang is also good. Yinya's thoughts suddenly changed. Shangwen finally felt relieved. I'm finished. Are there any more? Yin said with a smile. Shangwen looked at Yingyu. It was the first time that he looked at Yin so seriously. Shallow dimples. There is also a cute and playful smile at this age. What's the matter? Yin asked. It's nothing. On your lips. Shangwen was relieved. On my mouth. Yin wiped her mouth before she felt that there was sugar sticking to her mouth. Oh. Is there any Bai Yuntang? Yin felt embarrassed. Then changed the subject. Yes, I'll go back and do it now. Shangwen also felt a little embarrassed in the atmosphere. Let's go together, Yin said. Chapter 613 Set up a stall. That's it. This cotton Bai Yuntan is wrapped around this stick. Shangwen showed Yingyu how to make marshmallows. Give it to us. I'll give it a try. Yin pushed Shangwen anxiously. Use your own fingers instead of small sticks. How do you use your hands? Shangwen is really hard to imagine what Yin thinks. He did it directly with his fingers. I'll eat it myself. There is nothing wrong with this. Yin looked at Shangwen disdainfully. Shangwen shook his head. Such a strange talent as Yin would do this. Yin's finger is not enough. He extended a second finger. The other one has entered his own little mouth. Yeah? Very sweet. Try it yourself, Yin called. Forget it. I'll watch you do it, Shangwen retorted. You are also given the official position of your prime minister. My eldest princess doesn't make a big deal. Yingyu sneered. Okay, don't say it. Isn't it possible for me to come? Shangwen was speechless and could only wrap the marshmallows with his fingers. This is the second person in the world to wrap cotton candy with his fingers. Hey, you, the prime minister, will follow me in the future. Yingyu looked at Shangwen and said, with you? Shangwen asked. Yes. Follow me. Yinyu's mood changed a little. Shangwen didn't know whether it would be better or worse. In short, it's the kind of little girls who have concerns. There have been a lot of things these days. I'm very upset about it, Yin said while walking around the marshmallows. The bank has been short of money. I have moved a lot of funds from the steel plant. There is also the railway, the exchange. Now these places are all dunning, and the Western War. Asking for money everywhere. I think Yin felt very wronged. Sometimes, I really don't want to be the chairman of this. I don't have any freedom at all. I look down on you every day. You can't play with me. Yin looked at Marshmallow and said, yeah? Shangwen thinks that it is better to be a listener than to comfort him. Yinya's pressure was too great. She is still young, although I don't know how old it is. But this age is a high school student. A high school student controls a big chaebol. All aspects of the mind are still immature. It's hard enough to imagine. Hey, why not do this? Yin suddenly slapped Shangwen's shoulder with her sugar-stained hand. Shangwen barked his teeth. Or, let's go to the stall at night. Just sell this Bai Yun candy. You do. I sell. I saw those young couples selling shoes and clothes. They are also very happy. Yin thought of one place. What? Set up a stall. Just sell this, Shangwen said in surprise. Why not? My eldest princess has put down her figure. Why can't you? Yin said dissatisfied. Yeah? Good. Yes. How can't it? Maybe the newspaper will advertise for us for free. Shang Wen followed Yin's meaning. It's pretty much the same. Yin said, let's just set up a small stall on my street. If you are embarrassed to sell it, I'll come. Yin said excitedly. Come and see. Baiyun candy made from Tanshan Baiyun. Delicious Baiyun candy. Yin shouted loudly. That sweat in Shang Wen's heart. This guy is what he thinks. Dare to try anything. Hurry up, fool. Yin has obviously entered the role of stalling. He even urged Shang Wen. Oh, Shang Wen could only agree. Delicious Baiyun candy. Come on sale. Yin hadn't finished shouting yet. The door opened at this time. The one who came in turned out to be King Qin. Father and father. Yin obviously didn't expect King Qin to come in. The minister sees the king. Shang Wen can still maintain a bit of normalcy. King Qin stepped forward to help Shang Wen. Playing does not change. King Qin took advantage of the trend and criticized Yingyu. What are you doing again? It's the same as the catkins. King Qin scolded. Father, this is Baiyun Tang. It's delicious. Yin pleased King Qin. What kind of sugar? King Qin was successfully diverted by Yin. Baiyun Tang. It melts in the mouth. It's sweet. Yin said as she grabbed a piece of marshmallow and gave it to King Qin. King Qin smiled and shook his head. Yin is the eldest daughter. The eldest daughter's naughty eldest sister made King Qin angry and painful. Yeah? Sweet. King Qin said simply after taking a sip. How is it? Yin asked happily. Don't hold the widow. The widow asks you how to deal with the misfortune you caused this time. King Qin turned back to the purpose of his trip. It turned out that King Qin and Shang Wen were equally aware of the impact of the bank's sudden increase in interest rates. King Qin was not idle. Every day King Qin had to understand the current economic situation of Qin, study the pros and cons of the policy of advocacy, reason, purpose, influences. These questions. King Qin also has a special instructor, Xiao He. Not many people are more proficient in this area than him. King Qin has read today's report. He has fully realized that if this continues, the banking industry will have a chain reaction. The collapse of the banking industry will be a huge national disaster. Yin obviously didn't know anything yet. She just thought it was brought about by the lack of money in her bank. Just end the war. Just get the money. You go out first. Looking at Yin with a look of ignorance. King Qin could only let her go out first. Oh, thank you, father. Finished. Yingyu Chao Shangwin made a face, and pointed to the cotton candy machine. It means to remember what she said to set up a stall. And Shang Wen didn't even know what Yin wanted to do. The two lacked tacit understanding. What do you think of the matter today? Qin Wang asked directly. Shang Wen puzzled. King Qin explained Xiao He's views to Shang Wen. Qin's current money supply is seriously inadequate due to foreign trade. In addition, Yin relied too much on the original expansion that led to the situation today. There are still big problems with Yin's business methods, such as launching a large-scale war easily. Now he has paid high expenses for the war. From material preparation to now, more than 18 million gold has been invested. It is very scary to put this money there. But it is difficult to solve this problem now. King Qin asked suddenly. Shang Wen also felt clueless. King Qin just looked at Shang Wen. Shang Wen was lost in thought. Yin is the leader of the banking industry. Raising interest rates basically represents the attitude of the entire banking industry. Raising interest rates is a red flag for Qin's economy. The cost of many investments will increase. The increase in cost greatly dampened investment enthusiasm. This is for sure. There is confidence in the market. In particular, the impact of the run must be eliminated. But how to eliminate? This is really hard. It is necessary to stabilize the current capital situation of the banking industry. At the same time, it is necessary to stabilize the confidence of the people, especially the market. Fortunately, it happened on the same day. The government can respond extremely quickly. How to do this reaction? Shang Wen thought and thought. Chapter 614 Bank Vacation. Shang Wen thought for a long time but had no countermeasures. Reluctantly, King Qin had to let Shang Wen think of a countermeasure and immediately implement it. King Qin didn't want this matter to be pushed aside. The longer the delay, the more detrimental to Qin's overall economy. In particular, King Qin learned that Qin's half-tour banknotes have been widely circulated in the 6 countries. think this is a sign of unification. This kind of good omen must be maintained for a reason. The countermeasure that Shang Wen thought of was only to increase the printing volume of banknotes, increase the money supply by simply printing banknotes. But this method has great disadvantages. That is, the issuance of more and more banknotes may cause inflation. Qin's currency is based on the amount of gold reserves. Calculation of market demand. It is not the calculation of the amount of narrow money and broad money in later generations. Anyway, insufficient money supply is a problem. But how to provide such a large amount of funds? Is it directly injected? These banknotes represent wealth. There are also banking issues. Now the problem has not spread to other areas. In particular, the real economy has maintained its original pace of progress. If it takes a long time, it is bound to drag down the entire real economy. If that happened, oh my goodness, it is estimated that Gingo felt the feeling of the Great Depression earlier. Many people will not forget that taste. That is very undesirable. But how to solve the problem? This is the key. Have a glass of juice. Ying Yu poured a glass of juice for Shang Wen. Oh, thank you, Shang Wen said politely. Is it necessary between the two of us? Besides, you are also for me. This is nothing, Yin said thankfully. Yin finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Otherwise, King Qin would not be so anxious to see Shang Wen. And Shang Wen kept going back and forth thinking about how to solve the problem. Yin can only watch. In her opinion, Shang Wen is omnipotent. Take a sip of portable juice. This is a powdered juice powder made by drying and grinding powder, adding sucrose, and nutrient powder, which is vitamins. Just dissolve it with water and drink it. Very convenient. This kind of granules is only popular in Qin, because the domestic demand of Qin is not enough to sell to other countries. Qin's women, especially professional women, like it. Research shows nutrients are of great help to women's skin, especially those women sitting in the office. Lack of certain physical exercise. Drinking a glass of juice couldn't be better for them. Yinu is one of the consumers. The Great Depression. The Great Depression. Shang Wen muttered unconsciously. Ying Yi looked at Shang Wen chanting this spell strangely. Back and forth circle. He was muttering something that Yin couldn't understand. This makes Yin very depressed. Right. Why didn't I think about it? Shang Wen said excitedly. Then Shang Wen quickly picked up paper and pen to record. Great Depression. President Roosevelt. This is a very accomplished president, especially to solve the thorny problem of the Great Depression. The first move to power is to rectify the banking industry. The situation faced by this and Shang Wen is very similar. For example, the Great Depression is a kind of currency tightening. Enterprises have closed down one after another. It is the insufficient supply of money in the market. The currency lacks liquidity. At this time, banks raising interest rates are like adding fuel to the fire. This can only speed up the withdrawal of money from the market. Further reduce the money supply. What Shang Wen wants is appropriate Shang Wen inflation, not deflation. Deflation is good for consumers, but it is a disaster for the enterprise. The amount of Qin's banknote currency demanded by the 6 countries is equivalent to taking out half of Qin's currency supply. And this demand is also increasing, especially the capital investment boom in the future. It's just emerging now. If time zooms in again, then it will expand infinitely. Only then did Shang Wen realize what he hadn't considered when formulating the bank's low interest rate policy. That is, at that time, I only thought about releasing loans. It ignores the problem of money supply used to maintain currency liquidity. This is also a problem that Shang Wen didn't think of. At that time, no one noticed that other countries also needed Qin's half-to banknotes. An idea of Shang Wen gradually emerged. Bank problems are solved by banks. Just as the first step of Roosevelt's New Deal was to close the bank, rectify, solve the capital problem, other problems can be solved by the way. All Shang Wen's thoughts began at the bank. The next day, a shocking news appeared in the newspaper. Extras, extras, the bank takes a 3-day holiday for rectification. The 3-day holiday for rectification. The news suddenly impacted the continuation of the run. Bank vacation. You didn't cash it out. This greatly eased the pressure on banks' funds. But this is only 3 days. If there is no new capital injection, banks still face huge problems. Then the market began to sell large amounts of gold reserves. The 30-to-1 ratio of gold prices suddenly dropped to 29.3 to 1. Selling gold absorbs half of the banknotes in the hands of the people. In particular, investors from various countries buy gold on behalf of the country. Part of the gold flows out of Kin. This is also a good thing for Kin State. Most of the gold is concentrated in Kin State. Kin had to face the problem of the loss of currency value. This is only a superficial solution to the problem. Subsequently, the government asked the banks to also establish bank associations. It is required that it cannot change the benchmark interest rate at will. At the same time, the deposit reserve system was invented. This system is specifically designed to solve the tide of runs. When Yang Bank adjusted the interest rate privately, was fined 100,000 gold. This is easy for them, because Shangwin ordered the government to print about 30 million gold banknotes into the market. The funds are injected into the banking industry with special war money for the project. This is equivalent to the Kin government solving the problem of war costs by printing paper money. This is equivalent to changing an operator midway. It's not just a war special. There are also railway models, transportation payment, infrastructure construction, education funds. Kin Guoping made 30 million more capital for no reason. After these capital flows into the market, greatly expand the currency liquidity. At the same time, the wealth of the 6 countries was plundered by transferring to foreign countries. South Korea's labor factories, Zhao's coal mines, Yan's timber, Chi's sea salt, Chu's silk, and non-ferrous metal mines. The state of Kin quietly concentrated the wealth of the 6 countries in the state of Kin in an undetected way. In this way, the state of Kin only had to order the printing of banknotes at full capacity. No one knows how many banknotes Kin's printing machine prints in a day. How much wealth is represented behind these banknotes? Nobody knows. Even Kin State couldn't count the specific figures. This is what Kingo intended to do. It is the market demand that requires this. The expansion of original capital accumulation plus the expansion after capital export. Currency represents the power of capital. Everyone needs capital. Then the state of Kin will supply capital. Chapter 615 Sweet stall. 3 days of rectification quickly passed. The market has a high appraisal of this government's appropriate intervention, especially the stock market. After a short period of fluctuation, it rose again. The bank that injected a lot of money easily paid the fine. At the same time, the huge amount of war expenses was transferred to the government. As one of the exchange terms, Kingo will issue a new 5 million gold bond. In order to absorb more social funds, everything gradually restored its original order. King Kin thought that Shang Wen's move was very clever, and Xiao He also believes that Shang Wen has a unique talent in economics. Shang Wen praised Shang Wen when he heard this. I don't know how to express it in my heart. Solved so many problems. Yinu is in a great mood. The depressed mood for the past few days has been wiped out. But some things still have to be dealt with. Although Yinu is decisive. But being decisive does not mean you have good judgment. Yinu also realized this, especially the war against the western regions. The decision made was a bit too fast, too anxious, and experienced this period of time. She herself thinks she doesn't have that great talent, and this time is exactly the age of play. In this case, it's better to leave things to others to do. Okay, I understand. After I finish this matter, I will ask you to set up a small stall in the night market to sell Baiyan candy. Yin smiled innocently. 2 small dimples make her look very cute. It's a pity that Shang Wen can see the other end of the phone. Then I will say goodbye. Yin hung up the phone. Bye, Shang Wen said in his mouth. Then he laughed. I remembered the first time I said goodbye. Yin actually worshipped Shang Wen stupidly. Shang Wen laughed at that time and almost lost his breath. Bye bye, bye bye. Shang Wen murmured and couldn't help laughing. Yinu didn't know that bye was goodbye. I thought I had to bow before I left. There is a price to pay for Shang Wen's laughter. The annoyed Ying knew Chao Shang Wen's calf came fiercely. Seems uncomfortable. He stepped on Shang Wen's foot severely with the heel of his high heels. Thought of this, Shang Wen felt that the back of his instep still hurts. This guy. Shang Wen looked at the picture of Yinu on the desk and said in his heart, what Yinu wants to solve is the problem of corporate management. Yinu accepted Shang Wen's suggestion with relief. Fund owners and managers are decentralized. A general meeting of shareholders was established. Set up a special inspection agency to manage the managers. Establish the chief executive officer. The position will be filled by Xiao Helai, nominated by Yinu. The corporate planning department set up by Xiao He will be assumed by Kaoshan. Yinu has direct veto power. She is the largest shareholder. She will withdraw from the scope of direct management, retreated behind the scenes. This way she has more time to play. This management method will attract social elites to participate in the future development and management of the enterprise. And business owners can greatly mobilize social resources to serve them. Management talents are also important talents. And these management talents will cultivate a large number of outstanding officials for the country. Their management experience comes from the operation of social enterprises. This is a benign business interaction. This is a way of mutual subsidies for talents. An enterprise is an individual among social entities. You can get first-hand information when you run a business. And after entering the government, then this experience. The first-hand information has a certain grasp of the country's development direction. They naturally know what they need. You will not be at a loss as to what you need. And rich management experience lets them know how to solve the problem. This is a dual effect mechanism for the use and training of talents. That's it. Well, sell it here. Yinu changed her arrogant and mature dress. Instead, he changed into a kind of cute casual clothes, especially the big red apron. It seems to be quite different from the previous Yinu. And Shang Wen also wore a big red apron. No way. Only in this way can it prove that he and Yinu are a sweet pair. Okay, that's it. First of all, let's hang out the business license. Shang Wen took out the business license. This is a tax certificate. It is also a business license. Okay. This is the sweet stall for me and the idiot. Yinu took out the camera and took a picture of the stall that he operated. Four-wheeled trolley. There is a shelf above which will be filled with various cotton stalls. Okay. Let's start running our sweet stall. Yinu was very excited. Obviously, the joy of business on the street made her very hopeful. Before, she was a customer. Right now, she will be the stall owner. You do, I'll sell it. Solicit business. Yinu shouted after speaking. Let's take a look. Delicious Baiyan candy. Baiyan candy like the white clouds in the sky. Come and buy it. Yinu yelled. Not timidly at all. Yinu's hawking soon attracted the attention of pedestrians. People are first interested in Baiuntang. How do you sell this? The pedestrian asked. This. Now it's hard to win Yinu, because she didn't think about this problem. Ah, it's the princess. The pedestrian hurriedly saluted her. Don't stop. I'm not a princess now. This is a sweet stall for me and idiots. Yinu explained. This explanation slightly eased the sense of oppression. Hey, fool. How much do you think we will order? Yingyu hurried over and asked. This. Let me think about it. Shang Wen thought for a moment and stretched out 5 fingers. Hardware. Same as I thought. He said he had to go out and talk about the price. Shang Wen listened to that music. 5 points. The hardware. Baiuntang is made of gold. Shang Wen called to Yinu. If she said hardware, it is estimated that some people will pay for it. Ah, only 5 points. Yinu was a little disappointed. But then he became optimistic again. 5 points are 5 points. Yinu randomly solicited business. And Shang Wen struggled to make marshmallows. The business is very hot. The first is because no one has seen it. No one has eaten it either. The second is 2 public figures. Especially the 2 are still a couple. The 2 dresses are almost almost the same. Add intimate action. Let many lovers envy. Cotton candy has also become their choice of sweet food. Yinu is very happy. This is the first time that she has interacted with the people with an affinity for the ordinary side. The actions of the two Shangwen naturally attracted the attention of reporters. The report especially took pictures of Yinu's every move. Yinu seems very accustomed to the feeling of flash. Not only is he not disgusted with reporters, and also made some intimate moves with Shangwen, in order to announce to the world, the node belongs to her. The sweet stall is running smoothly. I don't know how much I did. In short, the two big sugars are all used up. The business is very hot, although Yinu feels tired, but still excited. This is a good life attempt. In particular, I still run my own sweet stall. Chapter 615 of a Navy Queen. The newspaper reported the matter the next day. The attitude of the media is very different. Some newspapers think the two people's actions are very sweet. It's as sweet as the sweet stall run by the two. And this is the integration of the upper class into the lower class society, a good way to experience life. Life should be so plain. Find happiness in the ordinary. What is happiness? Either bitter or sweet. The two can stay together for a long time. This is happiness. The eldest princess and the prime minister told us that love is always present with a plain life attitude. The newspaper commented, there are good reviews. There are also bad ones. Both of them are high-level managers. They even focus on personal affairs regardless of their careers. There is a possibility of dereliction of duty. The Xianyang Post said in a worried tone, since both parties have, then there is bound to be a debate in the newspaper. Humans have emotions. The ones without emotions are machines. Even machines need to be maintained at any time. The same is true for people. People have joys and sorrows. There are also times to enjoy love. Love between men and women is the most sweet emotion, a good regulator. One cannot live without love. Career is important. Then love can affect one person and then affect one's career. Just like the Prime Minister and the Princess. The harmony of love makes their careers go so smoothly. Love Tabloid is a newspaper that focuses on writing love stories. This newspaper is the most popular among Qin women. Even the princesses of the 6 nations watch every day. This newspaper is also Qin's first emotional newspaper. The reason why the relationship between the two is so concerned, and it has the upper hand in focusing on people's emotional issues. The main reason is that a wave of humanistic thought is being staged in Qin. This is equivalent to the tide of Qin's thoughts. Many novels and literary works began to write about love as an excuse. Women always like such subjects. The background is the love story of men and women, or comedy, or tragedy, or end with a ridiculously unimaginable ending. These novels all emphasize the human spirit in varying degrees. But these things are very unpopular in Qi. Qi Confucian culture almost monopolizes the entire Qi culture. They criticized the relationship between men and women of Qin state in a critical tone. Love. What is love? They don't understand at all. It denies everything about the Qin culture in the tone of Li. King Qin's attitude towards this is non-committal, because the two always do things that make King Qin hard to understand. For example, there are good carriages not to ride. Going for a walk on foot. Park, by the river. During the break, the two even rode to board. See what leaves fall all over the ground in autumn. It is childish. When it snowed heavily in winter, the two of them had a snowball fight. The status of the two is so high. There is not even a little shelf. King Qin couldn't understand. People's opinion on this matter is the sweet act of two people. But Ocean reported a shocking news. A report of playing with the Navy reported in the waters of the Yangtze River in Qin. The ship struggle between the Chu Navy and the Qin Navy. The small boat of the Chu State Navy made the large boat of the Qin State Navy play around. Especially the reporter wrote a paragraph like this: although our ship is very big, but it is not flexible. It is like a big fool. Chu Jun's boat approaches flexibly. It is possible to board the ship at any time. Qin's navy became a big fool. This is obviously insulting, but this is true. And there are photos shown. This news coincided with the day Yinu and Shangwen set up a stall. And Shangwen knew nothing about it. After receiving the report, The General Staff and the Lieutenant Mansion did not give priority to the processing level. Now there was a tone of negligence. The Navy was so insulted, and the Prime Minister of our country ignores political affairs and concentrates on setting up stalls. Some people view this matter very rationally, think Shangwin is indeed unaware, and this is primarily a matter for the military. Shangwin only has leadership responsibilities. However, some kin people have always had the inertial view of using force to solve the problem, that this is a kind of provocation from Chu to kin. You must know the fact that the ships of the Chu State Navy were operating in the Yangtze River Basin in the area controlled by the state of Kin, and the Kin Navy is training in this water area. This seriously interfered with the training of the Kin Navy. The waters of the Yangtze River are also part of Kin's territory. This is a stark provocation. The state of Kin absolutely does not allow other naval forces to rush in the waters of the state of Kin. It is also the first time that Shangwin has heard of such a thing. The way I heard it was not a military report. It's a newspaper. I don't know who should listen to me. The Prime Minister. No one has notified me of such a big thing. Shangwen found it ridiculous. King Qin was also very annoyed when he learned of this. What is Qin's navy doing? Go fishing? King Qin scolded, until Qin Wang personally called to ask. This report was found. Related reports include a series of inventory reports of staff officers at all levels, future development report, Navy memo and so on. Until after it happened, the staff found out that all naval reports were piled up in the database. Shangwin was notified and asked to resolve the matter quickly. But things have not been figured out yet. Must know what is going on. It's okay. I read the newspaper and said that I was involved and you didn't manage the things that should be managed. Yin was concerned. It's okay, Shangwen replied with a smile. Ling-a-ling, the phone rang. Shangwen connected immediately. Shangwen puts on the phone. A news surprised him very much. What? Shangwen called out loudly. Tell him on the other end of the phone. They could not contact the southern Yangtze River Naval Base in the shortest time, because there is no cable going there. There are also those guys in the staff who are sorting out naval data. First-hand information takes 1 day. The Navy is like a stepmother. I don't even know what happened. Shangwin originally planned to convene a special naval meeting to discuss specific countermeasures, but now it seems within 3 days it was impossible to know the specific naval situation. If you understand the specific first-hand information, it will take at least half a month. There is not a complete road from Xianyang to the south. Now the road to start construction has just begun. It takes at least 1 year to complete. And at the Southern Naval Base, the Navy finally ignited a spark with Chu's Navy. No one knows who did it first. No one can even tell who made the move first. I didn't know what the situation was and started fighting. This is simply a weird thing. As a result, a destroyer of the Qin State Navy exploded violently for unknown reasons. Then the ship was sunk. The Chu State Navy lost a small ship, a frigate of the Qin State Navy, which came for reinforcements, sank a small vessel. Subsequently, the frigate was successfully boarded by the other side. Defeat the opponent under the whole ship's hard work, then evacuated quickly. Things come to an end for now. Chapter 616 Black powder leaked. What happened? A Navy lieutenant asked a sailor. This sailor was a survivor who was rescued after being sunk by the destroyer. I don't know. I don't know anything. The sailor turned pale, said while shaking his head. The lieutenant frowned. The matter was far more serious than he imagined. Shangwin, relax. Look into my eyes. Relax. The lieutenant patted his shoulder and said, Sergeant, bring me a cup of hot water. The lieutenant ordered. Okay, sir. The sergeant left. The military doctor on the side wiped the wounds of the sailors. A wooden thorn was inserted into the wound. This was blown in after the explosion, from the depth. You can see what happened at that time. Burn the wound. The lieutenant looked at everything in front of him unbelievably. The initial report revealed a general fact after treating the wounded soldiers. At that time, a small ship of the Chu army approached the Qin destroyers Yuan at a rapid speed. Then the crew dived. Then there was a huge explosion. A big hole was exploded in the whole ship. Then came a series of explosions. Explosion? Why is there an explosion? The chief officer of the Qin naval base did not understand why the explosion occurred. Could it be the black powder exported by Qin state? The Navy chief analyzed that. The fact is that after a long period of configuration, Chu finally figured out the secret formula of black powder. The reason why the secret recipe can be figured out is because Qin has figured it out from the raw materials imported. Qin had imported a large amount of sulfur and sulfur when he used black powder. These two products are basically defensive weapons, mainly used for city defense. For Qin, which has always been aggressively offensive, it is not necessary at all. This is very strange. Afterwards, Qin state, which began to export gunpowder weapons on a large scale, allowed Chu state to temporarily focus on changing weapons. However, Qin's export of gunpowder is really outrageous. The price of the gun can be very cheap, but the price of gunpowder is surprisingly expensive. A bucket of black powder costs as much as a gold, and the army had to use it after the change. This extortion-style trading led Chu people to study the main ingredients of black powder on their own. Qin imported more and more things, various non-ferrous metal mines. There is also fireglass, sulfur. Judging from the smoke after burning, there are basically two substances, sulfur and fire nitrate. Because the irritation of sulfur cannot be concealed, then it is to configure huoni. The two basically smell like ignition powder. But there is one thing missing. That's why the color of black powder is black, and this kind of Chu state's own configuration is white. Chu's meticulous work provides a humble message. Qin state once burned charcoal regardless of winter and summer. This is strange. Charcoal is only needed in winter. Why do you need it in summer? In this way, it exposes the third substance, charcoal. This is the case of tentativeness. Black powder was developed by the state of Chu. The amount of black powder exported by Qin state began to decrease, but still maintain a certain amount. Although Qin made tricks when making black powder, but the ratio is higher than that of the black powder that Chu has just developed, especially the fireglass, basically reached 60%. The black powder of Chu state has been burning at about 50%. The power gap between the two is obvious. No matter how big the power gap is, it cannot explain the fact that Chu state already possesses black powder. After mastering the black powder technology, Chu Jun immediately launched a series of experiments. For example, this is the case of the attack on the destroyer of the state of Qin. Chu state installed about 10 stones of black powder on a small boat. Fast sails were added to the boat. This operator is a sailor with excellent water quality. They lit black powder as they approached the target location, then dived to escape. The remaining time period is just close. This kind of boat is equipped with 10 stone black gunpowder. This is equivalent to a small torpedo. Powerful. For the destroyer, if it hits directly, can directly break the destroyer in half. Judging from the survivors on the spot, it should have exploded early before sinking the Qin Navy's destroyer directly. However, the explosion triggered a second explosion of the Qin destroyer. The ammunition inside the destroyer was detonated one after another. A series of explosions directly led to the sinking of the ship. But there is one thing I don't understand. What purpose did Chu's naval forces openly attack Qin's naval ships? This may lead to the outbreak of two wars. Is it possible that Chu's naval forces are prepared to win this surface war? There is also the Qin State Navy who has the same idea. They think the other side is at war. Qin's navy will directly fire on Chu's navy. The sinking of the destroyer was reported by both parties at the same time. The two countries, the sea and the armed forces, can proceed to the next step as long as they make further moves above. Whether the situation has expanded or just silenced, it depends on the attitude of the two parties. And in the western regions, the war is ready to start. The Qin Air Force continuously dispatched airships for photo reconnaissance. The appearance of the airship greatly increased the morale of the encircled Qin army. They chanted the slogan "Long live Qin Jun." The western region coalition forces were panicked for for a while. Morale fell sharply. This reconnaissance requires 100 miles deep behind the opponent. Then look for a suitable landing place in the photo. The Allied forces of the western regions were very helpless against Kin's airship. Their bows and arrows cannot shoot down the airships high above them, can only send cavalry to follow. Even so, what about the airships in the sky? Qin Jun's reconnaissance airship not only needs to take pictures of the ground, it is also necessary to measure the weather conditions. The plan can't keep up with the changes. Airborne assault operations require good weather. Airborne if there is no good weather. Undoubtedly, the airborne troops were sent to death. The weather forecast is also intensively collecting various meteorological data. The airborne troops have assembled and are ready to attack. The final offensive moment is coming. The airship has been assembled. The airborne troops will conduct operations in accordance with the original plan. Temporary maps will show the worst plans that can be encountered in airborne operations, and they need to study it before attacking. At the beginning of the battle, a company will airborne on our left. We will form the first defensive line with the company, defend against possible attacks from all quarters. An airborne major introduced to the two Qin army airborne units. They would be the first troops to land. What's the matter? The major saw an ensign raise his hand. How do we know that we are just airborne within the originally planned area, sir? The second lieutenant suggested. Your question is very good. What I want to say is, someone will give us directions. The major said firmly. Okay, said the ensign. In fact, this time Qin State dispatched the first special assault force. They will penetrate from the front of the enemy. Go to the enemy's rear to pick up the airborne assault troops. Guiding landmarks is also one of their tasks. Chapter 617. On the eve of the counterattack, airborne operations require a special team to respond on the ground. This demand is very important, because the combat area is spread out in an unfamiliar area. If there is no response, it is difficult to complete combat missions by relying on maps alone. So the special company of Class 9 Seoul was used. Can your companies platoon level be able to fight independently? Wang Ben asked directly. Yes, sir, Juban Seoul replied. How about skydiving? Is it possible? Wang Ben continued to ask. Yes, sir. We have received 1 month of skydiving training, Juban Seoul replied. Yeah? Have you tried parachuting at night? Wang Ben continued to ask. Only I and the sergeant major skipped. The entire company. None of the others tried, Juban Seoul replied. Yeah? Take a look at this. Wang Ben handed a document to Class 9 Seoul. This is a specific plan for infiltration operations. At the beginning of the plan, 2 penetration methods were selected. The first is parachuting at night. A large number of cavalry will follow the parachute during the day. The risk is too high, so parachuting chooses at night. But there is still a long way from the main landing area after parachuting. The other section is all walking. First of all, this unit will move forward with light equipment. They will detour from the mountains on both sides to the main landing area. That's the plan. I'll tell you the truth. I really want to use the second scenario, but currently our weather conditions do not allow it. There are at most 7 days left before we can launch a counterattack. There will be any day within 7 days. Variables. I can't guarantee that you will arrive on time, but I need you all to arrive. The first type. This may be the only opportunity we can choose. Wang Ben said solemnly. Understand, sir. We will execute it. But we need a night skydiving training, Juban Han said firmly. Well, you find Captain YB. He will meet all your requirements. Do the rest as mentioned above. Wang Ben said. Finished. Juban Seoul left. Wang Ben wants to convene a new military meeting. The protagonist of the meeting is neither him nor Ixin. It's the weather officer of the Celestial Army. The combat time has been clearly told to advance. The climatic characteristics here are very strange. We are often attacked by cold air from the northwest. Our airships have very limited takeoffs. However, the temperature has been a bit low recently. Low temperatures mean that our air pressure is high. The weather will justify stable, the weather officer introduced, and in the landing area, because there are large mountains on both sides of it. The impact of the airflow is not great, the weather officer introduced. So how long will this weather be? Lee Xin asked. Normally, the change is not great within 5 days, the weather officer said. In other words, starting from the 7th, this kind of weather will be steadily maintained within 5 days. Lee Xin asked. This is usually the case, the weather officer said. What I want is not the usual. It is a guarantee. Lee Xin asked with certainty. Can you guarantee it? Lee Xin asked. The weather officer was a little uncertain, but after a little relaxation, he made up his mind to. I think I can guarantee, the weather officer said. Everyone present took a deep breath. This means the counterattack begins. The weather officer withdrew from the meeting. Next, the chief military officer will make specific arrangements based on these 5 days. Everything is ready. Time is short. This night, 3 large airships fully loaded with 102 people were parachuted. The result is generally good. 3 people broke their legs to varying degrees. But they initially have experience in skydiving at night. During the day they have to make intensive preparations. The task has been issued. They will take a parachute jump at night, then walk east for 20 miles. That they will be hidden. Watch the airship in the sky at night. The moonlight is still there these days. The Allied forces have not yet determined whether it will be a white sky landing or a night air landing. But the former is very likely. The probability of fighting in the second half of the night is very high. So they have to be prepared. Today, we are going to perform a historic task. This task is glorious and full of mission. Juban Soul Summoner said. His company will be divided into 2 teams to perform their tasks individually. I believe history will remember this day. The evening of April 8th, Juban Hun said. Everyone's faces are solemn. They will help the parachute troops to complete the landing. This is a difficult task. Stand up in a row. Get your gear. Board the plane. The sergeant major cried out. The 4 airships will each carry a team of more than 110 people on the flat ground of the North and South Mountains. There are also some heavy weapons at random. The new curved firing front-mounted artillery, the predecessor of the artillery cannon. Qin Jun found out in close combat. There is a large vacuum in the rifle and artillery. This artillery is a temporary modified artillery, mainly used to fill this blank area. There are also heavy machine guns, water-cooled machine gun, and a lot of supplies. 2,000 rounds of various ammunition. This amount is huge. 2 parachutes will be used separately. There are also various foods and medicines, and communication equipment, flares. They are the signal weapons for instructing paratroopers. The airship slowly lifted off, then disappeared into the long night. After an hour and a half, they will parachute down in a clearing. At the time, I was terribly scared. I don't know if it was cold in the sky or something. My legs kept shaking. An veteran later recalled. I felt dizzy at the time. I never felt that I had been an airship for such a long time. Just when I couldn't control it, the sergeant chief yelled. All stood up. Then it was check the equipment and we started to check the equipment. I don't know what happened. The sergeant chief kept talking about jumping. We just jumped out one by one like this. It's black and heavy. I can't see anything. After I landed, one of my partners came and called me. I knew I had landed. I'm so lucky. The veteran mentioned this unforgettable parachute landing in his memoirs. The parachute landing that day was very successful. No wind blows them apart. The Western region Allied forces obviously did not notice it either. After the team found their own equipment, they immediately concealed it. The only place where the parachute has failed this time is the weapon. Most weapons lack effective earthquake protection. All 3 machine guns that landed were broken. The machine gunner used the 3 damaged machine guns to piece together one improvised one. This initially guaranteed the existence of firepower. In 4 hours before dawn, they keep on going. The landing place was on the grass of the river. There will be an airborne landing zone. They must ensure the safety of the airborne venue, and also accurately instruct the safety of parachuting troops. All they have to do now is to hurry. The war will start in the next few days. Chapter 618. The last offensive of the coalition forces with the successful airborne of the Special Squadron. The Allied forces then began a large-scale force preparation phase. The temporary airport was full of all kinds of airships. The large civilian airship will airlift the parachute troops of the 4 companies to the landing site, while the bombing airship will load 20-ton aerial bombs at a time, and they will drop the bombs behind the Allied forces in the western regions. Artillery troops quickly added new artillery. They will use new sighting equipment such as goniometers and fixation scopes to launch artillery shells and prepare for firepower before the start of the war. The infantry units began to enter the trenches, and they were ordered to start charging after the fire was ready. The engineering units nervously cleared some barbed wire and landmines, all of which were preparing for the counterattack. But just when everything was ready, the accident happened again. The Allied forces of the western regions launched a fierce onslaught. The battle began with the sneak attack on April 10th. On the 10th, a small strand of barbed wire passed through the Allied forward position and successfully avoided the mine area. The day before yesterday, the engineers just removed the mine in that area. This allowed this small unit to pass through. As it was on the eve of the counterattack, the trenches were full of soldiers waiting to attack. And these unlucky Western Union soldiers unexpectedly entered these trenches. They didn't know what was going on and jumped into the trench. When they fell into the trench, they realized that the trench was full of Allied soldiers. Soldiers on both sides were surprised. The Western region Allied forces never expected that there would be so many people standing in this trench. They immediately yelled loudly, "I don't know what to say." Immediately, the Allied soldiers also reacted, picking up the rifle as a butt, and the opponent was obviously still in fear. With this butt, the trenches immediately became a mess. The bayonet, the spear of the western regions, the crescent knife, the soldiers on both sides were in a mess. There are also people who use guns to shoot without knowing the severity. In short, this trench is full of people. With the sound of gunshots, the Allied soldiers had not yet reacted, and the western region Allied forces unexpectedly reacted first, and the western region Allied forces, who were screaming, launched a massive attack. They attacked from the point where they had broken through beforehand. Because it was dark, Allied positions were urgently fired with various flares. Under the illumination of the flares, groups of Allied forces in the western regions were crossing the barbed wire and mine areas that had been cleared beforehand. That area was originally launched for the Allies. Those who prepared for the offensive have now become an offensive channel for the Allied forces of the western regions. Shoot! Quick! Shoot! The field commander immediately ordered the soldiers to shoot. Sporadic gunshots began to ring, and the machine gun teams quickly lifted the machine guns out of the bunker. They had to complete the assembly as quickly as possible, which usually took 4 to 5 seconds. Then install the bullet chain. 100 steps on the ruler. Shoot! The squad leader ordered. This distance is almost useless. The enemy is usually attacking in groups. Only in this way can the cold weapons in their hands be able to exert their maximum effectiveness. The guns in the hands of the Allied forces basically do not need to do this. They usually use machine guns. The center spreads out, although a company has only 3 machine guns. But this is enough to deal with the attack of 5,000 opponents. Aim at both sides of the barbed wire. We must concentrate our firepower to sweep them down. The commander ordered. Bang bang! A Zhaojun machine gun pulled the bolt and started shooting. The machine gun began to fire quickly, and it is estimated that it could kill many people even if you close your eyes. The water-cooled Leilin machine gun exerts its maximum effectiveness. The rate of fire suddenly reached a high rate of fire of 500 rounds per minute. This kind of shooting would generally not allow such a mess, but now, under the flares, there are enemies everywhere. They screamed and attacked here. As long as you kill them, nothing will be taken care of. Damn it, what a valve rifle! It's a dead-end rifle. A Zhaojun infantry soldier took out a bayonet and picked the cartridge out of the magazine. Because of the expansion of the bullet, the cartridge was stuck in the magazine. Shut up. Let's talk about it. I killed you. Officer Zhaojun shouted. He wants to prevent such complaints from appearing. In this tense atmosphere, It is easy to interfere with other soldiers' operations. The noise of gunfire and the emotions of people in the environment are difficult to control. There are often two extremes of differentiation. This is the morale that Zhao Jun understands. In order to control this differentiation, you need to monotonously control the other side. Encourage the other side. Hurry up and tell the artillery. Let them fire quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill those Western Regions Frontline Defense Regimental Level Command. Hey, this is the Red Armored Zone. It needs artillery support. A staff officer called the artillery loudly. The telephone line is connected to the forward position. This can directly maintain the coordination of artillery and infantry. As the range of the artillery increases, especially the advent of the age of fixed-load medicine. At the same time, new propellant and warhead were installed. The power of the artillery increased. The range has reached 10 miles. The curved shooting range reached 14 miles. This distance has basically exceeded the line of sight. The artillery was radar mounted. The contact between the infantry and the artillery requires a rapid telephone connection. Artillery observers were specially set up on the front line. Use the goniometer to calculate the shooting distance of the artillery, ballistics and so on. What? You can't fire the cannon without an order? Go to hell. You roll over for me to take a look. What's happening on the front line? Everywhere. Hey. The staff officer called out loudly. "I'm an artillery observer. I'll make a call," said an officer with a collar with two crossed artillery. "Okay." He handed it to the artillery observer. But the telephone operator informed the artillery observer, "The telephone line is very busy. Can't connect now." Helpless. The only way to send a messenger to the artillery is to see what happened. And in the artillery way, the phone kept ringing. The artillery staff can only patiently explain the above commands. At the same time, the artillery chief had to communicate with the supreme chief by telephone. After all, he didn't know the specific situation here. He knew that guns were being fired everywhere on the front line. "Sir, all frontline commanders demanded that we shoot immediately," the artillery commander said. "I know. Order the experimental infantry guns to shoot forward. Do not shoot the curved artillery. The specific shooting order is waiting for my order," Wang Ben said while holding the phone, "and Li Xin is working with the staff to mark out the situation on the battlefield one by one." "How? Is the situation clear?" Wang Ben put down the phone and asked. "Wars are everywhere. The entire front line is everywhere." Li Xin's red pencil marked all the places where the war was reported. "It seems that there are still a lot of places to attack." Wang Ben looked very relaxed. "I really don't understand. These Western regions think so. Why do you want to launch such a worthless offensive? If it is me, I will take the initiative to retreat back to the original defensive area." Wang Ben said his thoughts. "Speak out." "You mean they attacked to retreat?" Li Xin asked. "This kind of possibility cannot be ruled out, and it's too abnormal. Attacked for so long, no step forward. Now suddenly launched an attack. This is too abnormal." Wang Ben continued. "Indeed. The more so, the greater the possibility," Li Xin said. "Regardless of the possibility, we have to react. I don't think we can directly counterattack this time," Wang Ben proposed. "What about the heavens?" "Those are the airborne troops." Li Xin started from the perspective of the heavenly army. "It's 1 o'clock in the morning. We might as well fight in the white sky. Give the artillery half an hour to prepare. Launch the artillery." Then the bombing squadron bombed the opposing marching group. Then, "The airborne troops will be airborne at noon or very afternoon. You must know to advance 1. Bailey. We need about 3 days. Let's start preparing now," Wang Ben said by looking at his pocket watch. "You are more courageous than your father. I have to tell your father about the situation here," Li Xin said. He admired this guy in his heart. This guy is a natural mobile fighter. The plan was not prepared for him at all. The randomness is too strong. Whatever. Wang Ben didn't matter. Then let the chief of staff it to give combat orders. The front was extremely fierce. The machine gun tank was steaming hot. The other members of the machine gun kept pumping and refilling water. The secondary shooter nervously changed the bullet chain. The ammunition hand ran back and forth with the ammunition box in both hands. Odd. aim, release. An Allied officer stood in the trench and calmly issued the firing command, even, aim, release. A soldier got up and shot, then quickly entered the trenches. Then the other soldier heard the command and quickly got up and shot. This platoon gun shooting tactic is very effective against the combined attacks of the western regions. You must know that no automatic weapons were born at this time. The slow rate of fire needs to be compensated tactically. Gunshots kept ringing, and these soldiers are full of discarded bullet casings under their feet, especially the machine gun side. The bullet shells have piled up into a hill, and at a distance of 100 steps away, the corpse of the Allied forces of the western regions is also a mountain. They are Shishan. Crazy rain of bullets smashed these fleshy bodies to the ground. Many people were shot and fell, especially when facing machine guns. Those soldiers from the western regions are like cutting wheat, falling down one after another. Fingers hit by bullets. Bloodshot arms half pulled. The bones have been broken by 6 or 5 bullets. This bullet is as fierce as a 50-inch bullet. In fact, this caliber bullet is more powerful than that. Although the bone was interrupted, but blood vessels and muscle tissue are still connected to the arm. This makes people look very scary. But this was just a flash. Soon his body was smashed by bullets like raindrops. The bullet directly hit the head of the western regions wearing a leather helmet and pulled it halfway. The sky spirit cover and helmet flew away directly. The splashing brain splashed all over the place. Then, mixed with blood all over the floor, he fell down a body. More soldiers from the western regions were killed and wounded by bullets. Dead obscurity. Live and wait for death. The wound became numb. The pain is disappearing. The painful moan became weak. The falling flares gradually went out, and there is a new flare in the sky. Light up the battlefield of killing like daylight. The western region Allied forces knew they were afraid, but fear is their motivation. If you retreat, you will be executed by capital punishment. It would be better to die like this. The result of the battlefield is almost undecided. The western region Allied forces armed with cold weapons have no resistance. They were slaughtered as if standing in line, and the blood that the Allied forces killed. They know that they can't let each other get close to within 100 steps. This is the security line of Allied defense. Artillery. Artillery is coming. Officer Zhao Jun shouted. Their machine guns boiled. The kid holding the water didn't know where he died. The officer has greeted his 18th generation of women. Still not coming. Firepower is most needed at this time. Aim. Release. The 3-inch direct fire cannon is an infantry cannon specially developed for infantry. But this is an experimental product. Even experimental products have to be used. The cannonball roared out. The sound of the shells made his ears hurt. Bang! The shell exploded in the crowd. The first person to catch the shell was shattered by the explosion. Minced meat splashed around. And the people on the side are unlucky. Shrapnel knocked them to the ground. Such an offense is meaningless. Only let more people die. Life has become worthless here. Yes, I understand. After the artillery commander finished the call, he immediately issued a new order. Order all the artillery to aim at the predetermined unit. The firepower in the third group of guns shoots at the forward position target. Then the firepower is extended. The third group is the reserve group. Generally, it is not used much. Once activated, it means that a special situation arrives. Time asked the Chief of Staff. 2 to 15 minutes. The artillery commander issued an order. The Chief of Staff then called to inform. The various artillery units were quickly conveyed complete orders. They will carry out the fiercest artillery offensive in Qin history so far. Approximately 200 new artillery pieces will be aimed at all predetermined targets, and the forward positions will be bombarded violently. Box after box of shells were opened. The fuse was taken out and installed on the warhead of the shell. Steering machine adjustment. Horizontal machine adjustment. Shooting new iron adjustment. The artillery tuned the artillery nervously. The 3 artillery units in a row are spread out, and the artillery of a company spread out in a big word. All the muzzles were aimed at the direction of the Allied forces in the western regions. Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. Parachute troops gather in area number 1. Boat troops gather in Area 2. Repeat. On an elevated bridge, the Celestial Army officers loudly planned the flow of troops. Many soldiers assembled with weapons. The equipment required temporary preparation. To provide lighting for the airport, a set of generator equipment was specially provided at the rear. Nearly 100 boxes of electric light bulbs were provided. Are we going to airborne? A Zhaojun paratrooper asked nervously. Yes, I think so, Sergeant Zhaojun replied. But we are not ready yet, the soldier said. Shut up. If ready, don't call a war, the sergeant said impatiently. At the beginning of the war, there is always some tension and unpleasantness. One company, assemble for equipment. An officer in charge of parachuting called out loudly. The equipped carriage arrived on time. They talked about special orders. Lead them to the designated area under the guidance of the military police. The soldiers received equipment nervously and orderly. They will use portable backpacks. There is what they want in it. Emergency dry food. Convenient food for the day. Personal daily necessities. Toothbrush, tooth powder, soap, candles, lighters, blankets, portable ground pouches, spare clothes, first aid kit, weapons and equipment. Each carried 150 rounds of bullets. All the bullet belts are full. For the convenience of activities, some people took out the bullets from the bullet belt and put them in their backpacks. Everyone checks their personal marching backpacks. See what is missing? The officer said loudly. Oh, I lack a can opener, a soldier said while looking at the can. Shut up. You can use a dagger bayonet instead. The platoon leader came over and reprimanded. Don't make trouble for me, the second lieutenant platoon leader said. Any problem? Second lieutenant. Officer S asked. Number. Nothing. The ensign replied. Very good. The officer nodded. Everyone come to the front to get the parachute. You will parachute in the air at 200 steps, the officer said. Then all the paratroopers began to receive their main umbrellas. Prepare an umbrella. As a group, the two began to wear parachute gear to each other. After being worn, the paratroopers are inspected uniformly. When everything is ready, go to the rest area to rest. Breakfast will be served at 6 o'clock. The breakfast is very rich. Milk, ham sausage, bread, instant noodles. There are sodas. But the officer wouldn't let him drink too much. It is very inconvenient to go to the toilet because it is equipped with a parachute. In the landing zone, it is much easier. They just need to prepare their backpacks. Fang was just after the airship landed. They just opened the door and rushed out. The soldiers were playing cards, specially sent from the rear, or just chat. Soft drinks, tea and beverages are openly available. Drinks are strictly controlled. The officer will check back and forth. And in several other temporary airports, the ground crew is quite busy. The first is that they have to check the airship, the plane. Next is the installation of various ammunition weapons. One aerial bomb after another is installed in the pod. The machine gun is equipped with a chain of 100 rounds. Various machinery is under inspection. All pilots wear leather jackets. Put on a leather cap. The goggles are placed on the head. Eat breakfast immediately after dressing. They may take off to fight at any time. The ground crew was busy sweating profusely. Just when everything is nervously prepared, there was a rumble of cannons ahead. The offense finally began. Let it go, the artillery commander yelled. The gun rope pulls. The artillery burst into flames, shot out howling shells. The artillery opened the bolt. The smoking shell was thrown out. Then load the second round. The artillery continued to fire. The roaring shells suppressed the fierce gunfire in the forward position. Rumble. In a short moment, the cannonball smashed down fiercely. The explosion stopped everything. Allied soldiers stopped pulling the trigger. The stressed soldier fell to the ground relaxedly at this moment. It is finally over, and more soldiers suddenly didn't know what happened. All I know is that there are constant explosions behind the people of the western regions. The offensive of the Allied forces in the western regions collapsed. They began to flee in all directions. At this time, the machine gun was still firing inertially. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. The officer ordered, "Enough, stop shooting." At this time the shooter looked at the officer. Then he fell to the ground like a slack. Shooting with a machine gun is too exciting. The irritating machine gun shooter was a little numb. Chapter 619 Rumble. The artillery rumbling. The offensive of the Western Region Allied forces was easily dismantled in an instant. For the first time, the coalition forces of the western regions suffered such a heavy artillery attack, and the coalition forces' offensive formation was suddenly collapsed by the double blow of artillery and machine guns. The corpses of those guards who were supervising the battle were also covered by artillery fire. After continuing to shoot very quickly, the front line entered a relatively quiet environment. The battlefield was quiet and terrible. The war was only temporarily subsided. Yes, I understand, sir. Commands at all levels have been ordered to launch a major counterattack. Order all the reserves to enter the forward positions. The offensive is launched at 7 o'clock in the morning. The order was issued in this way. After receiving the order, the reserve team rushed into the position. The original troops began to be replaced. There was an urgent change of defense in the narrow trenches. A company withdrew to the rest area to rest and eat. The third company entered the position. The officer continuously issued adjustment orders. 2 rows of people in the trenches were walking in different directions. After spending an hour and a half, the change of defense is finally over. To save time, the offensive troops will eat breakfast on the spot. Breakfast is milk, bread, canned beef. These foods are easy to transport and distribute. And in the artillery position, the carriage carried various artillery shells to the artillery positions. 10 minutes of firepower shooting is just the beginning. They will begin a violent bombardment of 25 minutes at 6:30. The duration of this shelling will be longer than before. On the other hand, the Space Army began to enter the airship on a large scale. The bombing airship squadron began to take off. The paratroopers boarded the boat. Everything is going on intensely. Diddy. The telegram beating continuously. As the war unfolded, the communications force has been busy. They not only have to accurately issue the latest orders, at the same time, tell the rear about the recent battle. Sir, look at this. Gin State Xian Yang staff. A staff officer handed the telegram just received to Yang Duan on duty. Yang Duan took a quick look at the telegram. Hurry up and let all the combat staff be in place. Inform General Wang, General Li. It is said that the war is urgent. Yang Duan said eagerly. Soon all the combat staff began to enter their positions. The map has also been replaced with a combat map of the western regions. The staff officers are arranging the war chess of each unit on the map according to the information provided by the battlefield. At the same time, it is also communicating the latest situation on the battlefield. What happened? Wang Jian walked over and asked, "Look at this." Yang Duan handed Wang Jian a telegram. "What's the matter?" Could it be? Li Mu came over as their representative of Zhaogo and asked. Wang Jian handed it to Li Mu after reading it. The latest battle report. The front line shelling is over for 10 minutes. The artillery unit is preparing ammunition. The infantry reserve team enters the trenches. The staff officer used a microphone to urgently notify the latest battle report. On a large battle map, the staff are marked with various pieces. The changes on the battlefield are clear at a glance. Have you notified the palace? Wang Jian asked. It has been notified by phone. The king will wake up in an hour and a half, a staff officer said. Very good. Do you have a detailed plan? Wang Jian then asked. This came from before. The paratroopers began to board a boat. The airship bombing squadron is taking off. The landing force is boarding the airship. It is estimated to be completed now, the staff officer said. When will we leave? Wang Jian asked. The bombing of the airship is at 6 o'clock. It will be bombed within 20 to 50 miles behind the coalition in half an hour. The airborne troops don't know. Their time has not yet been determined. The staff officer replied. Yeah, the planning time is a bit messy. Wang Jian said. The key to success or failure lies in whether the airborne troops can land safely. Li Mu said. Wang Jian nodded. And at the frontier airport, the paratroopers have entered the airship. Many people are very nervous. 5 large airships carry a company of paratroopers. There are a total of 12 large airships arranged in an offensive direction. 13 large airships will be arranged in the other direction. A medium-sized airship, 1 or 2 ships in the middle will have their supplies in place. And behind them, will follow more than 80 to 90 airships of various types. The 2 directions combined put more than 200 airships into combat. We were very nervous at the time. It didn't say when we took off. It just let us get on the airship. Really, the airship was very quiet at the time. Everyone didn't want to talk. The atmosphere was very nervous. I was so nervous that I swallowed my saliva. I can hear it. An airborne paratrooper recalled. I don't know what was going on at that time. The pilot of the airship didn't show up for a long time. I wanted to scold them. Because we were so nervous. The guy next to me kept trembling. He was trembling like an infectious disease. I was shivering too. Another companion next to me said jokingly. I said, "Did you drink too much soda?" I said no. Then why are you trembling all the time? It's just like urgency. I thought it was funny at the time. In fact, many of my companions laughed at me. The soldiers in our airship laughed. The atmosphere relieved the tension at the time. Zhao Han, who was parachuting at the time, parachuted in the second row and 2 rows. The soldier of the squad said. Just as the paratroopers were waiting, Wang Ben and Li Xin discussed the specific combat time of the airborne troops. The white sky is very good. But isn't it a little dangerous? Wang Ben is the Marine Corps after all. There is nothing if a small team airborne at night. But so many troops. It's really tricky. How about after the bombing of the airship? Li Xin asked tentatively. If this is the case, will it bring great vigilance to the other party? Our bombing airship can drop bombs. In that case, Wang Ben imagined his own speculation. If the opponent endures less than 1 round of air strikes, escape early, then the whole plan may fail. Although the existing troops can easily defeat the opponent. But it is very regrettable that it cannot be wiped out. Do not know why. After the Qin army equipped a large number of new weapons, there are a lot fewer cases of annihilating the opponent. After this reformed tactics, in particular, the application of airborne troops of new types of arms will well solve the problem of siege and annihilation. The Allied forces can no longer fight the rout. I understand what you mean. Li Xin knew Wang Ben's thoughts. But security. It really worries him. It will take 2 hours to reach the destination. If you take off now. Wang Ben took out his pocket watch and looked at it. The time is displayed at 4:32. How about taking off at 5:15? Wang Ben asked. Arrive at the destination at 7 o'clock in the morning? Li Xin said while looking at Wang Ben. Yes. Wang Ben nodded. Li Xin thought for a while. Now is the crucial moment to determine the course of the war. The biggest highlight of this war is the use of airborne troops. This is a war with the style of a future war. 2 people bear great responsibilities. Just do it. Wang Ben said decisively. Li Xin nodded. Order the airborne troops to take off at 5:15. 15 minutes later, the descending troops took off. Li Xin ordered the Chief of Staff. Orders are randomly issued over the phone. At this time, the attack time sequence table of all time arms is arranged. But the last service, cavalry units that complete their attack tasks and advance their forces quickly need to postpone their attack. Follow the schedule set by Wang Ben and Li Xin. The first round of ground attack will be launched by infantry instead of cavalry. This is mainly due to the large number of obstacles set up by the ground forces. These obstacles form a narrow terrain invisibly. This is very difficult for the cavalry to deploy. Cavalry lies in quick mobility. Allied forces are generally equipped with light cavalry. The protection is weak, but it is very mobile. This was taken into consideration when the plan was made. The first round of infantry attack will occupy the opponent's forward positions. These positions are made up of gullies. It is troublesome for the cavalry to advance. After the infantry destroys all this, there will be the starting position of the cavalry, quickly interspersed to the enemy's rear. Divide and encircle, intersperse in roundabouts, and merge with the airborne troops that have already airborne. Complete the final task of completely destroying the coalition forces. The cavalry unit has withdrawn from the previous battle, and completed the refurbishment. The number of cavalry is more than 13,000. In addition, there is a special cavalry of 2,000 men. They are equipped with local camels, not a horse. This mainly deals with the local desert terrain. Such cavalry units also exist in the western region Allied forces. However, their use is mainly for transportation, rather than the rapid offensive of the Qin army. After these unfold, logistics transportation vehicles will also move forward. The engineers spent countless brain cells for this. A simple grid pavement woven by barbed wire is laid on the road along the way. This kind of road can prevent the wheels of vehicles from sinking into the gully of the Gobi Desert. This kind of wire mesh can be driven as long as it is slightly hardened. The most important thing is the simplicity of laying. The speed is also very fast, very conducive to rapid establishment of channels. This will help the rapid deployment of Qin's supply. The timetable is here. Yang Duan handed the telegram he had just received to Wang Jian. The parachute troops took off at 5:15. They arrived about 2 hours later. Next came the boat troops, 6 o'clock exactly. The bombing of the airship squadron. At 6:30, the shelling began. 25 minutes. Wang Jian looked at the list. The order of attack. Sir, the king is calling. A correspondent stepped forward to report. "I'm here." Wang Jian handed the timetable to Li Mu. "If you have anything you need to add, you can give an order directly." Wang Jian then answered the call from King Qin. Li Mu took over the timetable to check. "How is the situation?" Qin Wang asked. "The situation is very good now. The timetable has been laid out." Wang Jian replied, "Very good. The widow will check it out now." "Have you informed the Prime Minister?" Qin Wang asked. "The Secretariat has been notified." Wang Jian replied, "Very good. That's it." The widow has hung up. King Qin hung up after speaking. "Did the king say anything?" Yang Duan asked. "The king is coming over." Wang Jian said, "It's 5 and 3 o'clock now." Wang Jian looked at the clocks placed in the staff and said, "The parachute troops will take off in a few minutes." Wang Jian said, "My lord, the staff just called. It said that the timetable has been lined up." Shang Wen's secretary of the Prime Minister came in and said, "Let me see." Shang Wen said, "Something telegram." The secretary took out a telegram from the folder. The perforated strips are glued on for easy reference. It will take off at 5:15 Xianyang time. The first thing Shang Wen saw was the first article of the telegram. Shang Wen looked up at the clock. The time has come to 10. There are still 5 minutes. Boys, I've been waiting for a long time. The pilot of the airship boarded the airship. His co-pilot, the technician, has already begun an intense inspection, and all the paratroopers looked at the pilot with all kinds of eyes. It means we have been waiting for a long time. See it. Okay, let's take off. The driver also felt embarrassed. But there is no way. The guys above don't give orders. Happy journey everyone. After saying that, he turned and entered the cab. "Good luck to us. Good luck to those guys," the driver said to himself. The airship in Area 1 starts the engine. The cable loosens, shouted loudly from the loudspeaker. With a shake, the cable of the airship loosened. Then, the paratrooper felt that he was walking up slowly. This moment, everyone relaxed. During the tense moment, they finally embarked on their journey. One airship after another took off. The sun in the east is shining. Shine them into an unknown area. That area is full of mysteries, miracles and risks. Take off. Wang Ben said while looking at his watch. While King Qin looked at the time on the carriage and imagined that the troops had taken off, Shang Wen raised his head to pay attention to the time. After the airship formed in the air, separate the two waves and fly to their destinations. Attention boating troops. Attention boating troops. You are about to take off in 5 minutes. Make the final preparations. The loudspeaker warned. All the descending soldiers began to check their weapons. Carry on equipment. Then fasten your seat belt. Everyone's expressions are unnatural. His face is very solemn. We are about to take off. the sergeant said silently. The cable loosens. The airship shook, then it rose slowly. After liftoff, the formation will be carried out according to the original plan. The huge tinfoil number will give them an indication of the number represented by the airship. Temporarily install ground lights to help them illuminate the friendly aircraft in front of them. Nearly 200 airships just lifted off and left in groups. The airport personnel looked up at this spectacular sight. War photographers used only a little oriental light to shoot this spectacular scene. The airship was shot from a personal angle. The reporters were excited to report this historical moment. This is our history falling from the sky. People in the western regions would never imagine. Brave Allied soldiers will come from the sky. Block them behind them. The reporter reported. They will use the commercial telegraph line to send the information, then publish it in the newspaper. If used, it will be sent to various local newspapers for printing by telegram. In this way, the newspaper achieves the purpose of simultaneous distribution. The front line is still very quiet. What is not quiet is the Allied forces of the western regions. They were tortured enough by the emotion of failure. Many people involved in the attack died under the opponent's artillery. The war is so cruel. They want to go home. I don't want to fight anymore. But the Allied side has already sharpened the bayonet. Brother, what are you doing with your bayonet? A Korean infantryman asked Sergeant Zhao Jun. Don't you feel something is wrong today? The veteran continued to sharpen his bayonet. What's wrong? I don't feel it. The South Korean soldier did what he said strangely. Hey. Nothing. The veteran smiled slightly. Then he said nothing. The South Korean soldiers were surprised. But I know everything. 5:56 Wang Ben looked at his watch. And at the airport, a large number of bombing airships have begun to loose their cables. And the airport on the side. Some fighters from both sides have started their engines. They will be the first to attack. They installed 2 half-stone bombs at their opportunity. They will drop the bombs into the coalition assembly camp in a low-altitude flight. Their goals are small, scattered goals. The airship bombing targets are all nearby important camps. Take off. The commander waved. The ground crew removed the wooden check. The engine roared. The first plane took off, followed by the second one. The third frame. The airship on the other side has also taken off. They will be arranged in a certain formation into the depth of each other. Heart 2. Wang Ben and Li Xin spent this difficult time playing cards. Both of them know as local commanders. My heart is more nervous than anyone else. Playing cards can only suppress tension on the surface. Look at it. Heaven. At this time, the Army Air Combat No. 1 Brigade. 36 planes flew over the Allied forces in a large triangle formation. The sound of buzzing broke the temporary calm. The Western Region Allied forces can only look at the sky numbly. Their chief also realized the abnormality. Such strange things that can fly often appear. But what happened today? How come there are so many? Soldiers on both sides looked up at the plane in the sky. After the planes left, there was a huge formation of airships for a while. 2 bombing groups, plus a special bombing airship squadron. Nearly 100 airships flew above them. At this time the sky is clear. So many planes. Airship, let everyone feel shocked. Blow up you bastards. The pilot in the sky looked at the ground and cursed. So many airships, airplanes, cannons. A technician looked at the position below. The artillery positions are busy. The ground soldiers waved at them. The coalition soldiers didn't know what happened. Their opponent is too strange. They know nothing. It's 6:30. After the airship of the plane flew away that day, the calm broke again. The artillery bombardment began. 0180. Shoot quickly. The shooter yelled, "Let it go." Boom. The first shell fired. Then countless cannons began to roar. Ha! The boom rumble coalition position was suddenly in flames. There are explosions everywhere. The earth kept trembling. Even the Allied positions felt that the artillery was extremely powerful. Everyone can only stay in the trenches and wait quietly. The order has come down. Everyone will rush out of the trenches. Shelling for 25 minutes. Some courageous lie out of the trenches to check the situation formation on the opposite side. "How is it?" a recruit asked curiously. "Here, you see for yourself. There are explosions everywhere." "It doesn't mean anything," said the soldier. There were explosions everywhere in the opposite position. The billowing smoke will bury everything. Chapter 620 Heavenly Warrior. The artillery fire is like plowing the ground. One by one, the coalition forces were overturned. No one can survive such a big shelling. This is the consensus of all Allied soldiers. The coalition soldiers on the opposite side could only curl themselves up in the trench, hoping that the gods would bless them and let them escape the disaster. Everyone is in line. Allied officers gave orders with serious faces. All the soldiers are standing in the trenches. Stand in two lines as much as possible. Wait for the formation to stand, waiting for the officer to give the next order. The officer looked at the faces of people around him. Nervous, at a loss, persevering, resolute. The officer looked at everyone. The shelling continued. The officer looked at his pocket watch. There are 10 minutes to rush out of the trenches. "Attention everyone!" the officer yelled. "Get on the bayonet." There was a splash. All the soldiers drew out their bayonets and installed them on their guns. They are finally going to break out of the trench this time. The shelling is getting denser. It seems that the final climax has been reached. Maybe it's because of the last time. They want to fire as many shells as possible. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Everyone is waiting. The sound of the cannon slowly stopped. It was much quieter outside the position. But in the trenches, even the soldiers' breathing could be heard. 7 o'clock. Attack! The officers shouted. All the soldiers silently picked up their bayonet rifles and moved forward. The Qin Army's offensive positions were actually sticking to the rules. After the soldiers got out of the trenches, they were going to line up. Even more ridiculous is the South Korean army. There is even music accompaniment. Their pace and tone are consistent. 50 steps. Laugh 100 steps. Kim Jun is still a bit more advanced. There is also a platoon of skirmishers in front of the NEAT team. They must ensure the safety of the follow-up force. The skirmish formation did not play well in the Qin Army's battle, but Zhao Jun is an exception. Their soldiers lined up and walked out of the trenches in skirmish formations. The three are in a small group, alternate screens. Then form a big triangle formation. There is also a small vanguard in front of the entire formation. They are responsible for unfolding the whole team's path forward. Zhao Jun's skirmish formation is much better than Qin's linear formation. But in actual use, it is difficult to tell who is more suitable, because their opponents need to be close in order to be effective. And the method of arranging guns can just focus on firepower, but it needs skirmishers to help open the way when advancing. Only in this way can the safety of the infantry brigade be guaranteed. The Qin Army has rarely used infantry for combat in recent years. This directly leads to the old-fashioned infantry tactics. This is also an important reason for the coexistence of the skirmish formation and the linear formation. In contrast, the cavalry tactics of the Qin Army developed rapidly. The reason is that the Qin Army has been fighting with a few nomadic tribes in the north and northwest in recent years. Cavalry tactics are very mature. The roundabout outflanks are quite mature. And Zhao Jun fought against Yan Jun, who also used a musket. Know that the firepower of the musket is focused on the firepower to shoot away. At this time, it is natural to adopt a skirmish formation to attack. Experience is a factor. Another factor is the rate of fire of the rifle. Range and increase, plus the use of fixed charge bullets. This improves the accuracy of the bullet a lot. These technical reasons have greatly supported the transformation of the tactical formation. The skirmish formation can become more flexible. However, the flexibility of the linear formation is not good. At this point, Zhao Jun came to the front of Qin Jun. The Qin Army lacked infantry combat. This needs to be remedied. The measures to compensate are actual combat. What's going on? It's so quiet, Zhao Jun said in a paragraph. The veteran looked at everything in front of him alertly. This is really hard to believe. So many people attacked. Nothing happened to the opponent's position. The veteran felt strangely quiet. The confrontation between the two armies was 2 or 3 miles apart. This distance is still within the range of Allied artillery, but it can avoid the range of the opponent's rifle and machine gun. The machine gun can reach this distance if it can. But the Allies obviously don't like this. Bullets also cost money. It's okay to play at such a long distance. The quieter the more disturbed, because such a quiet situation tells the rich veterans a truth. The opponent is likely to have an ambush. At this time, the infantry forward has advanced to the opponent's position. There are craters from shells everywhere, a lot of potholes. The land is very soft. Stepped on it and almost fell. Look. Did it move over there? A Zhaojun soldier called out in a little panic. Several nearby people immediately pointed their guns at the direction the soldiers were pointing. Indeed, a piece of soil loosened. The soldiers of Zhaojun nervously aimed at the mound. Then the mound loosened continuously. Just when the other Zhaojun was at a loss, there was a bang gunshot. A second lieutenant shot with a revolver in his hand. Then everyone reacted. Start shooting. Soon the mound stopped moving. Some blood flowed out of the mound. Obviously the opponent was fainted by the violent shelling. Yeah. Suddenly a native rushed out. Boom. 2 consecutive gunshots. The natives will never get up when they fall down. My mother scared your father to death. A soldier stepped forward with a bayonet. Puff. Blood spurted out. Everyone is careful. The dead are shot. Use a bayonet to kill the vital parts. Don't leave alive. The veteran ordered carefully. The skirmish formation began to advance cautiously. Kill those who survived the western regions. But most of them died during the second round of shelling. Some of the broken bodies were trampled underfoot by Zhaojun soldiers. There are very few whole bodies. There are minced meat everywhere. This is far more terrifying than the slaughterhouse. Zhaojun dispersed and moved forward. Ginjun also faced the same situation. There are dead people everywhere. But occasionally a few survivors became prisoners, or come out desperately. There are also some survivors buried in mud. They asked Ginjun for help in their own language. I hope these enemies can show their kindness to save them. But they were given a bullet, or the bayonet inserted into the heart. Han Jun was stabbed by a desperate Westerner. There are no major obstacles to the rest. In this way, the infantry advanced smoothly. As for how far to go, it depends on where they meet the enemy, and more than 100 miles behind the western regions. Juban Sol and his team are secretly approaching their combat area. Because the airborne area is selected at a location with obvious geographic reference. Therefore, a small river formed by melting snow and ice from the Kunlun Mountains was chosen as the airdrop point. What's the situation? A squad member came back from reconnaissance. There is a clearing ahead. There is a green area by the river. The team member replied. How many people? Juban asked impatiently. There are a few herders. Weapons are bows and arrows. There is also a large herd of sheep. The sheep are good. They can be roasted and eaten. The team members were obviously hungry. Just no to eat. Juban Sol reprimanded. Attention everyone. Silent battle. Fight with crossbows. Juban Sol issued an order. More than 60 people went into battle except for 2 broken legs, 1 medical soldier, and 1 machine gun team. A squad member aimed with a ghost ring sight with a rifle pulled back in his hand. This sight is very comfortable to use. You can quickly aim and shoot. This ghost ring sight is a major feature of Wen Yang rifles. Almost all Wen Yang rifles use this type of sight. This is a big benefit Shang Wen gave to Yin Armory. The other squad member used a hard iron crossbow. This crossbow can shoot an astonishing distance of 400 steps. Swish, the sharp arrow shot out quickly. An arrow shot directly through the neck of a herder. Then comes the second one. The arrow passes directly through the opponent's heart. But some surprises. That is, after shooting through the opponent's few people left, the opponent's shepherd dog attacked them. Fortunately, fire and shoot in time. Tell them about this action. The guard dog is more sensitive than they thought. Fortunately, there is already a long distance from the front line. There is rarely a large number of troops deployed here. Occupy the commanding heights of the hills over there. I'll give you 5 people, a machine gun. Is that okay? Juban Sol quickly arranged. He was ordered to hold here before the airship dropped the paratroopers. Hold here at all costs. Such a large area is not an important piece of land. Juban Hun looked at the surrounding terrain with a telescope. To the south is a high mountain. To the north is the plain. The passages on this plane. Juban Sol arranged the machine gun on the commanding heights. This can effectively control all the surrounding locations. The rest are scattered on the passage using the effective terrain to indicate the airship. He also spread the huge banner prepared in advance on the ground. The latest news. Our shelling has stopped. The infantry has also rushed to the opponent's position. A staff officer introduced to Wang Jian. Wang Jian then asked the staff to demonstrate the specific situation with wargaming. King Qin and Li Mu looked at the war pattern demonstrated on the large map. Because I don't know what happened to the other party. This requires reconnaissance by reconnaissance aircraft to know. Show on a map. Parachute troops. The submarine troops are already in flight. Thanks to the wireless point, no one knows what happened to the flying unit that flew out. Li Mu looked surprisingly quiet. He quietly watched the changes on the map. According to the current situation, everything is in the control of the Allies, especially the air-ground coordinated operations. What he needs is how to see how the Qin army has mastered so many technical arms to fight. The roar of the buzzing engines made a large group of planes appear at some strongholds on the road like wasps. A squad leader made a gesture. His two cover planes nodded. Then the team leader rushed down quickly. A dive then rushed down. Qin-Go pilots gradually discovered during the long flight training. If the bomb is dropped horizontally, accuracy is greatly affected. If it is a dive bomb, the accuracy is greatly improved. But this way of dropping bombs is only limited to some superb pilots. There is also the strength of their aircraft. It is easy to stop during a dive. This is a very high-risk game, but the pilots are willing to challenge. This is something that ordinary people cannot do. The engine turned quickly. The pilot dived firmly. Scream. In addition, the flight attitude is like an eagle. The Allied forces of the western regions on the ground had already fled in fright. The bomb dropped with a whistle. The pilot quickly pulled up the plane. Boom. There was an explosion behind them. This is flying bombing. The pilot exclaimed happily. This kind of excitement is not what most people can imagine. Then the following aircraft began to drop bombs into all the targets they could see. A few tents, carriage, the crowd fleeing. Then use the machine gun in the backseat to fire frantically. Kill them to see everything alive. They can't go down and catch alive anyway. Sooner or later these things will be cheaper for the guys who are fighting on the ground with rifles. And on the other side, the Western Region coalition forces are strangely gathering a large number of people. The pilot couldn't guess what the low Westerners were doing. Perhaps reinforcements. Maybe retreat. In short, there are a lot of people. There are also many tents. This is an excellent target for bombing. What do you think they are doing? Technology asked, looking at their gods. We are their gods. The bomber said jokingly. God told you to die. The technician called out loudly, prepare to drop the bomb. Damn. The first officer called out loudly. And on the ground, people from the western regions seemed to have never seen so many airships. The team did not stand well. They looked up one after another. It's like looking up to their gods. Bang. After dropping the bomb, the airship rose a bit. All the bombs were dropped. The airship behind them also dropped bombs. The bombs were dropped one after another. Many people from the western regions below stared blankly at the bombing of the airship. And some people think that big things are not good, shouted one after another, and leave the team. At this time, all the talents suddenly realized, follow those who left the line to escape. Soon after they dispersed, all the bombs fell one by one, then bomb them. There were explosions everywhere for a while. Even if it is far away from them, you can also feel the blast of bomb rushing over. It's not just air waves. There are also broken limbs that blow up, internal organs. The horses also ran away. The camel was also frightened. People, horses, camels, and donkeys. In short, there were screams and bomb explosions everywhere. Bomb dropping technology and equipment need to be greatly improved, because many bombs were dropped on the periphery. Very few cast in it. But even so, it also caused a lot of casualties to the Western Region coalition forces, especially the loud noise after the explosion. Let the others' livestock and people be frightened. The army lost control. Everyone tried every means to escape. The bombing was a targeted bombing from one squadron to another. There is at least one bombing squadron in a barracks. If it is large, there are two bombing squadrons for bombing. More than 200 bombs were thrown down. It's pretty scary. The morale of the coalition forces was low. Many of them have begun to believe the rumors in the military. I believe I can go home soon. But now they realize that they can go home. Nearly 100,000 people began to flee. The army began to lose control after the bombing. The coalition collapsed instantly at this moment. And on the front line, as the Allies advanced step by step, a large number of coalition soldiers laid down their weapons. They lost the will to resist. Logistic engineers. The transport vehicle began to advance slowly. The cavalry unit had to leave the station quickly. They want to blaze a trail in the opening opened by the infantry. Go 100 miles. This is their goal. Drive, drive. The cavalry unit rushed out with a whip. On both sides of them are some Western Union soldiers who put down their weapons. They are chained to everything. The infantry is responsible for escorting them. The time slowly reached 7:25. A large number of airships arrived. A large number of airships followed behind them. Damn it, where is the target? The driver shouted. The co-pilot and navigator took the aerial photos to find the same place. Are you sure we have arrived? The captain asked. There should be nothing wrong with that. He made another confirmation on his aerial map. The geo-referenced object is unknown. Make it difficult for pilots to find. And their other flying team then leisurely returned to the base. The bombing brigade has completed their mission. The first is the airplane. They skipped those slow airships directly. The planes by air by wings show their friendliness. However, some of them were left behind. The two planes were unlucky enough to turn off the two engines. The pilot had no choice but to make an emergency landing, then hide it. Look at it. Airship. A team member called out loudly. It's almost the same time. The airship was found in both directions at the same time. Speaking. The respective commanders looked through their binoculars. After confirmation, then issued the order. Signal flare. The commander issued an order. Bang, bang, bang. 3 red flares flew into the sky with whistles. Oh God. Is that a signal flare? Am not mistaken. The captain called out suspiciously. The navigator looked up and finally saw the flare he wanted to see most. 3 flares again. The commander was afraid that the airship hadn't seen it. If it goes wrong, everything is over. With the launch of 3 more flares, the navigator finally confirmed that he was right. Ha ha ha, great. We finally found it. The captain called mobilely. What happened? The skydiving pilot asked when he walked into the cab. We are coming soon, the captain said mobilely. That's great. Let's prepare now. The parachuting pilot said all the captain should have said. Everyone prepares. The skydiving pilot ordered loudly. There are paratroopers ranging from 20 to 30 on an airship. They will jump down with their equipment. All the paratroopers stood up. Check the equipment, the navigator yelled. The paratroopers began to check their weapons. Carry on equipment. Hook up, the paratrooper navigator yelled. All paratroopers hung the hooks of the guiding umbrellas on the wire ropes. Umbrella bag inspection. The navigator gave a loud order. At the same time, other airships also started the same procedure. Because the first airship gave a response signal. 3 downward green flares. Then all the airships began to prepare. Look at it. Our banner. The navigator saw a large kin flag spread out on the ground. The captain nodded. Yes. Let the boys skydive. Good luck to them by the way. Skydive. Good luck. The pilot gave a bridge thumb gesture, and called out loudly. Ready to parachute. The pilot also gave a thumbs up gesture. Number 1 is ready. Number 2 is ready. Number 3 is ready, shouted loudly one after another. Then wait for the skydiving command. The navigator looked at the ground. Jump. A paratrooper jumped out. Jump. The second jumped out. The third. The sky was full of white umbrella flowers in the sky for a while. And a team member who accompanied the skydiving set up a camera to record this unforgettable moment. Chapter 621 Air Force Landing. This is the most beautiful flower I have ever seen in my life. The soul of the 9 class looked at the falling paratroopers and said excitedly. The paratroopers fell one by one. Hurry up. "Gather over there," a paratrooper sergeant called out loudly. Damn the paratrooper deduction. A paratrooper's paratrooper deduction was dead. "Don't worry. Come on like this," said a second lieutenant, tapping the paratrooper clasp with his hand. The paratrooper buckle opened. "Thank you, sir," the paratrooper said excitedly. "Okay. Take your weapon. Let's go to fight." The ensign gestured. "Come here one after another. Hurry up," a sergeant chief yelled. "The troops must be assembled quickly to form combat effectiveness." "Oh my God. The water tank has fallen like this. The machine gun is useless." The machine gunner was taken aback by the opening of the machine gun bag. Their machine gun broke. "What's the matter, boys?" The sergeant chief ran over and asked. "Our machine gun." The machine gunner said. "Oh, pick it up. Go over there and repair it," the sergeant commanded. This was the biggest failure of the Kin Army's parachute troops. They did not have a good choice of shock absorbers to protect the machine gun. The paratroopers left here at the fastest speed. "The boat will land the troops in 15 minutes. One row. You arrange to the commanding heights over there. The second and third rows are on this side. The curved guns are arranged behind the second and third rows." The company commander quickly issued an order. "Okay. Get to the position quickly." After the order was given, the platoon leaders quickly found their own hands and entered the predetermined position. "Hello, Marine Corps Special Unit." The Special Forces member shook hands with the parachute company commander. "Hello, the Army's 1st Paratrooper Company." The two sides reported their own unit numbers. Then the two armies began to cooperate. They will strengthen the defensive circle. The parachute is basically over. The 2nd Paratrooper Company began to move into combat position. They also sent a platoon into the high point. Half of the machine guns are placed on the vantage point. The difference is, one platoon was called out as a reserve. And on the other side, Zhao Jun. The landing of the Zhou Mixed Paratrooper Company was completed. Zhao Jun also occupied the commanding heights. The configuration is the same as that of Kim Jun, into a wide character configuration. This is easy to form crossfire, inflict large-scale damage to the enemy. "Have the airborne troops landed?" Wang Jian said while looking at his watch. "I don't know," Yang Duan said after taking a sip of tea. "It's 7:35. I hope everything goes well." Wang Jian said. Li Mu continued to watch the demonstration of the large map. Latest news. The infantry is progressing well. The cavalry unit has already set off. A staff officer reported in time. King Qin looked at the schedule of the plan. The war has just begun. But he likes this way of warfare. Before, it was impossible to know what happened thousands of miles away. It would take at least half a month to know what happened. And now, the war is like happening in the next room. Everything becomes so close. The landing force has begun to land. An airship slowly approached the ground. Then it slowly dropped. Then slowly opened the door. The door panel serves as a landing board. "Just put it down," the first sergeant called out loudly. "Charge." The landing has not stabilized just now. The soldiers rushed out. However, they generally feel that their legs are much weaker, but they feel a lot more at ease. After all, back to the ground. The soldiers assembled quickly. Then leave the landing area. The airship took off again and left. The second ship, the third ship then landed. Just like this, one ship after another. However, as the number of ground personnel increases, some sergeants acted as temporary guides to guide the airship down. This is another shortcoming in the Qin Army's plan, and there is no appropriate increase in the personnel of the Space Army for air management. But there is no way. At this time radio has just come out, and it needs light control, because when the first batch of electric light equipment was installed, a large airship exploded and burned in the air. Just when this mission was executed, an airship ignited in the air due to electrical problems. The pilot of the airship struggled to steer the airship. Then there was a violent explosion. Other airship members parachuted to escape. The airship was loaded with ammunition supplies. Hydrogen itself is not stable. Qin Guo's domestic laboratory discovered new type of gas. This gas will not be as unstable as hydrogen. In fact, that is helium. But because the cost is expensive, the manufacturing process has not yet been fully mass-produced. Hydrogen is still the mainstream gas, because there is no rival in the air. Hydrogen transportation, especially his carrying capacity. Under the above conditions, the Qin army may continue to maintain this unit. The airship accelerated the intensity and speed of the landing. A large number of infantry entered the ground. A temporary command post was established on the ground. This headquarters is equivalent to the regiment level. The commanders were colonel and lieutenant colonel. The one to the north is the lieutenant colonel. Colonel to the south. After the paratroopers and the submerged troops are deployed, the three airships began to return to base as a group. They also have new tasks. Transport supplies to this special force. Some airships loaded with supplies also unloaded supplies urgently, then leave. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to the original plan. It's 8:03. Xianyang staff. Good news. The bombing formation returned to the base. The specific bombing effect needs to be dispatched to send a reconnaissance plane to estimate it. Yang Duan told Wang Jian the news. Then Wang Jian informed King Qin of this situation. King Qin just nodded. This is not what he cares about most. What is his concern about the airborne troops? Time passed by every minute and every second. Still no new news has arrived on the front lines and on the battlefield. Wang Ben is receiving reports from various parties. These reports are relatively trivial. This makes Wang Ben too lazy to make sense. In contrast, Li Xin is more concerned. He solved them one by one. The command styles of the two generals are very different. Wang Ben is very suitable for cavalry combat, and Li Xin tends to be chief of staff. Too much attention to details. Wang Ben really couldn't sit still. What happened on the front lines? He knows nothing. He wants to know what happened, then the specific solution. I went to the frontline cavalry unit. Leave it to you here. Wang Ben said and stood up, then picked up the whip. What? Li Xin hadn't reacted yet. Wang Ben has already gone out. He doesn't like staying in the command post and directing the battle. This is very dull for him. Wang Ben quickly left the headquarters with his guard platoon, and in the Z airborne landing zone, a large number of light infantry began to dig trenches. The infantry shovel allows them to take it with them. Among the materials unloaded from the airship was a large amount of barbed wire. This is to defend against obstacles. At the same time there are a large number of landmines. A small team went forward to install landmines in the main confined area, and leave a secret whistle. There are a lot of landmines, but it cannot be used at will, because there are still cavalry units to join them. Chapter 622 Coalition Mutation. King Qin was very calm. He has read 3 newspapers. Li Mu drank 2 pots of tea. Wang Jian and Yang Duan kept playing military chess. The frontline reports began to become trivial. This means that progress is relatively smooth. But at this time there was still no news about the airborne troops. This made Wang Jian a little worried. Many prisoners were caught on the front line. The morale of the coalition forces in the western regions is very low. After these soldiers were captured, there is not much resistance to the will. This surprised the Allied soldiers, but this does not prevent them from searching for loot. What is this? Is it gold? A Qin army mercenary pulled off the gold chain from the neck of a western region soldier. The other mercenaries of the Qin army were frantically looking for other trophies. Such actions are often carried out openly, caught a captive, or its supplies. The soldiers usually ransack in small groups. The army is generally organized and these people are completely unorganized. They were fighting for money. Such influence is very bad. It's also very bad because Zhao Jun and Han Jun were misled. It is more envy than misleading. Qin's mercenaries soon followed suit. Some officers of the Zhao Jun took the lead in participating in the collection of trophies. Come here, hurry up. Their Zhao Jun soldier used a bayonet to break the clothes of the Western region Allied forces. Search for the gold they want from the clothes. Jade block. These jade pieces are relatively primitive. Some soldiers were very happy to get the jade. These jewels are only available to the young masters. Now they made a fortune. Zhao Jun soldiers are not paid. Just take care of the food. but both the Qin army and the Korean army have. This gap stimulated the determination of Zhao Jun's soldiers to search, and they searched very carefully. It's not just gold and jade. There are a lot of other supplies: leather, horses, an animal with small ears and longer ears than horses, donkey, began to enter their eyes. A large number of donkeys became their followers. Their marching rucksack hung on it. Keep going. The South Korean army seems to be very concerned about capturing prisoners, because the slave trade can also make a lot of money. Zhao Jun was not very optimistic about the prisoners. This is a lot cheaper for Han Jun. The war has just counterattacked. Allied forces formed by the three armies began to look for their respective trophies. Come here. They are not here to fight. It's here to make a fortune. Ha ha. We have made a fortune. Liu Jie brought a bunch of his good brothers to the command account of the Western region Allied forces. Except for a lot of parchment in the command tent, there are also some gold objects. There are a lot of these gold objects. There are as many as 2 big boxes. It is the first time that Liu Jie has seen so many treasures. Luan, you put everything away and hide it. This is the first time Liu Jie has seen so many treasures. It is inevitable to be a little excited. More is fear. Fear that others will steal their wealth. Big brother, what are you afraid of? Who dares to grab my thank you? Thank you, I said, patting his chest. Good. You guys quickly put it away. Liu Jie felt excited in his heart. Who? Thank you, I yelled suddenly. A woman from the western regions fell to the ground in fright. The woman is tall. A pair of big eyes showed fear. Hey, western regions women. Liu Jie's the kind of small peasant thinking that takes a little bit of his own. I saw a woman. He couldn't walk in his heart. Ah, that's right. You hurry up and put the 2 boxes of treasures away. Liu Jie stared at the western region woman and said, hurry up. Luan touched Fan Kui. Fan Kui looked at Liu Jie. Look at the western region women again. Let's go. Luan Wen took Fan Kui and carried out 2 boxes of treasures. Didn't you see Big Brother venting his fire? Luan said. Hee. Try this western region woman today. Liu Jie rushed forward as he said, and everyone outside is busy looking for gold, looking for jade, catch slaves. However, Liu Jie entered the gentle homeland of the western regions. Just when the Qin army cavalry troops were dispatched, Allied forces in the western regions lost control. After the bombing, the machine gun fired. The army has lost the bottom line of final control. A bomb accidentally exploded in the coalition's main barracks. The supreme commander of the coalition forces, King Lulan, was killed by the bombing. At the same time, Xie Wang was killed. The probability of this kind of thing happening is generally very low. The bomb can kill the opposing commander is almost the same as winning the lottery. The death of the supreme commander makes the situation difficult to control. Some people have fled in disorder. Low morale exacerbated the loss of control and the accidental death of the supreme commander. I don't know if it is the coalition's fear of defeat early or the internal struggle. In short, when the bomb hit the tent, there was the unfortunate death of a commander who was not afraid of things and shouted loudly. This is undoubtedly worse. The loss of the supreme commander put the situation out of control. The soldiers intensified their escape. The Allied offensive momentum showed no signs of abating. Without any choice, small countries try their best to accommodate the army and retreat. The situation happened so quickly that the coalition forces fell apart in a day. Worse, the situation is out of control. In each small country, the tribe fled the battlefield as soon as possible to return to their homeland. This exacerbated the dispersion of the Western region coalition forces. The Allies knew nothing about this. The Qin state staff is still waiting for news from the airborne troops. Ding, ding, the bell rang 11 times. A long time has passed. At this time there was still no news of the landing of the airborne troops. King Qin took a sip of water calmly. When King Qin continued to read the 6th newspaper, a staff officer hurried over and said to Wang Jian, "Prince King, successfully landed." Wang Jian said. Everyone cheered. This means that the landing was successful. Li Mu also congratulated the Allied forces on their successful combat operations. After all, there is still a part of Zhao Jun involved in it. King Qin was also very happy. This moment finally came. King Qin and Li Mu, Wang Jian and others shook hands one after another. Okay, the widow is here. It's time to go back to eat. King Qin found an excuse to leave. See you off. Then the news was communicated to Shang Wen by telephone. Shang Wen was also very happy after listening, but he still asked some detailed questions carefully. For example, how much is lost? How many people successfully landed? But the answer is not clear. After hanging up, Shang Wen believes that such a large airborne operation is simply a miracle. Because there is no radio equipment at this time. Without this, communication cannot keep the connection open. It is also impossible to achieve such a close cooperation. You know, this is a campaign level, a big battle with more than 10,000 people, or coordinated operations in air and ground. This is simply a miracle. The airborne troops landed successfully. The next thing is much simpler, that is the change in waiting time, because the change of the battle situation takes time to change. Chapter 623 Reasons for the Navy to go to see the airborne troops landed successfully. It will completely cut off the retreat of the Western Region Allied forces. This is very helpful in solving the time arrangement of the Western region's issue. If you solve the problem of such a large force at once, it is very beneficial to the Allied forces' next advance. Very good. The airborne troops landed safely. Then next, we will move forward quickly. Order the cavalry troops to intersect quickly. We need to speed up the progress. Wang Ben gave the order, so the two cavalry moved faster. They are not many, but the price is excellent. And they are all elite troops. This is for the collapsed Western Region coalition forces. It's very cruel. No matter how large a defeated army is, it is also unable to resist a smaller number of elite troops. Kill. A cavalry forward force suddenly shot out a fleeing Western Region Allied forces. The Allied forces of the Western regions quickly scattered the birds and beasts as if they had seen a tiger. They are no longer capable of fighting, only slight resistance quickly resolved these scared soldiers. Bang! Gunshots kept ringing. Shoot and kill the fled Western Union soldiers. Dudaduddu is here. A trumpet sounded suddenly from a commanding height. Kill. Suddenly there was a cry of killing. The shouting and killing terrified the cavalry vanguard. But they calmed down quickly. Original. These are the defensive support points of the Qin army surrounded by the Western Region Allied forces. With the rapid advance of the cavalry troops, their siege was disbanded. Seeing reinforcements arrive, they also quickly launched a counterattack. In order to win the final victory, the two armies worked together. Then the face-to-face enemy was successfully resolved. A large number of coalition soldiers became prisoners of war. This stronghold was a stronghold of the Qin army only 20 miles away from the line of defense. It was already more than 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin cavalry has only progressed more than 20 miles. This progress is too slow for them. Don't worry about the prisoners. Go forward. Go forward. Give the prisoners to the infantry. The cavalry goes forward. We have to speed up. Hurry up. Wang Ben led his guard platoon to the forefront, facing a cavalry unit that only advanced so little in a day. He was very dissatisfied. The successful landing of the airborne troops was only half of the success. The other half must be done by cavalry. The earlier the cavalry attack arrived, the greater the chance of success. This is the battlefield rule. The soldiers are very fast. Qin cavalry was too greedy for spoils, so much so that I forgot the spoils. There is no way. When rewarding combat troops, another action is often frustrated because of excessive behavior. Most of these cavalry came from mercenaries assembled to make a group of windfall. Do not say that the combat effectiveness is strong, but there are also many problems. It's always because the loot ignores offensive speed. This is the difference between soldiers and mercenaries. Soldiers have too much emphasis on the duties of soldiers and responsibility. The mercenaries are benefits. They gathered together for profit. Be brave for profit. Under Wang Ben's stern urging, it was almost driven by a horsewhip. Just let this situation of snatching the loot slightly relax. The cavalry began to advance, and Wang Ben continued to move forward. but saw this situation once. It happened once. This kind of imagination is universal. This made Wang Ben very annoyed. But a new solution must be found. Otherwise, big problems will happen sooner or later. If it fails, Wang Ben would definitely write that military discipline is perverted by snatching personal trophies, regardless of the impact of military operations for the spoils in front of you. Passing orders. Rumors spread. It is said that the King Lulan carried a lot of gold and silver treasures and his beautiful concubine not far away, as long as he can catch them as soon as possible. There are a lot of treasures. They can't walk fast. And he is beautiful. Concubine? Do you understand? Wang Ben said with a smile. Understand, sir. After finishing speaking, the guard brought his own hands to dispel the rumors. Want to make the greedy horse move forward. It's not just a whip. Have to rely on temptation, almost in a short period of time. The rumors spread. Hey, dude, don't grab it. Do you know? King Lulan fled with several carts of treasure and his beautiful concubine. One veteran said to another veteran, what does it matter to me? The veteran was busy searching for his belongings. There are so many treasures that can go fast. The place is so big. Maybe it is hidden somewhere. There is no treasure. Catch that beautiful girl. It can also be comfortable. The veteran suggested. You are right. As long as we can catch up, everything is okay. The veteran slowed down. Instead of fighting hard, win a big one. What do you want these tatters? Just you and me, the veteran asked tentatively. This is a big vote. I have already contacted several of my brothers. After the matter is done, they will be divided equally. How does the veteran use it? The Winks looked at each other. I did it, the veteran said happily. So this simple group formed privately in order to make a fortune began to form. For wealth, they can do anything. There are many cases of gangs like this. They marched in gangs with beauties for the legendary wealth. By the time of night, these gangs actually advanced to a depth of 50 miles. There are also gangs looking for the treasures overnight despite the dark rest. I don't know if Wang Ben did it right, because once the rumors are debunked, it's a big blow to morale. But as long as the victory marches, then it must defeat the opponent's main force. The rest is easy to get. But there is one thing. Wang Ben tightly grasped the soldiers' psychological needs, used this demand stimulus cleverly, aroused the enthusiasm of the army to advance. This will make a big step forward soon. At the end of the night, watch the crazy acts of war during the day. Although there are still wars in some places, the gunfire continued. But this day is over. The Allied forces successfully completed a major march. The battle went smoothly on this day. The airborne troops succeeded in airborne operations. It is conducive to us encircling the enemy groups. The enemy's main force will be effectively blocked by our airborne troops. However, the cavalry units will complete the circuitous interspersion as soon as possible. Attack with the airborne troops. This way, in order to quickly disintegrate the enemy's main force, the cavalry is maneuvering. The use of constant maneuvering. The use of speed advantages to achieve strength, opportunities in timing. Only in this way can such a big war be completed. Wang Ben lit the lamp to record his experience on the battlefield. And to the north of them, most of the coalition forces in the western regions came from here. So there are more people here. There are also many strongholds confronting the Qin army's defensive support points. This had a great impact on the cavalry entering. In order to speed up, the artillery troops were left behind, and these strongholds are composed of gully. The cavalry attack was very affected. The infantry and artillery lag far behind. The nearby Qin army was not enough to launch a big offensive to destroy the opponent. Without any choice, they have to stop. But Zhao Jun cavalry believes that they cannot respond negatively. It should be proactive. The key to cavalry is speed. Stopping is very detrimental to the cavalry, so they boldly took advantage of the night to bypass the stronghold and move on. That's all. Qin state formed a kind of cavalry blitz. The cavalry became the tank in their hands, used the speed advantage to hit the opponent fiercely. This blitzkrieg is only a rudimentary form. But once this model is formed, will have a major impact on the war. There are two other new ideas for this rapid combat method. Wang Jian and Li Mu. A whole day. Li Mu has the birth of this idea. The war is no longer a land war. Instead, air power was added, although I don't know how effective the air combat of the Qin army is. But the airborne troops were thrown to the rear through so many enemies. This has surprised Li Mu, especially aerial bombing. The air threat is also great when worrying about the rear. If it is detected in time, it is very dangerous to the buildup of troops. No one wants to suddenly drop a bomb in the sky when there is a large group of people. The intervention of new technological forces greatly speeds up the process of war. This is an understanding of Li Mu. But Wang Jian already had this kind of thinking unconsciously. But he didn't realize it himself. However, he has put a lot of thought into solving the specific details. The offense is easy, but some specific problems have also been exposed, especially communication. More and more arms are connected, especially after the space and ground coordination. Communication has become particularly important. For example, this time, there is a long waiting period after airborne operations. If something unexpected happens, it can be saved during this time, and this time can only be wasted in vain. But nothing can be done. For example, the coordination of artillery and infantry is very good. This is due to the telephone connection between artillery and infantry. Only with timely communication on the phone can the battlefield target and prompt instructions be quickly resolved. Firepower can be completely covered. This night ended a noisy day of war. In the foxhole, airborne soldiers sleep under blankets. The cavalry surrounded the fire. Infantry and artillery fell asleep around the bonfire. The people of the western regions can only take a rest in their sleep in horror. Shang Wen also felt that the war was too tense. People like him are also connected with war. A large number of weapons were developed by him. These weapons also require a large civilian base. If there is no such civil foundation, the development of these weapons is also difficult to become a climate. Military use and civilian intent have begun to blur. No one can make a specific distinction. Just when Shang Wen also fell asleep, in Luoyang, a naval signal officer handed a report with top-secret words to the local garrison. Let them send it to the staff by telegram. The content of the telegram is top secret encrypted. Then translate and send. Encryption means that the numbers must be encrypted in a certain way. Decrypted, such as simple addition, or a slightly more difficult multiplication. The use of machinery, especially after using a punching machine, according to a set of digital points. It automatically accepts punching and non-punching methods to record points. At first, this kind of machine was only used for the transmission of stocks and futures news. Because the stock exchanges a lot of information. Therefore, an automatic device is needed to record stock information. The punching machine was invented in response to this demand. But the military applied this kind of machine. But unfortunately, the complexity of Qin's writing let the typewriter not appear for a long time. This has led to a surge in the demand for female civilian staff in the Qin society. Copy documents. Making various forms needs to be done manually. This is very inconvenient, although some uniform forms were invented. But this still cannot meet its needs, especially to prevent forgery of documents. Some forms need to be printed out by a machine, instead of copying by hand. However, the limitations of text are difficult to make up for in time. As the text is used more and more, a simple text is being popularized. A dictionary also appeared, although its content is not very standardized. But after all, Qin characters are included. The order of gestures is also specified. This facilitates mechanical printing and identification. These are all required by industrialization. But the content of the telegram was still sent out. This telegram reported the details of the previous incident in which the Chu army sank the Qin State Navy destroyer. The communications office of the General Staff. It is busier than the command room. A telephone area. A telephone telegraph area. The two major regions aggregate different communication information transmissions, then communicate according to the urgency of time. The DADA in the telegraph area kept ringing, send and receive commands. The sound of a hole punch. But busy people don't care about this. They want to gather information quickly. Suddenly a female reporter raised her hand. The inspector immediately came over and took away the message. Then signed it to the decoder. After decryption, the decoder handed it over to the on-duty communications officer. The communications officer served the order. Is it Navy information? The duty communications officer asked. Yes, it's from Liu Ouyang. The female civilian told the other party. Immediately send it to the Chief of Staff. Number. I will send it personally. Because the Navy had a big problem. And so, no one dares to deal with naval documents at will. The Navy telegram was soon enough to reach Wang Jian. Sir, Navy telegram. A senior sergeant placed the telegram on Wang Jian's desk. Navy telegram? Wang Jian asked incredulously. Yes, sir. This is the news just received. The senior sergeant replied. Oh. Wang Jian put down the file in his hand and opened the telegram to see it. Just after reading the content, Wang Jian felt something serious, and it is very serious to deal with. A destroyer of the Navy was sunk. The crew of a frigate suffered heavy losses. A total of 52 people were killed and 37 people were injured. 12 of them were seriously injured. The cause of the incident is unknown, but the opponent is very clear. The Chu State Navy did it. You go out first. Wang Jian motioned to the senior sergeant to go out. It's the sergeant. The senior sergeant saluted. Then leave. Is Chu Jun crazy? At this time, he was at war with Qin Jun. Wang Jian couldn't believe this fact that had happened. A little regained his composure. Wang Jian answered the phone. Let people call Yang Duan. Say there are important things. Wang Jian is the officer on duty today. Then Wang Jian put on the phone in Xianyang Palace again. The king has already fallen asleep. Oh, I know. If the king wakes up, please transfer. Forget it. I will send someone a document. Wang Jian changed his mind. King Qin would understand when he saw the document. Then he took the call to the Guo's mansion. Guo's mansion already knew about this. According to the process, the telegram should be sent to the Guo mansion first, because the lieutenant mansion has the right to handle military affairs. The general staff only has a place to command, formulate, and plan. But I don't know why this telegram was sent to the staff. Perhaps it is the traditional sense of military commander, because most generals are still not accustomed to civilian management of the army. This is because civil officials are undecidedly understood as a lack of prestige. What kind of distrust exists between civilian officials and military commanders? But the relationship between the two is currently harmonious. Wang Jian is also nominally the highest general of the army. Guo Mansion can administer all kinds of usual military affairs, and the two have a very good personal relationship. This is also conducive to the promotion of the relationship between the two. I have told the Prime Minister about this matter. I don't know what the Prime Minister thinks. This matter is very difficult to handle. Wang Liao said on the phone. It is true. If the war is fully fought, our economy can withstand it all at once. Also, the war in the West has reached a critical moment. We cannot withdraw at will. Otherwise, it will be very detrimental to us. Tens of millions of gold in funds, it will be in vain. Wang Jian said, I mean, if there is a war, the combat area is only limited to both sides of the Yangtze River. It is estimated that such a war is very beneficial to us. A full-scale war is not yet time. Wang Liao said by phone. But how can we control the scale of the war? We don't want to start the war on the road. Wang Jian also meant this. If the two sides put the war on land to resolve the surface war, the Qin army can indeed use the land advantage to win this war. but more troops need to be deployed. The North must defend against the Huns. Although it has been difficult to become a climate, but Shang Wen gave the idea, especially the suggestion of that National Security Advisor Fan Zheng is really terrible. It even asked the army to completely solve the problems of the Huns, especially after Shang Wen told some geographical things. An ocean to the north will be the northern end of Eurasia. This is enough to prompt the emergence of a bolder strategy. Fight north. The land has been leveled. In other words, the Qin army has been pushing the latitude to the 90-degree north latitude line. The advantage of solving the problem in this way is that there will be no disaster in the north. Qin Jun can expand westward with all his strength. Geographic map, especially the use of latitude and longitude. Let expansionism expand rapidly, relying on the connection of the Eurasian continent. It continues to expand westward. If Shang Wen knew this, surely I won't talk about so many geographical things, especially the old man Fan Zheng. Good idea, but too extreme. I think Cheng should have an idea about this matter. This is a national economic issue. It is also a major issue for the development of Qin in the future. The development of Qin into such a situation has exceeded our expectations. Our opponents come from two directions. We are stuck in the middle. Only by constantly pacifying one side can we concentrate on solving the other side. This situation exists from the beginning. But now the Prime Minister has revealed it to us. I admire the Prime Minister's knowledge and experience. His knowledge is better than the two of us. More harmony. Wiley changed the subject. Old man, if you and I retire one day, let's go to the outside world together. Just like the Prime Minister said, there are a group of black charcoal-alike people on a mysterious continent. How about? Wiley obviously didn't. Worried about the current situation. Hey, I'm not as free as you. I'll check the information. Wang Shang will still be useful tomorrow. Wang Jian declined. Then the two ended the phone conversation. And Shang Wen learned this amazing news at this time. Shang Wen, it's not good. The Navy has something serious. Shang Wen was still sleeping on the sofa. News came from the Southern Project. Whether the project crosses today's Yudang Mountain or bypasses it. If you go through it, you can speed up the transportation. But the problem is that the project is huge. But if it goes around, a section of the railway will be placed near the border between Qin and Chu. Shang Wen is combining various factors in his dream. The construction of the Southern Railway is related to Qin's navy going to sea to develop the south. The significance of increasing the important value of the Yangtze River. From this perspective, this railway is no less than the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal in history. This is one of the important measures to open up the north-south ties. From this perspective, although the detour is a bit far away, but it can speed up the construction progress. If needed, it can be solved by connecting a branch line. And from the perspective of national defense, the construction of the railway in the future can be regarded as a key point for the assembly and transportation of troops in the Qin reunification war. The defense problem only depends on the mobile defense of the armored train on the railway. It can be deployed along the railway if it is armed. It also solved the problem of troop transportation and material supply. Wake up soon, something has happened. Shang Wen was awakened by Meng Yi. Oh, what a big deal. Shang Wen suddenly couldn't remember what he had in his dream. Anyway, my mind is a cloud of mist. Don't know anything. Navy. The Navy was sunk by a destroyer. Meng Yi called out loudly. What? Shang Wen called out loudly. This is too sudden. You say it again. Shang Wen woke up for 8 minutes. The Navy was sunk by a destroyer. 52 people died. The Chu State Navy did it. I don't know why, Meng Yi said simply. What's going on? Shang Wenmeng said. He doesn't even know why. What happened? Wash your face first. Sober up. Someone will send you the documents later, Meng Yi said when he saw Shang Wen's messy hair. Oh. Shang Wen went to wash his face next door. Shang Wen thought about this as he washed his face. What's the matter with the Navy? Such a big thing happened unexpectedly. Last time, let the family chase and play. Now a warship was sunk by the opponent. In fact, it is a bit reluctant to talk about warships now. It's a big wooden boat at best. But the Navy likes to call it a warship. because warships are bigger than ships. But now the warship is sunk. The Navy's face was dull. What made Shangwin a little caught off guard was that army warfare has just begun, and the Southern Engineering Project has just started. The war broke out all at once. This made Shangwin feel that Qin's preparations were very inadequate, especially the Navy. According to previous reports, the Navy lacks good sailors. The number of artillery is also very small. The Navy spends large sums of military expenditure on building shipyards. Shipbuilding. This is the trouble of the technical service. It is difficult to form an army without technical equipment. With technical equipment, a large number of people who are proficient in cooperating with each other are also needed. The current situation of the Navy does not meet these requirements. The Navy's funding is also insufficient. It costs a lot of money to build a large Navy, and the money spent has a basis. This foundation is the economic foundation of the Yangtze River waters and overseas economy. The Qin State Navy does not account for both. The South has no economic need to maintain a navy. In addition to starting from the Yangtze River and marching downstream, there seems to be nothing. The mere military purpose is not enough to support the huge naval construction. Shangwin thought about it after the last incident, how to solve the navy problem. He believes that there is only one way to improve the navy: the massive inflow of overseas resources. But this question is like the sophistry of the chicken or the egg. Thought of this, Shangwin had to take a step back, shift the goal of energy to the development of the Yangtze River in the south. On this side, the Qin State stimulated the development of the lower waterways of Chu State. Tea, silk, rice, oranges from Huainan in Uiyu area, various non-ferrous metal ores in Zhejiang area. All of these have made the two regions of Chu a great development, especially the dependence on the Yangtze River waterways has increased. These raw materials must rely on ships to cross the river. In contrast, Qin State occupies the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. However, it is too dependent on the economic development of Chu State. Upstream bamboo and wood need to be transported to Chu by water transportation. Only a handful of these raw materials were shipped to the Guanzhong area of Qin State. The cause of this phenomenon is the traffic problem. Water transportation is much cheaper than the mountain road crossing the Qinling Mountains. It is precisely this kind of report that appears. Shang Wenkai made up his mind to build a southern railway, highway network. The purpose of this is simple. These raw materials from the south need to be turned several times before they reach the Qin State factory. In the middle, the hands of various people are concentrated. Rely on the original ox cart transportation to reach the vicinity of South Korea. Then how to change the car to reach the executive. In the hands of Koreans from Xinjiang arrived at the Qin State factory, or stay near the Korean factory. Intermediate logistics. The labor cost is huge. The factory can keep prices down, but if you press too hard, it will have the opposite effect. And the factory is not limited to Qin State. For example, there are Korean factories. Qin's development needs are increasing, especially copper, chromium, nickel and so on. The wire needs copper wire. Special steel, a new type of alloy steel, stainless steel appears, and Qin State is gradually developing a car fever. These demands have exacerbated the demand for raw materials. Chu State's ox cart transportation can no longer meet the needs of Qin State. Railway transportation has become the biggest demand. Uiyu, the raw materials of the Zhejiang area go up by boat, arrive at the Yangtze River transportation point by train, then the truck can be loaded directly to Xianyang of Qin State and Xinjiang of South Korea. The middle is directly in Chuseok's cart logistics. Use a larger load instead. Convenient water transportation for shipping. Moreover, through the Yangtze River, the economic development of the upper reaches, especially the Basyu region, can be stimulated. Downward can control the economic lifeline on both sides of the Yangtze River. The Uiyu-Zhejiang area began to become the two important sources of taxes in the Chu state. Especially some traditional aristocrats of Chu also began to enter these areas of development. Rely on their power, position and financial resources. They are dividing their respective Shangwin economic zones. This is a typical Shangwin local monopoly. Shangwin. The documents are here. There are specific things that happened, but there is a research report. The problem should be more serious. Meng Yi shouted loudly outside. What file? Let me take a look. Shang Wen stopped thinking and hurried out to check the contents of the file. The first is a unilateral report study of the Navy's sunken destroyer. The Navy thinks the main reason that the destroyer was sunk was that the opponent used a lot of black powder. The huge explosion triggered a second explosion. After checking, Shang Wen thought it was a suicide vessel made by the Chu people themselves. In this case, that would be difficult for the other party. Just like the kamikaze agent team, the Allied forces use electromagnetic jammers and other equipment to no avail. Because this is a matter of human will, it's not a problem with the machine. The second report comes from the commercial system. Although Qin allowed arms smuggling, but smuggling is an act of state. Otherwise, the Qin state of so many munitions factories would not be able to feed it by themselves. But smuggling belongs to smuggling. You must submit your shipping manifest. This is the content of this report. This report shows Chu state cancelled 15% of its gunpowder orders at once, especially after the transformation of their army is complete. What does this mean? Don't they use guns without ammunition? Shang Wen asked incredulously. There is only one possibility. Meng Yi looked at Shang Wen. Shang Wen was relieved now. You mean they have mastered? Shang Wen asked tentatively. It is very likely that they have already, Meng Yi said speculatively. Oh God, Shang Wen couldn't believe it. The kingdom of Chu had mastered the technology of making black powder so quickly. This means that Chu can make powerful weapons. Shang Wen looked at the first naval report in his hand. It won't be related to this. Shang Wen waved for the file in his hand. Only then did Meng Yi realize that the destroyer sunk by the Navy was sunk by a huge explosion. This situation has exceeded Shang Wen's tolerance. The reason is that his opponent has improved a notch. Their gunpowder supply will be unrestricted. Originally, this was one of Shang Wen's future methods to deal with Chu state. Material blockade. It seems to be invalid now. The opponent has an extra good hand. Shang Wen let out a deep breath. This is really bad news. We must find a way to solve the problem. This incident may trigger a war between the two countries. Moreover, the national lieutenant Mansion called and said they do not want the war to expand. It is best to limit it to a certain area, Meng Yi said. In fact, if there is a war at this time, both sides have influence, because the economies of the two countries have already had in-depth ties. The two are inseparable from each other. If the reckless expansion like the previous one, the two countries must be hurt. The price of victory is high. Neither side is a winner. With the rapid economic development, the military has to consider economic issues, especially after interdisciplinary scholars began to look at war from various angles. War is unfamiliar to Qin at all, but from another angle. Why? The people of Qin had to become more rational in dealing with war issues. It is true. The war cannot be expanded. The war must be limited to a certain area. I think we should fight in the waters of the Yangtze River, at most within the limited land area on both sides of the Yangtze River. It must not be expanded, Shang Wen said. How to do it? Meng Yi asked. War is a competition of willpower between the two sides. The other party will not follow your willpower, unless it's not war. No war will break out. How to do it? How to do it? Shang Wen stood up and thought. How to do it? How to let the other party obey their own arrangements to limit the expansion of the war zone. Shang Wen said to himself. What if we use the news to report society? Meng Yi suggested. Newspaper. Shang Wen asked rhetorically. Yes, newspapers. We can expand the influence of public opinion like the last naval incident, and use our reporters' advantage to report our positive image. In this way, our war image and the scale of the war can be effectively controlled. view. The actions of journalists interfered with the government several times, and it has become a powerful tool for the people to respond to the facts and issues to the upper level, especially the magnification effect of the media. An event is often exaggerated and propagated under the reporter's report. This will attract more people's attention. News originally wanted to use this feature to increase publicity. The journalist industry is more terrifying than spies. They always find that a small problem leads to a big one. Or ask directly. Just earn more people's attention and attention. That's it. I think it can. As long as we give a little guidance, it can be done. And the mainstream media is in kin. Chu does not have a newspaper, and our newspaper will not report such unpatriotic things, Shang Wen said. Then Shang Wen and Meng Yi discussed a series of specific details, such as, there are still many diplomatic moves to be done before the war begins. The state of Qin should actively prepare for war. Don't hope to resolve disputes on diplomatic issues, because sinking a destroyer is already a declaration of war. But Qin Go is not ready yet. Diplomatic negotiations can show that Qin is very polite and then makes excessive demands, to show Qin's determination to love peace, so that the Qin Navy provides limited time to prepare. The next step is to use the news media. Qin's helplessness in starting the war, and the attitude of controlling the expansion of the war. Shang Wen and Meng Yi drafted a memorandum of naval incidents for reference at any time. After King Qin learned of this, a special meeting was called immediately to resolve the naval issue. King Qin's support for the navy is not a huge demand for interests after going to sea, just military and national dignity. After all, King Qin is equivalent to half a naval faction. This half is still open for discussion. Shang Wen personally thinks few people develop the navy in Qin. Shang Wen advocated the development of the naval faction. But Qin state is flooded with the mainland consciousness of a traditional mainland country. This kind of consciousness is just like Fan Zheng's crazy idea. In this ideology, various resources are more or less inclined towards the land. This strategic awareness clearly shows signs of paranoia. The essence of King Qin is also such a mentality. The traditional Qin national unification policy is a manifestation of this consciousness. Unify the continent, and ignore the ocean. In fact, it cannot be said that the above people lacked consideration. Where does Qin's recent threat come from? Land. The ocean threat is not great. It can be said to be zero. Another ocean follower is Yinu. The starting point is not for various resources but for exploring the sea. Travel around the world. This may be the simplest follower. The navy lacks a foundation to build. But Shang Wen still fought for various rights for the navy bit by bit. After all, Qin is a traditional land country. Developing the navy is not easy. Basis. The state of Qin needs a foundation. The senior management is intensively discussing some of the contents proposed by Shang Wen, and Qin's newspaper published an astonishing news. This news comes from the south. It is related to the waters of the Yangtze River, and it can directly affect the price trend of copper in the Xianyang futures market. Recently, there have been several vicious homicides and boat robberies in Yuayu and Zhejiang of the Chu Kingdom. The perpetrators were mostly local fishermen. They specially robbed the past ships carrying silk, tea, and non-ferrous metal ore. If the owner of the ship let go these waters, the thief will give the other party a life. But if you don't let go, a vicious homicide will occur. It is understood. The local fishermen and boatmen have salvaged several corpses in the water. According to a boatman, more than 30 corpses have been found floating in the water. Among these corpses, there are many Qin merchants. This only ignited the local enthusiasm of the people of Qin state to pay attention to the southern Yangtze River. People's anger has not yet ignited to great influence, but the financial market took the lead in responding. Silk's 4 futures contracts rose one after another. It's not just silk that goes up. There are also tea, rice, copper ingots, zinc ingots, tungsten ore and so on. The price of raw materials supplied by investors to the market will generally rise. The above did not know anything about it. A subsequent report was even more shocking. The main force of Chu's navy was on standby in the upstream position. Prevent the Qin navy. This has led to a serious shortage of local eradication of water pirates. Water pirates became a huge disaster in the short term. The impact of this scourge is on the Yangtze River. In particular, there has been a decrease in ships for cross-strait transportation. Consequences of reduced traffic. This started to reduce the supply of various materials. The various raw materials accumulated on the Xinjiang cargo yard will be consumed within 3 months. It is not only South Korea that will be affected by that time. Their factories lack raw materials. There is also the state of Kingo insulated wire. The output of special steel is expected to decline rapidly by about 30%. We have to pay all kinds of protection fees to those water thieves to pass. They have to add protection fees to various raw materials. We have no way. The original words of a businessman were adopted by reporters. And these water thieves are too bullying and afraid of hardships. They specifically attacked the private ships of businessmen from various countries. And the noble ships with extremely strict protection measures are far avoided. This practice has left many people who borrowed banks to do business with nothing, and their destiny is to be killed by a water thief and throw their bodies in the river. What did you say? Shangwin and Yin called. He hoped that Yin would build a shipyard in the south. But Yin told Shangwin an amazing news. I said, don't you know the water pirates on the Yangtze River in the south? Where is the navy you built? Let me build the shipyard. Your navy must protect us. Yin said bluntly. Water thief? What water thief? You can make it clear. Shangwen asked. You can see by looking at today's Shangwen newspaper. Yin hung up the phone directly after speaking. Shangwen immediately put down the phone to find out today's newspaper. Really? The major newspapers reprinted the news one after another in the afternoon. Shangwin only found out at this time. Such a big thing happened in the south. The most important is the merchant of Qin state. Hey, it's God who told Qin to go to sea. It's hard to think of it, Shangwen said with a smile. This gave the Qin navy an excellent opportunity to go to sea. It's accidental, but it is inevitable. Chapter 624 Shipyard. Ha ha ha, I think I have found the reason for the naval power. After reading the newspaper, Shangwin finally thought that he had found a suitable reason for the navy to develop. Moreover, Qin also had reasons, and there was a need for infrastructure construction. Reasons for a maritime power. The problem of resource transportation. Without these water pirates, Shangwen really didn't know what significance the navy had in the battle sequence of the Qin state. They only had to maintain a smaller navy. But now, Qin state has every reason. Do it. The problem of resource transportation. And this has already happened. Qin's industrial production relies on various industrial raw materials, especially the rapid development of the non-ferrous metal industry. Qin is actively engaged in electrical appliances in the country. The polyethylene produced by the high-pressure method provides Qin with a cheaper insulation material. This material can be used to produce other products on a large scale because this material has good plasticity, such as plastic bags, plastic boxes, and various crafts made of plastic. The most important thing is that electricity can be used safely. Telephones have spread to some wealthy people, and electric lights have spread to the entire Xianyang city. It is not only needed by Qin's family, but even South Korea has signed a cooperation agreement with Qin to start building power plants. Power generation is first supplied to the Korean Royal Palace in Zago. As long as the generator sets are delivered, they can be installed. In order to save time, the poles have been installed in advance, and they are waiting for Qin dual ice wires and generator sets to be erected. But behind these equipment, it relies on Chu state to provide cheap copper ore. Although all countries can provide it, copper mines are poor ore, and there are few rich ore mines. The cost of beneficiation is relatively high. While Chu state is rare, the rich ore, and there are often other components in the ore, these components become new alloys after screening. For example, The welding rod is extracted from this ore. But now everything has changed. The water pirates broke the balance of supply, and it may take several years to end the effect of the continuous gathering of bullock carts, but now, Kin can no longer bear these water pirates' misconduct. Electricity stocks had to raise their budgets because of the rise in copper prices because of the reduced supply. Enterprises began to pay attention to the role played by the transportation of the Yangtze River in the production of enterprises. Shang Wen initially wrote this idea into a small report for reference to various departments. The main report needs to be further revised based on the suggestions provided by various departments. This adjustment will likely mobilize more people to participate, especially major companies. If naval bonds are issued at this time, Shang Wen can bet that power bosses will buy in without hesitation, as long as they go to sea to solve those water thieves. They didn't pin their hopes on Chu's navy. They had absolutely great hostility and distrust towards the Chu navy. The Navy Department under the National Lieutenant's Mansion focused on restudying the outline of the Naval Development Plan, because King Qin had directly ordered that the Navy could no longer fail. As long as the battle can be won, all resources can be provided first. However, the Navy checked its own property, and unfortunately, their resources were not many. Most of the ships produced by the shipyard were just a shelf and could not be launched, because it takes time to build a ship. But victory must happen in a short time. Navy officers urgently need a ship that can win battles in time. The quality of the ship can be said to be another final condition. Victory. As long as victory, everything can be provided. However, the Navy had to re-examine its current situation. The quality of sailors is generally not high. Many people even know words. What's more, they don't even know their names. Every time they pay for the army, these people will use their handprints instead. And among the 4 major services, the 5th service is not counted for the time being, because if it is included, it will be counted as the central government. If not, then they will exist in the form of local militias, and then their expenditures will be counted as local governments. This is the consideration, and the 5th service cannot be established for a long time. However, the current demand does not require it either. They need to try their best to save money. Only in this way can other services be maintained. Among the 4 major services, the worst individual is the Navy. The Army ranks 3rd. The Marines ranked 3rd. The first place is the Celestial Army. They generally have high school diplomas. The Navy also has sailors who can't even write their names. Based on this foundation, it is obviously unrealistic to defeat the veteran Navy power Chu Navy in a short period of time. And the above clearly informs them, if you fight, they can only be restricted to the waters of the Yangtze River and the limited land on both sides of the bank. The scale of the war was strictly limited. The war is going to be fought, but it is not a blind expansion of the fight. It's a restricted local war. Such a request has brought naval surface warfare to an urgent height. Since I want to fight, the Admiralty has to study how to fight. The Navy followed Shang Wen's thinking, but this kind of thinking is very unrealistic. Qin's Navy executives very much hope to control the ocean according to Shang Wen's ideas, then promote the status of the Navy. But the actual situation is, just as Qin's small boat faction pointed out, the quality of sailors is low. Shipbuilding technical requirements are too high. The use of weapons and equipment. It is more difficult to coordinate the various systems. The grassroots increase the chances of victory. The officer command is very difficult, because they even train hard. Technical problems still cannot be solved. The Admiralty was under pressure from above. King Qin's order had to re-examine the suggestion of the Navy boat faction. To win the war, they decided to make changes based on the suggestions made by the boat faction. The small boat can adapt to the low quality of Navy sailors, but experienced characteristics. Not many people are needed for the boat, up to 20 people. The weapon system has been reduced a lot. Install 1 or 2 artillery, 2 machine guns, and shipbuilding technology is much simpler. As the ship shrinks, the Navy can use new technologies, such as diesel engines, propeller propulsion system. This makes the sail completely disappear. In addition, the boat has increased flexibility and use a machine gun. In this way, the opponent can be defeated. In order to take the opportunity to expand the influence of the Navy, the Admiralty put forward new requirements: establish naval aviation. The Army established the Army Aviation Corps, and also took away the paratroopers of the Heavenly Army. Then the Navy should also have its own aviation. And now war is no longer a face-to-face war. It is a war on a spatial level. If the Navy develops, it can effectively attack Chi from the sea. The blow was far in the east and the country of Chi, which was adjacent to the country of Qin. In order to allow new developments in naval technology, the Navy also needs to set up a special agency to purchase a batch of new weapons. These weapons are no longer limited to land use, such as a cannon. Machine guns are such army weapons. It's strange. It is best to break through this traditional weapon. The Ministry of the Navy compiled this meeting into a naval report and submitted it to the National Lieutenant Mansion. Guo Mansion gave approval, and in the remote western regions, he was indifferent to naval affairs. They have to resolve the battle quickly. Due to the cavalry rush, let a large number of coalition forces take prisoners. But some tribal kingdoms still flee desperately. Just when they thought they had escaped, they suddenly found out an allied army appeared in front of them. The allied soldiers on the opposite side were already ready. The bullet has gone to court. The machine gun was also aimed at the opponent from the commanding heights. As long as the other party moves forward, they are about to face the call of death. Most coalition forces, even the leaders of those tribes, are no longer able to fight. They know exactly what kind of opponent they are facing. They are holding strange weapons. The pipe will spit fire. The arrow shot can penetrate even leather armor. And the speed is amazing. The best shooters can't shoot so fast. And they also have weapons like lightning strikes. It's like a curse from heaven. They finally escaped. These people didn't know where they came from and blocked their way of escape. Everyone collapsed upon seeing this. They couldn't fight anymore. The soldiers of the western regions all knelt down and surrendered. Such a scene surprised the Allied soldiers. After continuous testing, the Qin army in the south captured a large number of prisoners alive. And to the north, Zhao Jun encountered some tenacious offensives. But it was easily resolved. There is Lulan in the north. Shi waited for a small country. These small countries are the main force of the coalition forces in the western regions. Their country is more than 200 miles away from Qin's airborne troops. Survival makes them do crazy things. They rushed forward scattered, trying to escape by this crazy move. Ya charged Zhao Zhaojun. The Han army rushed over. When they were 100 steps away from their positions, countless fires suddenly appeared from the position. The bullet came out like rain. Those coalition soldiers who were not afraid of death tried to go one step further. But it is no longer possible. The firepower that occupies the commanding heights of the side should their advantage. The boom 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 machine gun fired continuously. Even burst shots are directly emitted. The bullet directly hit the side of the western region's offensive. Double attack. In less than 5 minutes, more Westerners fell. The corpses of Western regions were everywhere in the clearing. Their attempt to survive was completely dispelled. Just when Zhao Jun was about to launch an offensive, Qin Jun, Zhao Jun, a mixed cavalry vanguard team came over. All of a sudden, the coalition soldiers became prisoners. But there are some people who try to climb the mountain. All were chased and killed by the cavalry. Others ran to the direction of the desert regardless. The Allied cavalry was unwilling to chase. Everyone knows the consequences of entering the desert, unless you can find an oasis. Otherwise, it is a dead end. Become a moistless corpse in the desert. That's it. The two rendezvous succeeded. Maybe it's for the weak. Reduce the significance of this airborne operation, because even the defeat can achieve this goal. But now the rest of the Allied forces are much simpler. That is going forward. Pick up the pieces. Occupy the western regions. End the war. Another large piece of land was merged into Qin's territory. The land war has come to an end, especially the fighting in the south. But for the northern and western regions, the war has just begun. The back is mainly local indigenous. Qin Go couldn't find out who the specific person was. But their hairstyles are weird. It's the kind of hairstyle that stands tall. It looks weird. If it hadn't been for the Qin army to have captured it in deep combat in the north, It's really hard to believe that there is such a strange thing in the world. In addition to indigenous people, there are also Z people and Yuuzhan people who migrate west to west. The commonality between the two is that they were both driven by the Qin army, but they didn't seem to have any interest in Qin Jun, because they know they can't beat each other, especially Yuuzhan people. An attempt has already been made. The Z people simply forget the past, focus on a better future. However, the two ethnic groups often conflicted because of the grassland at the foot of the Tanshan Mountains. Both are countries that evolved from nomadic tribes. There is a natural demand for grazing. Just before the Allied forces attacked the western region, Allied forces, especially Lulan, when the driver, a war broke out between the Z people and the Yuuzhan people. This war lasted for a month and ended almost at the same time as the Allied forces resolved the main force in the southern and western regions. The result of the war is, the Yuuzhan people defeated the Xi people. The people of the family were greatly injured by the war with Qin. It has not recovered until now. The strength of war lies in the important indicator of population. The Xi people are at a disadvantage in terms of the number of personnel. Helpless. They can only move west again, and Yuuzhan also paid a certain price. The number of casualties was more than 10,000. This number became fatal in the subsequent defense against the Allied invasion, although won the pasture. But the military strength is also greatly reduced. This is an excellent opportunity for the Allied forces. However, the Allied forces are gathering a second cavalry mobile force. Logistic transportation still restricted the military operations of the Allied forces. But Wang Ben has a bold idea. That is to cross the Tanshan Mountains to the north, suddenly appeared behind the enemy from Tanshan. This can reduce the time to enter from the northwest territories. This idea takes time to digest, because they have not swallowed the huge territory of the southern western regions. The cavalry progressed at a speed of about 50 miles a day. The infantry is 20 miles away. There is a large group of artillery and logistics behind. An army of businessmen advanced slowly. Merchants have regarded war as an opportunity for great wealth. The appearance of merchants is conducive to digesting and assimilating the great fruits of victory in this war. A large amount of spoils were exchanged for Qin Banliang through them and then shipped to Qin. Soldiers get money to deposit in the bank. Banks absorbed the spoils in their hands by way of investment, or lend to merchants to buy and sell slaves. This virtuous circle helps to quickly resolve other effects of war. But the resistance of the residents was converted into slaves and moved away. The new residents who migrated over will become the new owners of this land. The immigration wave really came from newspaper propaganda. There are a large number of gold reports in the western regions that have already resounded throughout the Central Plains. Qin's domestic influence is not great. Only a handful of scientific researchers and explorers went. The 6 countries reacted strongly, especially those of Chu people who work in Korean factories. They work 7 hours a day. Don't say hard work. Make less money. South Korean factory owners are quite mean. Even the mealtime is considered very tight. This also forces more people to find a new place to start life. The dream of gold becoming rich overnight drove them to find gold in the western regions. They have already inquired. As long as you take the train from Xinzing, you can reach the Hexi corridor, then follow the army, or find an errand to catch a car to reach the western regions. And from Xinzing to the end of the train, only 15.5 are needed. This is cheaper. This is how some bold Chu people embarked on their journey to the western regions. In the past, the main force of migration was South Koreans, some people from Zhao and other 6 countries. And now, Chu people became the main force of migration. They set off from Xinzing, South Korea, directly to the western regions. Just when the western regions were gradually digested, the navy problem has once again risen to a serious level, mainly because of the continuous decline of industrial raw materials. Various raw materials in futures are rising. If this continues, Qin is really about to face an economic crisis. However, Shang Wen was very arrogant in a diplomatic war of words. Qin state urgently laid a cable leading to the south, but the cable has only now arrived in Wanqing. There is still some distance from the naval base, and the progress of the project is not very fast. Progress is fast near the railway. However, The further south, the slower the progress of the project. Simply in the Nanyang area, the project came to a standstill, and Shang Wen took the opportunity to sell Qin's naval treasury bonds. The amount of national debt exceeds 3 million gold. These 3 million golds will forcefully build a powerful navy. There were still people buying at the beginning, but then no one cares about it at all. Originally, people did not see Qin's sincerity in resolving naval issues. What is the diplomatic war of words? Our navy has a secret weapon. That is the saliva of our prime minister. The saliva is more powerful than cannon shells. A reporter from Feibao ridiculed Shang Wen, but Shang Wen responded to the matter with a smile. The Qin state was the first to know about naval issues than Chu state, and actively develop a diplomatic posture. The state of Qin sent Qin's credential to the ambassador of Qin state in Shaochuan through the telegraph line set up in Wanqing. Qin asked for a public apology and compensated Qin for the damage caused by the repeated provocation of the Qin navy by the Chu navy and the unilateral entry into the waters controlled by Qin without Qin's consent. In addition, Chu's navy did not appear in the waters of the Yangtze River controlled by Qin. In addition, there are water pirates in the Huaiyu and Yujiang areas of the Yangtze River in the south. The state of Qin asked the state of Chu to agree to the Qin state navy and the Chu state navy to eliminate water pirates. Besides, Qin also hopes to rent 5 ports on the Yangtze River in Chu state as docks for ships at a price of 250,000 gold per year. The senior officials of Chu state were very angry at Qin state's request. They think that Qin state hasn't figured out the facts yet. The Qin navy has not yet been able to drive on the Yangtze River. He dared to challenge Chu's navy. In Hubei, the Chu state navy has 1,000 ships. Couldn't the Qin navy see it? But King Chu didn't care about it. His attitude was that he didn't want to fight Qin Jun. There are now 3 countries related to Qin. Even the most fierce Zhao started to applaud Qin Go. Why should Chu state be like this? The king of Chu opened it very carefully, but the people underneath oppose it in their own interests. Look in the newspaper. Qin state is building a road from Luoyang, the railway from Xinjiang to the southern naval base. Once the railway is built, it will pose a huge threat to these nobles. Mainly comes from price-depressing behavior, because of the relationship between land transportation factors. These nobles can increase the price at will in the intermediate logistics link in order to make a certain profit. It is also the emergence of this monopoly that has led to the entry of merchants from various countries, or the raw materials are shipped in the form of smuggling. These tolls are one of the main incomes of local officials. In various considerations, they still don't want this balance to be broken. As everyone knows, the emergence of water pirates has forced this situation to the point where Qin has to be resolved. Because water pirates have affected Qin's imports of raw materials. Even if the problem can be properly resolved, the state of Qin would never allow anyone to disrupt the order of the waterways. After consultation, the senior officials of the Chu state unanimously opposed Qin's request. And this is forgotten. All the Qin embassy personnel were also driven out of Chu. The relationship between the two sides reached the freezing point. This also gave Qin state the pretext for sending troops. Just when Qin decided to occupy a favorable position in public opinion, Chu's navy moved ahead of schedule. They used night attacks to solve the Qin navy problem in advance. In order to create established facts, a bold sneak attack plan was born. The sneak attack plan will all destroy the Qin navy in the base. Perhaps it was a coincidence. Shang Wen is discussing a feasible solution with Meng Yi. Let the Qin Minjian shipyard be built. You know, the best material for shipbuilding is steel. Ships with steel hulls can be built larger. The carrying capacity is also stronger. It can go farther. Shang Wen is not very interested in wooden ships. The carrying range of the main wooden ships is really limited. Steel ship. Meng Yi couldn't believe it. Why? It's so hard that you don't know Archimedes' principle? Shang Wen said casually. What, Adri? Meng Yi didn't know what weird thing Shang Wen said. Oh, it's nothing. It's the principle of buoyancy. Just increase the volume. Even a steel plate will float on the water. It's like a glass. A can. If it's a massive glass, iron. It will sink in the water, but it's made into a cup. Canned food boxes. They may not necessarily sink into the water, Shang Wen said to Meng Yi. This is the first time I have heard of such knowledge, Meng Yi said. In fact, there are such experimental classes in middle school physics experiments, Shang Wen said. It seems that I have studied hard, Meng Yi said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Actually, Shang Wen thought such words hurt Meng Yi's self-esteem. Oh, no, number. Don't be sorry. Actually, I should study, you know. General Wang spends an hour every day learning all kinds of science and technology. Not only General Wang, there is also King. The king knows more than me. For example, the latitude of the earth. Wang Shang can even use the sextant. He can also solve quadratic equations in one unknown, Meng Yi said. Shang Wen looked at Meng Yi in surprise. These news are really surprising. King Qin can also solve quadratic equations in one unknown. My brother is also learning various mechanical theories. He is very interested in internal combustion engines. Meng Yi continued. It's incredible. Shang Wen was simply unimaginable. Qin's senior officials were able to learn scientific knowledge. This is incredible. So, there is nothing to be sorry about. There is nothing to study. Everyone is a teacher. Everyone is a student. But I envy your talent. I know everything, Meng Yi continued. Shang Wen felt embarrassed to know what he has learned. I don't know how many generations it takes to complete accumulation and breakthrough. Hey, let's continue to talk about naval issues. Shang Wen pulled back to the topic and said, the foundation of the Navy is merchant ships. We don't know the number of merchant ships at present. Civilian shipbuilding capabilities are also very limited, especially steel ships with steel shells. We can manufacture a lot of steel. We can also manufacture many steel machinery, for example, watches. Shang Wen pointed his finger at the stainless steel watch on his hand. This is a couple watch specially given to Shang Wen by Yinu. Yinu himself also wears a piece. The watches of the two are more advanced than King Qin's pocket watch. This shows that we have such a foundation. Why can't we use it to build ships? Shang Wen said. Yeah, Meng Yi nodded in recognition of Shang Wen's thoughts. But how do people build ships? There must be power. It is difficult to consume the steel we produce, Meng Yi said. This is the reason we have to consider. We must stimulate investors to enter this industry as soon as possible, Shang Wen said. There are a lot of resources overseas. First of all, we have to let him see. For example, it can make money even by transporting a ship of non-ferrous metal ore, Shang Wen explained. The problem is still back to the land transportation problem. Meng Yi directly pointed out the circularity of the problem. Shang Wen was speechless. It seems because of traffic problems, Qin can no longer develop. Do you think this is okay? Meng Yi suggested. Can we do this? No longer take Guanzhong as the center. The goal is to build a new city. That is to say, the development of the South is treated as an individual, Meng Yi proposed. Well, this is an idea. But the connection between cities must be resolved, especially the traffic problem, Shang Wen said. Then we are on the railway. Both sides of the highway accelerated urban development, Meng Yi said. Starting from Luoyang and going south, build a city along the railway line. This will have a foundation. It will also speed up the Southern Development Plan, Meng Yi said. This is a long-term plan. We can let it intervene in a way that encourages tax exemption. Shang Wen put forward some of his views. The two people's ideas inspired each other. This helps to solve difficult OC problems. In civil shipbuilding, Shang Wen and Meng Yi still adopted the method of government guidance to encourage investment in Southern development in order to stimulate investment enthusiasm. Shang Wen first proposed the method of financial support. Qin will use part of the bond funds as a startup fund into the bank. The bank helps investors who are willing to invest in the shipyard to provide financial support. In solving the problem of road transportation, Shang Wen still adopted the road law method of donating land to speed up road construction. But this time it has expanded. Previously it was only used on railways. Now Shang Wen is directly used in some sections of expressways. Some road sections need to be bridged. This requires some engineering skills. The other is the automobile industry. Kin State will introduce a set of tax exemption bills, encourage the development of the automotive industry, mainly tracked vehicles with strong carrying capacity. Kin owned a small car. The tires of this vehicle are made of foam, but because of its non-wear characteristics, there are also foam materials that only need to spin a tire after a while, so as not to crush the tires. This kind of car was not promoted due to various defects, but let it see the development prospects. But the tire problem needs to be solved. Take advantage of this question. Shang Wen specifically mentioned rubber in his report on water transportation resources. In this way, there is a certain connection between the automobile industry and the shipbuilding industry. From the original car and horse trade to the auto industry giants, in order to sell the cars they developed, decided to look for rubber. Because tracked vehicles cannot achieve large-scale popularization, especially on a road. Tracked vehicles can severely destroy the road surface conditions, especially in urban traffic. People still like to use wheels, but no matter how people improve the suspension system, I cannot replace the use of tires. To use tires, rubber must be used. Now Shang Wen describes such a resource. The intention is to direct people's attention overseas. The sea has a lot of resources, abundant fish and shrimps. It contains various minerals needed by the human body. In addition, there are petroleum, rubber, and diamonds, a resource that is harder than tungsten steel. Shang Wen sent a report to major companies. Now only they can have the strength to build a shipyard. On the technical side, Shang Wen gave a detailed introduction to the benefits of using steel to build ships. But this point doesn't care about business leaders who lack technical knowledge. They care about benefits. Helpless, Shang Wen resorted to his final killer. We will issue an operating license for armed merchant ships. You are free to overseas and you can use excessive self-defense rights. This means that armed merchant ships can attack enemy ships at will, especially the excessive right to self-defense. Let self-defense become an excuse. The invasion was legalized. Major companies are still hesitant. They need to measure investment, risk, and return. After all, shipbuilding is not a trivial matter. Although Shang Wen offered a lot of preferential terms, they still hope to have a match. Yin always supports Shang Wen unconditionally, because no one believes in Shang Wen more than her. She knew that her idiots were sincere to her. When Yang Investment Bank announced that it will undertake the construction of a large number of other engineering projects in the south. In addition, the princess will spend 10 million gold to build the largest shipyard in Kin. Kin will build the entire shipyard for the first time. The world's first steel ship. An article in Steel Made Ship reported that Yin would be the first to build a large steel ship, and also the first person in a large shipyard. Princess Chang has another major strategic deployment after investing in railways and the steel industry. The outside world is generally not very optimistic about this investment. It is believed that this is entirely possible. But the princess gave her a confident smile. It is reported that her previous investment in railway steel was very successful. Is it so successful this time? Let time tell everything. Fei Bao reported. This time it is decided. Even Xiao He disagrees. Think the risk is great. Yin is out against the crowd. It is forcibly passed by taking advantage of the absolute share capital at the general meeting of shareholders. Afterwards, Yinya's hands trembled a little. The last investment made her almost bankrupt. But this time it is the reference opinion provided by Shang Wen. Yinya resolutely implemented. How is it? Shang Wen held Yinya's hand. Yinya's hands were a little cold. After all, she is the only one who does this. Then there was news. This ordnance company will also enter the shipbuilding industry. He was supported by his father Li Si. Then came the third one. Several large automobile manufacturing companies jointly established a shipyard. Their purpose is to find rubber and other resources overseas. There are also surprising investments. That is the Queen of Korea. The Queen only returned to Korea for a month and then came to live in Kin. The reason is that her palace is being renovated, so I came to live in Kin. Han Xiu believes that Kin will not make such a big strategy without any reason. In her opinion, the word strategy is to look forward to the project in advance. prevent risks, and optimistic about the approach of the future megatrends. Such an approach can only be done by people with a wide range of knowledge. Han Xiu believes Shang Wen is such a person, and his talent and insight are what she admires most. If she gets Shang Wen herself, it is estimated that the strongest is Qin State. But although she is willing to invest, but after all, it is foreign investment. South Korea does not have a piece of Yangtze River waters. And so, Shang Wen suggested that it should not establish a shipyard alone. Instead, it adopts a joint venture. Under Shang Wen's suggestion, in the name of the Queen, Han Xiu invested 2 million gold and yen to jointly develop Wenxiu Shipyard. The two companies each hold half of the shares. But when it comes to dividends, Han Xiu wants to give up 10%. The reason is that Yinu is threatening to provide technology. Originally, Han Xiu only had a 2% profit. Finally, he agreed to the project on the pretext of Han Xiu's divestment. That's all. The shipyard was so confused. The appearance of Qin's shipyard will mean that the Qin's navy really has a foundation. Subsequently, the number of steel plants increased rapidly. There are also more welding training classes. Begin to recruit a large number of welders in Qin and other workers. Steel plants have also received a large number of orders. Their factory orders are already full. But even so, still hurry up and process production. The new production line and the new steel plant have passed. Soon the output of steel will rise to a new level again. The steel plant not only produces steel bars for construction, but also steel rails, hot-rolled coils and other steel products. Now they have received the order from the shipyard. Thus, they need more raw materials. Some steel plants began to consider relocating them to Zhao State. Over there, Zhao State has rich coal and iron resources, close to the origin of raw materials. In addition, the railway to Zhao State is also under construction. This is fully in line with future development needs. Shang Wen's Qingzhou iron and steel plant tends to saturated production. Agreed to the plan. Then, the state of Zhao began to usher in the new technology of the state of Qin. Coal coking iron smelting technology. The establishment of iron smelters will speed up their production schedule. But Meng Yi played a trick when he approved it. That is, the technology was also introduced in Yan State. Two important industrial resources, coal and iron, were also found in their eastern Lining. In this way, the two countries use the same technology and the same equipment, produce the same product. Qin can use competitive pressure to get the iron ingots he wants. Qin State is willing to give. Zhao and Yan can only accept it. In this way, the two countries will be in the lower reaches of Qin. They can only make corresponding production and adjustments based on the reaction of Qin's economic development. The dependence on Qin's economy has increased. Although new technology has been introduced, but the product is at a low-end level. Qingzhou can cancel product orders at any time, and Zhaogou can't help but produce. The economy is far more effective than an iron-fisted army. The coal and coke enterprises of Qin State began to export some technical personnel and some equipment to Zhao State and Yan State. Railway lines have also been constructed separately. The demand for steel is growing. This is the first step in the transformation of the Qin State. And near the Qin State naval base, the Qin Navy ships lined up take advantage of artillery to shoot at the offensive of the Chu State Navy. The sailors played the role of the Marine Corps. They fired at it with trap guns. In addition, they used an old 6-barreled machine gun to shoot. Although it is difficult to sail out, but if you rely on the naval guns of the military port and use the naval guns on ships to shoot, the other party is still inaccessible. The Navy's approach is to completely abandon the maneuvering of ships. Instead, let the ship play the role of a mobile turret on the water. If this method of warfare is seen by the upper ranks of the Navy, it's really dull. The intensive firing of the artillery smashed or forced the ship that the opponent was trying to approach. The Qin Navy is poor in sailors, poor coordination. But my ship doesn't move. Just a passive fixed defense. Chu's Navy actively attacked. But the attack range is limited. You can't get close within my shooting range. Both sides have their own styles of play. For a time, both sides were in a deadlock. If Chu's Navy couldn't get close, They couldn't use small ships loaded with black powder to sink the opposing ship. The Qin State Navy sent all the ships, a cruiser, 4 destroyers, 3 frigates. The rest are under construction or under repair. The coastal defense artillery is also arranged at the commanding height of the mountain behind. Every move of the Chu State Navy can be seen. At this time, the Chu State Navy realized that their opponent was still somewhat basic. At least the defense is done well. The Chu State Navy attempted to destroy all the Qin State Navy's surface ships by means of a sudden sneak attack. In fact, this resulted in the non-existence of the Qin Navy. Even if the war broke out, it is also beneficial to the Chu Navy. The Qin Navy has difficulty changing the established facts, because shipbuilding, especially the establishment of a shipyard, takes a lot of time. And this time, the Chu State Navy has completely sealed off the opponent's water surface area. But now they have a difficult problem. Qin Guohai found himself suddenly disappear. Second, the opponent's surface defense force surpassed Chu's Navy's imagination, especially artillery, difficult to approach within range. The Navy stopped the offensive. This is not a solution. The Navy must resolve the matter within a short period of time. Otherwise, the longer the drag, the more disadvantageous it will be. Shorten the attack distance. The commander of the Navy looked at the Qin State Naval Base. Night fell gradually. The darkness began to envelop both sides. Suddenly, what did the Navy commander think of? Qin's Navy was able to find out, thanks to them occupying the commanding heights, able to find opponents in time. But night or foggy weather, the Qin State Naval Base only uses large iron chains to block it. This kind of iron chain can defend the opponent's big ship. But the boat. This is a big failure. Under normal circumstances, the Navy will use the Watergate. But Qin's Navy may be a novice. It is not clear what the Watergate does. This is a mistake made by beginners. Chapter 625 Failure and Success. The problem that Qin Haijun exposed was instantly caught by his opponent. Fight in the surface area. I am afraid that no opponent has more experience than the Chu State Navy. It's more capable. The general of Chu's Navy laughed at his opponent. The two armies faced off without incident the next day. Still nothing happened on the third day. It's just that Chu's Navy tried to get close and was repelled by the Qin Navy's artillery. Then the two coalition forces left and returned to their own bases. Night. South of the river, a group of shirtless Chu naval forces stood by the river. You are all good boys of my Chu State Navy. Tonight is the day to defeat the children of the Qin State Navy. I don't say anything when I'm done. Do it, said the commander, picking up a bowl of turbid wine and sipping it. The other naval forces did the same thing. Then he clasped his fists in both hands. They went into the water one after another. Everyone knows how to water. But there is a big gap between good and bad water quality. Chu's Navy came from local fishermen. They grew up by the river when they were young. The water is natural. In Shang Wen's view, these water civil navy forces are simply underwater frogmen for special operations. It's just that the specific combat method is unknown. Shang Wen's understanding of the navy was only a textual report. He hadn't seen the actual one, but he was curious. Without any breathing equipment, can you really dive for that long? Shang Wen raised his own question. Now Shang Wen will learn that this is true in future Shang Wen reports. These naval forces are all water masters. Some can lie underwater for a long time. The Chu State Navy would not wear such extravagant things as watches, nor will it mechanically train sailors like the Qin Navy. They rely heavily on their Shangwin technical advantages, rather than the advantage of the sailors. The night provides an excellent cover, limited sight at night, and you can't set up barbed wire in the water like the army. It is also not possible to install landmines in the water like on land. A sailor of the state of Qin wears a navy blue uniform. Originally the military uniform was white, but white does not look good, was replaced by sea blue. The soldier took the bayonet-mounted rifle and thought back and forth. There are only commanding heights and a little light in the military port. There are lights on the ship. Other places are basically dark places. Two large iron chains are installed at the entrance and exit. This is specifically used to intercept large ships. Boats are generally useless. Grassroots officers at the naval base have advised against using such chains. But no one noticed above. The above note is the number of ships in the water under the sailor. Nearly 200 soldiers of the Chu State Water Army pushed their boats quietly across the river. The small boat is equipped with an incendiary bomb developed by the state of Chu. This kind of bomb is placed in the wine jar. The wine jar is filled with tung oil instead of wine. These tung oils are easier to ignite than gasoline made by kin. Place a wrapped explosive paper bag in the tung oil. The fuse is outside the ceiling mud. A small hole is reserved. Reprinted general wine jars can completely float on the water. Sneaking into the Kin State Army harbor, the Chu State Navy soldiers took down the wine jars connected with ropes from the boat. Then several people dragged the wine jar away as a group. The water army of the Chu State with good water approached and looked for a place to climb. Enter the ship quietly, then put the wine jars one by one into the Kin State ship. The sailors of Kin State were too loose. There were only a few people on duty in the ship. Almost all of these personnel have deserted. They gave the defense to the sure defense artillery. The care for the ship is too lax. The Chu State Navy did not know who thought of it. Actually use incense sticks as a timer. When investigating after the incident, Qin Jun actually suspected that there was a special timer in the state of Chu. This kind of timepiece is more competitive than the clocks produced by Qin. Qin suspects that there is a reason. The famous carpenter Luban is a native of Chu. Then there may be a special timing device. The experts' ideas have great limitations. After the placement is complete, these well-watered men evacuated the ship, then wait for the explosion to sound. In order to prevent enemy destruction and accidents, there are no more than 5 timing devices. When some of the team members meet, the bomb finally exploded. The explosion generates high temperature instantly. High pressure. The lit tung oil splashed around in the surrounding wooden cabins. Then came the explosion of continuity. The explosion ignited other wine jars. Sawdust flew out of the ship with flames. Then the whole ship ignited its fire. One explosion followed by the second. This is currently the only cruiser of the Qin State Navy. After the explosion, the ammunition was accidentally ignited. The second explosion completely destroyed one side of the cruiser. The flying sawdust fell to the surface of the river with the burning sail. All the sailors were dumbfounded. They don't know what happened. The ship exploded unexpectedly, one after another. In a blink of an eye, several large ships of Qin State exploded one after another. The tung oil he brought with him ignited the wooden boat. All but a few large ships still under construction in the military port caught fire, turned into a pile of water wood on fire. The Chu State Navy danced happily. After the Navy soldiers' return, it is even more regarded as a huge victory. The Qin State Navy will not have a surface warship to fight for a period of time. Maybe there is. That is sitting in a fishing boat. That's the Navy. The Chu State Navy made fun of the Qin State Navy as a joke. The Qin State Naval Base is still burning with raging fires. The fire went out at noon the next day. Qin's Navy did not go to fight the fire. Can't save. Tung oil burns faster than gasoline, and the firefighting facilities are not complete. Afterwards, the top officer of the naval base shot himself. I ended my life by myself. The Navy's only surface force was wiped out. The few large ships were all reduced to ashes. The loss was extremely heavy. This time, the Chu State Navy temporarily controlled part of the waters of the Yangtze River. Because Qin's coastal defense artillery can also conduct fire blockade on part of the waters. This caused certain losses to the Chu Navy. But compared to, the Qin State Navy suffered a devastating blow. Navy disaster. A lot of newspapers reported the incident in Navy annihilation and Navy commander suicide. The occurrence of this incident led to a peak in Qin's domestic distrust of the Navy. People doubt whether the Qin Navy has combat capability. We should recommend that the Prime Minister cancel the Navy. We should establish a Navy, or simply attach to the Army. Set up an Army surface unit. A newspaper ridiculed. Our Navy has obviously learned how to use warships to fish. The Navy continues to blame. Is there a large loss of personnel? Shang when asked about the specific situation conversation on the phone. Not very big. The main reason is that the Navy does not have a large warship. The Navy does not have a ship. There is no meaning that Wang Shang is angry with the Secretary of the Navy. Wang Jian said on the phone. The Navy was not built in a day. Shang Wen said tolerantly. The Navy must be established. We have determination. This determination has never been lost. Shang Vin paused. We give the Navy another chance. I believe them, Shang Wen said on the phone. Then Shang Wen called King Qin. Request a chance for the Navy. Do not abolish the service of the Navy. And he is willing to take responsibility for the Navy. The impact of this incident will try to eliminate the negative impact. Then Shang Wen held a press conference. Special comments on this matter. Recently everyone knows what happened in the naval base. All the large ships of our Navy were successfully attacked by the Chu State Navy. The whole army was destroyed, Shang Wen said slowly. The corner of the Navy officer's mouth twitched. But what I want to ask is why we build a Navy. Why do we build a Navy? This world. We conquered the land. The sky is full of airplanes and airships. The sky is also under our control. The eagles in the sky give way to the supremacy of the sky to us. So is the world only land and sky? There is also the ocean. The ocean does not yet have our military power. Overseas resources have not been widely used. Why do we build the shipyard? It is to conquer the ocean one day in the future. Qin is a land country. The ocean is very strange to us. Many of us have never seen the ocean. It's because we haven't seen it. Should we give up the ocean? At least I don't want to give up, Shang Wen said. Everyone was impressed by Shang Wen's feelings. This frail young man showed Qin's determination to conquer the ocean with his determination. I hope, at the end of my political career, our children and grandchildren can see the sea. Then the children and grandchildren say to our generation, Father, is this the sea? I will answer, yes. We have boats to sail on the sea. There is a wonderful world waiting for us and a why. Children will have an ocean dream. That is our hope, Shang Wen said. Everyone in the venue was silent. Wooden boats burn well. He let us see clearly. Wood is not a good material for shipbuilding. Since wood is not good, then we build steel boats, let them burn without burning. And we use our steel to learn the lesson. Then we rushed out of the Yangtze River to pass on an ocean dream for our children and grandchildren. Finally, I hope we forgive the Navy. There is no success without failure. We are giving the Navy a chance. Thank you, Shang Wen concluded his speech. Wow, talking. Then people applauded warmly. This applause represents the rise of the Qin Navy again. It wasn't until this moment that Qin had a Navy dream. The ocean was awakened, although Qin lost a batch of ships. But consciousness was awakened. This is success, not a failure. Chapter 626 Naval Aviation. The morale of the Navy was resolved. But how the Navy will fight has not yet been resolved. The bad thing is, there is not a single ship in the Navy that can fight. The state of Qin officially responded after the naval base of the state of Chu attacked the Qin State Naval Base. The state of Qin officially declared war on the state of Chu. But Qin Go issued another statement. In moral considerations, the war was limited to the Yangtze River and the 20-mile radius on both sides of the strait. The land situation remains the same. This is a strange war. The war only took place in a limited area of the Yangtze River. After the declaration of war was issued, the Ministry of the Navy of the State Weifu of Qin State officially announced that it will issue a naval shipbuilding plan to private shipyards. Its total value will be more than 2 million gold ships, 1 million new technology and weaponry. As a result, the Qin Minjian shipyard has not yet been built. It ushered in a large military purchase order. This military order greatly stimulated the tremendous development of Qin's shipbuilding industry, because it is in the war stage, especially the surface war. So I just said the news that might boost confidence. The specific content is distributed to each newly established shipyard in the form of top-secret documents. Orders will be placed immediately after bidding, drawings, experimental products, inspection, evaluation and other measures. Qin Haijun first tendered a fast gunboat, crew 10 to 15 people, all made of steel. Consider technical issues. Later, The tender document was revised. Use wood partially instead. Engine power is no longer the use of natural force, propelled by wind. There are other options. There are two major categories of steam engines and internal combustion engines. In terms of weaponry, at least 2 machine guns will be installed. 2 3.5-inch guns. After these requirements are issued, the major shipyards have begun to develop, because the shipyard has not yet been constructed. And so, the Ministry of the Navy temporarily loaned Chain and Naval Military Academy to major shipyards as experimental bases. The Prime Minister's mansion opened the door to shipyards. Land used by shipyards. It's almost a free gift. The government only charged some fees for processing in a token manner. However, the major shipyards have obtained land ownership rights of more than 10,000 mu. The government does not levy any taxes on shipyards for 5 years. Not only exempt, it also provides a large number of special loans, related logistics and transportation, and special tax reductions for steel products. Some shipyards pay some taxes and fees when buying steel Shangwin. These have been reduced. Such a large amount of support has never been seen before. But when the war broke out, Qin had to send troops to fight. The Naval Department and the Naval Division of the General Staff began to come up with their own plans. The plan given by the General Staff is to build a river fortress, use the surefire cannon fort, especially the use of large E-caliber fort cannons. Once this kind of artillery is deployed in the narrow waters of the Yangtze River, then the entire waterway can be sealed off. In addition, the use of a new technology can help surefire guns to aim and fire at night. This is a high-power searchlight. Optical research found. Fill the bulb with some special others. Usually, when it is inert, such as argon, the care will increase a lot, especially with reflective devices. The light beam can be more concentrated. Experimental surface. Continuous bright light can cause temporary or permanent blindness. It depends on the power. This technology was first applied to air defense forces, especially Xianyang night air defense. But this kind of searchlight shining into the sky at night did not serve his original purpose. Air defense. At that time, it played a beautifying effect of night lights. The use of these two technical equipment can solve the current presumptuous behavior of the Chu State Navy. But it is only passively defensive. The Admiralty took the opportunity to propose the establishment of naval aviation arms. But it was opposed by the Army and the Space Army of the General Staff. The reason is that the two major services are unwilling to see the emergence of a third aviation force, especially when it comes to funding. Army aviation eats up 3/10 of funds used for aviation. The Heavenly Army at another 4/10. The rest belong to technology development funds. If you join the naval aviation, the two funds were less than 2/10 of the scale at once. The Navy is gaining momentum. In particular, it has received unanimous support from the whole country. King Qin also took special care. There is another battle to fight, although the two services opposed. But the establishment of naval aviation is a trend. Especially the pressure of the current war is huge. Defense alone is not enough to quickly solve the problem of surface warfare. Want to make the other party make concessions? Then you have to let the other party fail. There is only one way to fail. That is offense. There is no power on the water. That is to use air power. The proposal of naval aviation has the support of all parties. But at this time the Army and the Heavenly Army proposed two parties to help it defeat the surface forces of Chu. But the Navy used the combat area as the surface, rejected the proposals of the two parties respectively. Army aviation is based on attacking land targets, not a surface target. The main task of the Celestial Army is to bomb in depth, not to bomb surface targets, although the reason is reluctant. Moreover, the missions of the Army and the Army have a big ambiguity in their objectives. Naval aviation has a very strong sense of independence. Just when the Space Army and the Army Aviation Unit jointly launched an attack on the establishment of the Naval Aviation Unit, an order from King Qin broke all controversies. A combat flying brigade of the Xianyang Royal Air Defense Flying Force, an aerial gunboat squadron, was transferred to naval aviation, and became the first air force Force of Naval Aviation. Such an order is really unexpected. This is a great honor. The Royal Air Force was directly divided into a special Naval Aviation Force. This surprised the Navy. King Kin gave this order because the economic level requires a rapid solution to the problem of rising raw material prices. Keeping raw materials cheap is necessary to maintain the healthy development of Kin's economy. After solving the Chu State Water Army, solve the water theft problem immediately, then control the entire Yangtze River, taking into account the traffic pressure in the south. The road has not been built yet. The railway is stepping up construction. The Xinjiang section and the Luoyang section of the railway have now merged in the Nanyang area. Then go directly south. Demand for steel increased. King Qin specifically instructed the establishment of a special steel plant in the south, in order to meet the needs of naval shipbuilding, and the construction of a large number of commercial ships in the future will also require a large amount of steel. Such instructions are already in the planning of commercial enterprises, especially large shipyards like Yinu. The demand for steel will be very large. Steel plants tend to be built on the riverside in terms of site selection. The raw materials can be transported by railway transportation of high-quality coal and iron ingots from Zhao State. After controlling the waterways in the future, large ships are used to ship the above-mentioned raw materials from the Yangtze River to the north on the Liaodong Peninsula and Yangtze waters. In this way, the first steel plant in the south is planned in the south. The location of the steel plant. It means that some economic entities of Qin State have begun to move south. The development of the south has been strengthened again. Chapter 627 No-fly order time quietly entered mid-May. The Xianyang Air Defense Flying Unit began to change. They no longer use the royal emblem. Instead, use an eagle to hold an iron anchor. This means that they are naval aviation. The iron anchor means that they belong to the Navy, rather than being alone or subordinate to the Army. The badge of the Celestial Army is an eagle with outstretched wings. The Army is holding a badge with a cross pattern of muskets and artillery. Special forces have special patterns. For example, each bombing squadron has a different pattern. The black bomb pattern is used on the front line of Chi State, and this is a fierce hammer that belongs to the western regions. The specialization of the badge means the fierce competition within Qin. This fierce intensified the sense of unity and honor within the team, which is very useful for enhancing the combat effectiveness of the army. The improvement of combat effectiveness also requires technical equipment. In the western regions, the state of Qin urgently ordered the withdrawal of most of the airships. Only some combat aircraft are left as air support. The subsequent order is even more surprising. King Qin ordered the cancellation of all airship flying missions. This is a direct no-fly order. Not only the airship unit, there are also civil aviation airships. The specific reason is that the latest model of airship produced by Qin State uses a lot of metal. The drilled steel plate serves as the main skeleton. The use of steel plate replaced the original wood. In order to further reduce weight, a new type of metal is used. Aluminium began to become the support and skin of rigid airships. Airbags began to be installed inside. The use of plastic enhances the sealing performance. But the gas has not changed. Dangerous hydrogen is still used. In the laboratory, helium has been studied in depth. The main result is the shielding gas for arc welding. The industrial method is to extract it from natural gas. The main reason is that there is natural gas in Kingo coal mine. This gas poses a huge threat to coal production. Unexpected discovery when performing spectral irradiation. But compared to, because helium is just emerging, cost price, especially the research cost, cannot be reduced. So the price is higher than hydrogen. In consideration of cost, hydrogen is still the main filling gas for all airships. However, the accident caused King Qin to issue an order such as a no-flying order. The accident was treated by a series of aerial accidents that occurred together and combined into a major event. During the battle against the western regions, airships spontaneously combusted and crashed. The reason for the investigation is unknown. But at that time, The airship's structural skin was mixed with metal and textiles. Shang Wen believes that it is caused by static electricity. This is the biggest killer of the airship, flying in the air, especially after the speed is up. The air friction increases. The possibility of static electricity is very high. But the incident has not attracted enough attention. The private airship also suffered a serious air crash during transportation. At that time, the airship transported about 30 infantry units of the Zhao state who were preparing to participate in the battle in the western regions. Some supplies were also transported together. But I don't know why. The airship suddenly burned in the air. The driver had not had time to make an emergency landing. The airship exploded in the air. The altitude of the flight at that time was 300 steps. No one survived on the spot. This incident first banned all airship flight plans in the western regions. But the next thing caused the airship to be grounded directly on the front line of Qi. A reconnaissance airship also caught fire in the air for unknown reasons. Fortunately, the captain urgently ordered a parachute jump to escape. But the airship has penetrated within 150 miles of Qi. All members of the airship were captured. Although Shang Wen instructed the Heavenly Army to be taken prisoner in an emergency, you can even tell some military secrets for your safety. For example, the serial number. The commander of the troops saw something. But King Qin did not allow the prisoners of Qin state to exist. King Qin would rather see the icy corpse than see Qin state fighters captured. He believes that soldiers should maintain integrity. I would rather commit suicide than be a prisoner. In particular, take the initiative to surrender as a prisoner. You should draw your gun to commit suicide if you have the opportunity. In short, this incident led to the grounding of the airship. In particular, King Qin did not want to see the fact that the airship caused the Qin fighters to be captured. All airships are finding out the cause. And before solving the problem, the airship is no longer used as the main transport and combat platform. The no-fly order is issued. Suddenly, a large vacuum appeared in Qin's air power. The emergence of this space is a development opportunity for aircraft manufacturing. Only combat aircraft exist on the front line. The air demand is particularly large, especially the front line of Qi state. Because of the no-fly order, in the air, the established facts of air supremacy in parts of the region that Qi had acquired temporarily appeared in the air, especially after the ban on flying airships. On the front line of Qin state, the Qin Airship Bombing Brigade rebuilt an airborne machine gun airship by itself. The airship's hot air balloon is extremely lethal. This airship is equipped with 4 large E-caliber .60 machine guns. This machine gun bullet can easily tear the airbag of a hot air balloon and shoot it down. The most important is, he stayed in the air for a very long time. Turn off the engine, or it can stay in the air for a long time by maintaining a low speed and a constant speed. This can effectively control the air dominance in the area. Sometimes, the airship will also lower its altitude and use a machine gun to shoot directly at the ground. Caused a lot of damage to Qi. Transport vehicles have also been effectively blocked, especially the ox cart that transports grain. The machine gun can kill all the cattle in the entire convoy. This is a great loss for the country. But after the airship is forbidden to fly, only fighters from both sides staying in the air for 3 hours are left. This gave the opponent a chance to break through the air blockade of Qin state. In fact, the actual use of airships is far greater than that of airplanes. The airship is laying cables. There is a great advantage, especially his carrying capacity. It will take some time for Qin's aircraft manufacturing industry to produce a transport aircraft with a certain transportation capacity. But the carrying capacity of the airship is comparable to that of the Hercules transport aircraft. However, the use of new materials in airships has intensified, leading to a series of Shang Wen tragedies in the air. Let airship transportation become a kind of usable but not usable point. Shang Wen recommends the use of helium with excellent stability instead of hydrogen. because the Ministry of Transport reported if air transportation cannot be resumed as soon as possible, then some special transportation conditions cannot be recovered. In order to lift the ban as soon as possible, Chang Wen directly ordered the airship transportation regulations. In the future, the airships produced by Qin State uniformly use helium airships. The hydrogen airship is no longer used. You can resume flying after using helium again. Then, a large number of airships began to return to the factory to replace the filling gas. For a while, the power of Qin's airship disappeared. The aircraft temporarily becomes the protagonist in the air. The aircraft power has been partially adjusted. Chapter 628 Breakthrough Lulan City. Just when the airship ordered the grounding, most of the Allied forces launched a large-scale attack on Lulan City. The scale of Lulan City is not very large. Its scale is almost the same as that of a county in Qin. But even so, the fast-advancing Allied cavalry units did not quickly take over. Most of the weapons equipped by cavalry units are rifles, and they are all short-barreled carbines. In addition to such weapons, there are also personal pistols. Perhaps it is the reason why most of the Allied forces are mercenaries. They are very good at playing field battles, rather than a battle for the city, because the city requires strong firepower and infantry combat. Although mercenaries accustomed to field battles want to occupy Lulan City, but it will take some time. Lulan was determined to resist the Allied forces. The frequent harassment of Qin State had already aroused the dissatisfaction of the other party, especially Lulan country. Now their main force has been annihilated, but their national fighting spirit still exists, especially when Qin State harassed before. It often used cruel methods to deal with it, while raiding its tribe. If the opponent resists a little bit, then these security guards will slaughter them all. The usual practice is to open a distance for intensive shooting, then throw a grenade. After an attack, he will move forward. Most of the security personnel are equipped with light weapons. Heavy weapons, artillery and machine guns are also difficult to configure. The main reason is that they rely on speed to achieve a sudden sweep. Although this approach lost most of the opportunity to obtain slaves, this approach is similar to slaughter and rarely survives. But two kinds of resources can make up for their losses: gold and original jade. These things that were merely sacrifices of these tribal women or priests became the objects of their looting. And there seems to be a lot of things like a tribe. As long as you capture a tribe, you will gain a lot. Such atrocities naturally aroused the resistance of the Lulan people, especially Lulan City heard about the massacre of the tribe. Resolutely resist the Allied attack. The Allied forces originally planned to seize the city by sneak attack, but it doesn't seem to work now. Lulan City has taken careful defensive measures. Allied vanguard cavalry units with only light weapons can only blockade. It is difficult to conquer the city. They need the support of artillery and infantry from the rear. But logistics transportation has become a huge problem. The problem is not road transportation, it's the complexity of supplies. Before, Qin will definitely not have such a problem. Qin State was the first country to adopt standardized production weapons. But now, this standard is diversified. When Qin was equipped with new artillery, no guns of uniform caliber were used. Instead, a large number of experimental guns were used. The artillery needs to complete various ballistic data measurements, even the fastest. It also takes half a year, some are longer. And there are many factories producing weapons in Qin, especially artillery. Major weapons companies, in order to grab orders, all preemptively manufactured multiple types of artillery. And there are many types. In terms of caliber, from 3 inches to 6.5 inches, more than 80 caliber shells appeared. There are also many types of artillery: howitzer, field artillery, light infantry artillery, curved cannon. Some companies, in order to get orders from the military, he even gave the experimental artillery to Yin for free. When the military took over, there are hundreds of different types of shells hoarded on the front line. These various types of shells and materials aggravated Qin's transportation pressure, but the weapon still relies on the logistics supply model of its commercial operation to complete. When countering an attack, there are a large number of shells hoarded on the front lines. This situation is not obvious. No one paid any attention. The artillery can find the shells they want by sending more manpower. Logistics management is also very messy, because there are too many standards for the format and type of the material list. The logistical officers who are assigned can only manage light weapons. The artillery shells simply let go. The battle on the front line went smoothly. The cavalry unit of the Qin army embarked on a famous victory march. With the extension of the logistics supply line, this problem is gradually exposed. The artillery will find it after a few days of advance. The artillery they used could not supply this type of shells. And some are even more ridiculous. There are even shells but no artillery. Is the logistics crazy? He even provided artillery without shells at will. The transporters are also very distressed. A lot of weapons and equipment. Even they themselves don't know what's on their car. Sometimes when they arrived, they opened the cargo box and realized that they were carrying down jackets. When is this? The logistics officer actually sent out all the down jackets. The logistics officer was even more dizzy. When they took over, I don't even know what those supplies are, and some supplies were mislabeled. It was the diversification of products and the backward management of Qin's logistics methods that caused the artillery troops to take a long time to arrive. Wang Ben first reduced the types of artillery used by artillery to 2.5-inch howitzer that fires grenade. The gun is a 3-type howitzer produced by Wenyang Arsenal. Large amount of equipment. The other is a 3.5-inch light artillery, mainly used by infantry and cavalry artillery units. Only 2 shells are required for logistics. The other shells were properly kept and transported back home after the war. Logistics and transportation. The logistics and transportation department is no longer managing the issue of ammunition distribution. It was directly given to the combat troops. The combat troops solve the problem of ammunition delivery on their own. The material list is supplied according to your own needs, rather than the logistics department according to the above order to allocate. It temporarily solved the problem of logistical supply confusion. In fact, this is a good thing. This shows that Qin can not only meet the huge demand for quantity in China, and it can also meet various kinds of needs. This gives those procurement officials a great choice of status. Prior to, the procurement officer can only worry about one weapon and equipment. This kind of distress soon turned into not knowing what kind of weapon to choose. This kind of thinking has not been converted. Let them make adjustments quickly. Then, the phenomenon of various weapons appeared on the front line. The military did not give a clear list of specific calibers. This is also one of the reasons for increasing logistics. But the preparatory stage for this war is a commercial war. It was taken over by the government later. Chaos is hard to avoid. With the arrival of artillery, the reserves of artillery shells are gathered. The Allied forces began a large-scale artillery attack. The infantry artillery penetrated the earthen city wall. The howitzer shelled the city aimlessly. The city became a sea of flames. Death can be seen everywhere. The blasted body exacerbated the fear. Determined to no longer be able to guard this existing Lulan city. She is not a spiritual city. It exists in reality. Under the bombardment of artillery, Lulan city was breached. Chapter 629 Selfish desire. After Lulan city was bombed, some Lulan people fled from the exit of the collapsed city wall. But these people were immediately strafed by machine guns that had been waiting on the periphery, even if it was a fluke to escape. Also immediately intercepted by cavalry troops. After stopping the shelling for 15 minutes, Allied forces immediately rushed into the city in no particular order. Qin Jun is very shrewd. Head directly towards the palace of King Lulan, and Zhao Jun dispersed as soon as he entered the city. They started searching from house to house. Usually one squad and one platoon conduct searches. The bloodstain of the bombed corpse had not yet drained. The Lulan people hadn't awakened from the shelling just now. He was caught out in a panic. economic. Gold and jade are the first choice. What's left are all kinds of materials, leather, livestock, and some blankets. All were snatched away. All resistors will be killed. The weapon in his hand became a murder weapon. The same is true for Han Jun. They are the same as Zhao Jun. Take away everything you can. Residents became new slaves and were bound up and taken away in a string. The city was in a mess. After the bombing, the burning houses burned with raging fires. But no one will pay attention to all this. Allied soldiers searched everything that could be searched. To this end, Zhao Jun and Han Jun fought for the robbery of their shared property. It was not pulled away until the military police appeared. But snatching behavior everywhere. The military police simply didn't care, and I don't want to manage. Even some are also involved. In this way, such a city experienced an unprecedented catastrophe. Li Ziwatch entered the city as the vanguard of the paratroopers. He witnessed everything. The situation was crazier than he thought. All the troops are out of control. Military officers are also involved. Especially low-level officers become leaders. They led their men to robbery like a group of robbers. Li Ziwatch tried to stop this crazy move, but being hindered by others to make a fortune was pushed away. Even after his subordinates entered the city, seeing that their chief did not act, they all made excuses to leave and participate in the raid in the city. Li Ziwatch watched these things happen like a spectator. For what's happening right now, Kan only shook his head. Moan and groan. What also surprised Li Ziwatch, Gin State War Zone reporters even filmed such a film for domestic propaganda. There are still a few planes in the sky for aerial photography. Night fell. Everything that could be searched in the city was robbed. Even so, there are still a large number of soldiers entering the city like a treasure hunt. The barracks are full of soldiers and officers passing by. They exchange trophies with each other. Others robbed a large number of women. Among them, Zhao Jun has the most. Most of them are poor. The Lulan woman became the object of their vent. The military camp outside the city is as lively as the inside. Li Ziwatch can only express his dissatisfaction with this matter by writing in a diary. I don't know how to express my mood today. Anger, annoyance or helplessness. Our army is made up of bandits. Good military discipline is gone at this moment. Before I thought we were fighting to defend against a few nomadic tribes. But now, I don't think we are weak. Instead, those nomads become cattle and sheep to be slaughtered. Grandpa told me about the brutality of the Huns before. But now, I see. What did it arrive? It is a group of advanced weapons that have infinitely magnified our personal ambitions and desires. Perhaps my condemnation is powerless. Everyone is doing this. A Zhao Jun soldier searched a slightly better preserved house, and their companions immediately stepped forward to help when they saw it. The weapons in their hands became them, for arrogant reasons. After killing the male population, these soldiers insulted the female. Other soldiers rummaged through as if they could not see what they could find. Gold, jade, wool blankets, donkeys were all if they can't fit them. They pack them on their bodies, or they keep them in their pockets. The pockets of military uniforms are so full now. I tried to stop them. I wanted to use military honor to save this situation from happening. But nothing happened. A corporal gave me a punch. Let me go away and don't hinder them. The corporal told me the reason contemptuously. You officials all have military salaries. We don't. We can only have enough food and it's not bad. You know, my brother died in the coal mine of Zhao State. Why? Because there is no money at home. We have to pay taxes. Many taxes. You officials don't have to pay taxes. Don't prevent us from making a fortune. We just want our family to live a better life. Get out of here. It seems that the people above have also acquiesced to this behavior. Our chief just told me not to interfere after he did my report. Either find a clean place to drink tea by yourself, or find a Western woman who has a diarrhea. And this is the fact that the grassroots officers have sent us a wealth of spoils. The chiefs are more interested in spoils than I have to report. I think our chiefs all know about this, and they all acquiesced in this behavior. Just as if it hadn't, they wouldn't have such a wealth of trophies. What is the meaning of this war? I don't know. At least one thing, our inner desires have been extremely expanded under the violence of weapons. He has lost control. Lee Watch really can't believe that he should participate in such a war. Action. In a family of good soldiers, he can't accept all this with the honor of a soldier. As everyone knows, this is an important period of great social change. It is also an era when human sexual desires are extremely inflated. There are too many poor people in Zhao state. However, his neighboring countries have completed the initial primitive accumulation of capital by fighting everywhere. The myth of getting rich overnight is enduring. It will always be the highlight of the newspaper's inspirational story, as long as there is desire. There are many opportunities like this in Qin. The bottom of the Zhao people is really poor and scared. People are working so miserably at home. Communication allows them to understand everything that happened in Zhaogo. Many people got rich, and many people lost their lives without returning to a happy life. Those officials can live well without paying taxes. The huge gap between rich and poor, and the impact of the rapid flow of social wealth, stimulate these soldiers to do everything possible to get what they want, satisfy their inner desires. Wealth, status. Only in this way can women basically satisfy the definition of happiness. Lee Watch can feel the meaning behind this huge change for the time being. This era is an era of extreme expansion of personal desires. For personal desires to be satisfied, all of this is trivial. The gap between the rich and the poor is widening. People will strive to catch it whenever they have the opportunity. That is wealth and status. It is also the expansion of desire during the accumulation of primitive capital. It is a necessary part of the evolution of human nature. Can't be suppressed. Chapter 630 King Qin goes on tour. Qin's foreign warfare has already changed the nature of war. The original defense turned to active offense. The nature of war is more inclined to the use of commercial value. In other words, as long as the needs of domestic commercial organizations in Qin state, war became a means of achieving its goal. In order to achieve this means, all actions after the war can be regarded as normal and reasonable means. Naughty. I thought of a good idea. Yin called suddenly. What idea? Shang Wen asked inexplicably. Let's go out to play. Turn around every day. It's about to turn the whole Xianyang around. Yin complained on the other end of the phone. After Yin's power was delegated, he had a lot of free time every day. On the contrary, Shangwin has many things. South development issues. The issue of naval local warfare. Although the north is calm, but Fan Zheng stared at the north firmly. Intend to start the war again. There are many such things. The country is undergoing a second technological revolution, especially the rise of emerging industries such as steel, railways, automobiles, and aircraft manufacturing. Qin's industrial belt is taking shape. The rudimentary form of monopoly has begun to take shape. Some enterprises have begun to move towards joint production, especially steel and coal, automobiles and petrochemicals. These two closely related industries form the early syndicates. They are moving towards a joint monopoly. In terms of steel, railways, and military production, Yinu was helped by Xiaohe and Kaohsiung. More small steel plants are being merged. Smaller coalitions continue to be merged. They are marching towards the trust. The number of corporate mergers and reorganizations is increasing, especially after mastering the power sector. This situation is increasing. Related bills have not yet been introduced, and such things have filled the Ministry of Justice and Tingwei Mansion with such case files. Shang Wen felt unprecedented pressure. This is also the case. The chances of Yin among Shangwin going out to relax are increasing. They went wherever they could go nearby. I even took a train to the ancient city of Liang. But as the two walked more and more, there are fewer and fewer places to go around. Yin began to worry about traveling every day. That won't work. I'm the Prime Minister, and I still have an important position. I can't leave. Shangwen refused. I knew you would say that for a long time, So, I thought out a great idea for you in advance, Yin said happily. What idea? Shang Wen asked. Remember the last time you said you wanted to take me to Handan, Zhao country? Let's just use, Yin said happily, because she really admired her talent. I don't know what to think. Where can you think of it? Ding ding. Ding ding, the red phone on Shang Wen's desk rang. This is the special line of King Qin. With the increase of phone installation users, many small and medium-sized enterprises have also begun to install phones. In order to ensure the confidentiality of telephone conversations, Kingo specially installed new cable, used to ensure the communication between key departments. Use physical isolation to achieve confidentiality. Wait a minute. Wang gets on the phone. Shang Wen interrupted Yinya's call. Wang Shang, Shang Wen said over the phone. Telephone language can no longer salute face-to-face like face-to-face interviews. Consider this. King Qin simplified the etiquette on the phone. In some cases, such as when answering the phone, you don't need to salute. You can't see it because you salute. But this aspect, Li Si is doing much better than Shang Wen. This guy must salute when he answers King Qin's call, although invisible. But this was enough to reach King Qin's ears. Appreciation is necessary. But Shang Wen is understandable about this. Nothing can be said, sir. The widow wants to inform the husband. The widow wants to patrol everywhere. How about bringing the Deputy Prime Minister Meng Yi? King Qin said directly. Shang Wen was surprised. Shang Wen still doesn't know what's going on. King Qin said it on his own. It turned out that King Qin felt that he was bored. There are too many new things happening around. It is King Qin going out. The tremendous changes in Xianyang also made him feel a little panicked. There are cars, bicycles and carriages on the road, and pedestrian order has become rushed. There are even overpasses. The large population in the bustling section made King Qin not know where Qin suddenly came out of so many people. The store's promotional activities made King Qin enter the city like a countryman. Don't know anything, although I read the newspaper every day. But this kind of outing still makes him overwhelmed. Just take it for such a big store. Qin Wang was very surprised by the operation of the supermarket. Zhao Gao can only explain as much as possible. There are shops on the street. The window allows King Qin to see all kinds of goods inside. People's enthusiasm for shopping is very high. King Qin only found out later. The registered population of Xianyang Old City and New City has exceeded 1 million. And this number is still increasing. Xianyang has changed so much. How about the changes in various places? King Qin thought of it. This world can no longer watch without going out like this. King Qin had already planned to make a tour. The trip to Xianyang made him firm up on his trip plan. King Qin informed Shang Wen that he would come to supervise the country during his own tour. In addition to the guards, Meng Yi, Yang Duan and others accompanied him on the trip. Mainly are deputy positions. Shang Wen has a heavy responsibility. Hey, is the call over? Listen, you will give my father report and you will go out for inspection. Then we play with you while working. Yin finally said what he had been holding back for a long time. Shang Wen smiled helplessly. Why are you giggling? Am I too smart? You feel embarrassed. Yin said with a smile. You are a step late. Your father is going to make a tour. I have to stay in Xianyang, I'm afraid. Shang Wen explained. How can my father be like this? I thought of it first. Hey, really? I'm so angry. Yin interrupted the phone in annoyance. It was planned well. The Prime Minister's inspection. You can go anywhere. Yin has all thoughts about it. Go to the northern grasslands first. She only saw the snowy grassland last time. The northern green grassland has not been seen. Then turn to the west to look at the great desert. Then go to the western regions to take a look. Ride a camel. Something planned now. All upset by his father. Yin felt very wronged. It's hard to think of. It was disrupted just like this. Hello, Shang Wen called into the phone. But the end of the phone has hung up. This guy wants to go out again. Also, this age should be the same. Shang Wen said. Can't go out. Can't it be played? Shang Wen said again. Speaking of Shang Wen, temporarily put down the work at hand. Painted a playground for playing. It is also necessary to have fun. Anyway, there is now steel. Then you can make a lot of things. Chapter 631 Armored Fighting Vehicle. King Qin departed that night. A special railway line is built in Xianyang Palace. This is specially built for King Qin to travel. A special train of Qin Wang was parked on the platform of the railway station. There are tight guards all around. King Qin has not come yet. There are not many others that Shang Wen can recognize. Basically a few people like the royal family. The two parties salute each other and forget about it. Shang Wenxian walked around without incident. The train consists of 8 long carriages. The length of the train carriage has been greatly improved. If a carriage is full, it can reach more than 100 people. If shipping goods, then this number is also very impressive. The increase in train traffic is due to the application of various research results. Qin's trains still use old-fashioned steam locomotives, but the length of his locomotive and the actual power produced have been greatly improved. In some details, it has also achieved the ultimate, such as car lights, electric power system, heating system. This train of King Qin is currently the best train in Qin State. There are also air conditioning equipment on it. Even the kitchen is equipped with a refrigerator, because the cable line is mainly laid out along the railway line. And so, King Qin only needs to rest. You can send and receive information about the various regions of Qin. There was an electric signal transmission on the radio side. Because I don't know the existence of the ionosphere, researchers are discussing this issue, although there is no radio equipment in use yet. But it won't take long. The decoration inside the train is also very luxurious. Shang Wen has only seen one carriage. There is a personal toilet and bathroom in the compartment. Qin's toilet and bath are separate. This is related to the identity of King Qin. There are also 3 large luxurious bedrooms, a meeting room, reference room and various living rooms, entertainment facilities. These facilities use 5 of the 8 carriages. The rest are guards, kitchens, and material reserves. If needed, a spare carriage can be mounted on the rear at any time. In order to ensure the safety of train travel, King Qin traveled at night as far as possible, because the night timetable can be changed at will. It's mainly cargo. There are also fewer night trains. If you change the day, the travel time is very limited. At this point, the arrangement is a bit complicated. Qin State roughly divided the train operation into 3 major regions: West District, North District, East District. The Southern District is currently under construction and has not been included, but their meeting point is centered on Xianyang. Only Xinzing can count as the second junction after the construction of the Southern District Railway. Xianyang in Qin State is currently the largest railway transportation hub, but this year Qin State planned a number of railway construction plans. For example, the entire East-West Mongolia Railway, the railway connecting Handan to East Mongolia and Handan to Xinzing, railway construction from Xinzing to Daliang. In addition, the longest railway from Hexi Corridor to the entire western regions is under construction. It is expected that the basic construction of these main railway lines will be successful in 2 years. At that time, Qin State had a preliminary railway network. Shang Wen thought as he walked. But Shang Wen suddenly noticed when he reached the last train. 2 temporary carriages are mounted. It's the last section that hangs. That section is a flatbed truck. The car is loaded with hanging things wrapped in a large cloth. What is that? Shang Wen asked strangely. Oh, nothing. An officer explained. It's nothing? Shang Wen looked at the officer and then at the cloth. It looks like a special vehicle from the outline, because the tractors and special tracked vehicles that he and Shang Wen saw were similar in layout, such as lifting vehicles and so on. Oh, it's the Prime Minister. Wai Liao asked where he came out of nowhere. Oh, it's the lieutenant. What is this? Shang Wen pointed to the flatbed truck and said, Sir, why don't you guess? Wai Liao said with a smile. Oh, Shang Wen looked at Wai Liao, looked at the flatbed truck again. Give me a hint. You can't guess so randomly, Shang Wen said. Well, It's a secret weapon, Wai Liao said mysteriously. Secret weapon? Shang Wen couldn't figure it out. Secret weapon? What secret weapon? Shang Wen thought. Guoai Mansion is the only department in Qin State that can purchase weapons and equipment. Here controls all Qin's military equipment procurement expenses. The major weapons manufacturers in order to get weapons orders. Many new weapons have been invented. Recently, air-cooled machine guns have been reduced by a third of their weight. Heat sinks are used in the automotive field. Then it went smoothly in terms of machine guns. And the earliest model even had an electric fan. But it was quickly cancelled because of uneven heat dissipation. Army weapons or heavenly weapons? Shang Wen then asked. Army. Wai Liao replied. Army. Shang Wen looked at the big guy. Could it be that? Shang Wen looked back at Wai Liao. Qin's engine developed rapidly, especially the use of large 8-cylinder diesel engines. Many heavy lifting special vehicles use this kind of engine. Could it be? Thinking of this, Shang Wen should think so. Is it a tank? Shang Wen asked suspiciously. What grams? Wai Liao asked, looking at Shang Wen. Oh, isn't it an armored tank? Shang Wen reacted to the country. The tank is transliterated. It should be called an armored fighting vehicle. Well, almost. It's an armored tank. Wai Liao said. An armored chariot? Shang Wen said while looking at the big guy on the flatbed. Yes. We welded the iron armor around the tracked vehicle. It forms a large airtight box. In this large box, we are equipped with 6 machine guns. These 6 machine guns form a huge firepower net. There is no dead angle between each other. Although the speed is not very fast, but I don't think anyone can cut off this thick iron armor. Wai Liao said happily. Then Shang Wen and Wai Liao discussed the development process of armored combat vehicles. The cause is simple. That is the difficulty that the light cavalry encountered in this battle in the western regions. There is also a stalemate on the eastern front. With the crazy upgrade of firepower, the opponent has realized it. The chance of being killed standing on the ground is very high. But if you lie on the ground, you can barely survive. Especially take advantage of obstacles caused by uneven ground to avoid. This allowed the war to enter a state of underground warfare in the western regions. This is the case with the stronghold in the western regions besieged by the Qin army. They defended by digging trenches. Although firepower can help the Qin army occupy the opponent, but the other party effectively avoided the bullet shot by Qin Jun. In contrast, the opponent also used the gully to fight back. The infantry suffered a lot of damage. This requires a weapon that can replace and protect infantry. This is the reason for the armored fighting vehicle. Effective combination of weapons and vehicles. Especially a new type of mobile platform provided by the development of the automobile industry. Chapter 632 Terrestrial. The emergence of tanks, that is, armored fighting vehicles, will change the current style of warfare. The coming of future mechanized warfare has already heralded. The first stop of King Qin's cruise was the northern grasslands. The wide grassland will give full play to the advantages of the tank as a weapon, although the tanks of this period were very large, very slow, and there is no moving rotating turret. 6 machine guns are distributed around. 7 to 8 people crowded in the narrow space of the tank. But this is a revolutionary weapon. He can both attack. It can be defensive again. The war mode will be upgraded again. Shang Wen didn't know why such revolutionary weapons were used in northern operations. What did King Qin think? He really didn't know, but Shang Wen overlooked one point. In Qin, a kind of speech similar to geopolitical doctrine began to be accepted at the top. The first person he was accepted was King Qin. Qin is a deeply inland country. In the beginning there was no ocean. There is not even a strategic channel to communicate with the ocean. A period of great geographic change, especially after the use of astronomical telescopes and large-scale geographic surveys. Qin state has confirmed that the Earth is round. This geographic discovery was first applied to strategy. With the expansion of Qin's foreign war, the Qin state gained unprecedented geographical expansion from a few surrounding tribes. With the geographical expansion and the implementation of immigration policies, civilians have conducted research on this strategic situation. They found out the material resources around him are inseparable from the newly occupied areas: milk, leather, meat, various medicinal materials, and mineral resources. Therefore, they hope that Qin will have long-term control of the area, and incorporate it into the overall territory of the Qin state. This kind of territorial consciousness has a big market among the people. Based on the existence of this consciousness, plus Qin's discovery of geography. In fact, it is the sand table provided by Shangwen that has given great help. The state of Qin formed a kind of hostility and extreme distrust, or after the rapid expansion of Qin's national strength. That kind of arrogant and conquering consciousness makes them extremely unfriendly to their neighbors. Friendly attitude is based on strength. The power gap between Qin and its neighbors is very large. This made Qin state look down on their neighbors, in terms of national strategic defense. Under Fan Zhenyigan's civil official group's opinion, Qin's national security policy was adjusted to a positive expansion trend, especially for the north. Take advantage of the north, especially the land formed by the Pacific Ocean and the Arctic Ocean is isolated. This is Shangwen's credit. The state of Qin dispatched or mobilized other forces from the 6 countries to launch an offensive. Level the strategic situation in the north of Qin state. The specific point of this idea is, the kingdom of Qin wanted to occupy the entire Mongolian plateau, the central Siberian plateau and the mountainous regions of eastern Siberia, occupied by the state of Qin. After evening this distance, this area will be formed into a stable rear of the Qin state. The rear area means that ethnic minorities in these areas will be looted, slaughtered, and driven out of the area. Qin state formed a national standardized management system in this area. This clearly proposed that the above-mentioned areas should be officially included in the territory of the state of Qin. The subsequent strategic posture started based on this stable rear. Qin's expansion will go westward with all its strength, southward, until the land of the sea is cut off. This is a continental strategy. His ideas are strikingly similar to geopolitics. Geopolitics is based on Eurasia as a basic research point. His core is who occupied the entire Eurasian continent. Whoever has the right to rule the world. Genghis Khan of Mongolia in history is such an extremely influential figure. He was the only one who occupied almost the entire Eurasian continent. This theory can basically be applied to the Eurasian war pattern in subsequent wars: 30 Years' War, the 7 Years' War, and then the First World War, especially World War II. But also because of World War II, this geopolitical doctrine is suspected. No matter what kind of doctrine, at present, the state of Qin has entered a state of land warfare. Tanks are a representative weapon of this kind of war. King Qin made a tour of the north. One of its purposes is to initiate the first part of the strategic plan. This is the first time that the traditional land school of the Qin state came on stage. And Shangwen is divided into the ocean faction. This is a division of Qin's consciousness in its foreign expansion strategy. Although the ocean school has not yet risen at this time, but Shangwen is obviously inclined to the latter. The Lu sect despise everything and conquer everything like the king of Qin. It's even the consciousness to achieve strategic goals at all costs. Fan Zheng thinks so too. This consciousness is mixed with the newly emerging Chinese national consciousness. Expansion and defense of national dignity have become its representative ideas. But Shangwen's ideas are more practical. Maybe it was born in technology. He is more inclined to the benefits that actually occur, or the beginning of something very closely related to oneself. This kind of careful calculation, step by step, the practice of taking the benefit-oriented criterion as the criterion seems very rational. Although the ocean school Shangwen rises start at this time, the ocean school has just had an opportunity for development, and it was established after major setbacks. But his ocean school has huge potential advantages. 70% of the ocean area provides convenient transportation. the area becomes wider. The potential for resource discovery is obviously due to land coupled with convenient transportation. Just build a ship instead of building a railway, and the carrying capacity of a ship is several times that of a train. If there are 10,00-ton cargo ships, this number is expected to rise. But at present, the maritime forces have not formally formed yet. However, the land faction has already begun to influence Qin in its strategic situation. The Qin state has formed two divided groups in the future trend of the country. King Qin traveled smoothly. A group of important ministers and King Qin saw him off. King Qin embarked on a journey to the north. The next thing is Shangwin. Everything is not easy for him. At this time, Qin researchers invented a new weapon. This is the torpedo. This kind of torpedo uses a compressed air engine to drive a single propeller, and the horizontal rudder at the tail of the torpedo is controlled by a hydraulic valve to control the depth of the torpedo. The range is very limited, only about 200 steps. If you simply increase a certain size, it can reach about 400 to 500 steps. This torpedo came out. The Navy Department immediately applied for quantitative production, then equipped to the front line to conduct surface war against the Chu Navy. Guo's mansion was not eager to answer. Instead, a targeted test was conducted. Mainly, the weapon still lacks in the application platform. The Navy is currently very funny that there is not a single ship. The protagonist of the surface war was handed over to the Marine Corps artillery unit. With weapons, there must be a corresponding attack platform. Chapter 633 Playground. The torpedo still has a lot of room for improvement. This requires the accumulation of important experience in future actual combat. The Navy needs a boat with torpedoes. This kind of ship needs to be fast, very mobile. Two kinds of boats were selected by the Admiralty in the bidding. Both use diesel engines, propeller propulsion. There are big differences in the materials of the hull. One is all steel. One is the half-timber half-steel clad wood type. This means that thick steel plates are welded on wooden boats. The size and carrying capacity of both boats exceeded expectations. Both can be equipped with a rotatable 3.5-inch direct sight artillery. Two latest air-cooled machine guns, taking into account the processing links and transportation problems. If a large amount of steel is transported from the north for shipbuilding, the amount of steel will exceed all previous transportation totals. And there are a lot of weapons. Then, the Admiralty decided to build both types of ships at the same time. But there is a big difference in quantity. About 30 ships were built for the former one. 15 ships were built for the latter, mainly used for emergency operations. In order to encourage the enthusiasm of civilian participation in combat, the Ministry of the Navy of the State of Qin issued an armed merchant ship license. This kind of license is almost for nothing. Even the cost and handling fee are not charged. This is free delivery, with the domestic futures index steadily rising, especially the price of raw materials, caused a lot of price pressure. This also allows many people to see business opportunities. If the raw material transportation can be resumed at one time, then you have to make a lot of money. You must know that the shipping volume of the ship is very large. In addition, the country attaches great importance to the Southern Railway. As a result, the shipyard received private shipbuilding orders from some investors. The shipyard construction plan has accelerated again. At this time, the naval aviation was in addition to the airship. Initially completed the transition task. They will then launch an offensive against the Chu state naval forces that are actively offensive. Can we win? Xiang Yan shook his head and put down Qin's newspaper in his hand. The newspaper of Qin State rampantly accelerated shipbuilding for the Navy and invested a lot of material resources in naval construction. Especially the completion of that railway will pose a great threat to Chu State. That railway will be controlled by Qin Guoguan's Hong in the south. It is also an important lifeline for the south to connect with the north. With this railway, Qin State can continuously transport steel, artillery, machine guns, and aircraft developed in the north to the south. Compared to Chu State, although there is a golden waterway, The transportation is convenient, but the Navy was poorly equipped. The soldiers in the Army still have most of the cold weapons. The reason is that they can't give up traditional water wars, rely on tactics. Another important factor is the number of artillery. The state of Chu also imitated the artillery of the state of Qin, especially after the gunpowder technology is mastered. The demand for this artillery expanded instantly. However, the development of artillery technology in Chu state is not very great. Qin state previously invented the pressure method for pouring. That method can make the artillery closer together, but Chu state does not have this technology. Their artillery has a lot of air bubbles. Moreover, Qin state no longer needs to make such artillery. Such artillery is entering the collection of Qin State History Museum. Either the surplus materials flowed into Chu, and Y. As a result, the number of artillery in the 6 countries has increased a lot. But the number is still small. Xiangyan knows better than anyone else. Qin's war potential can easily defeat Chu. Look in the newspaper. Qin state defeated Chu state with absolute confidence and ability. If possible, it can well digest the influence of Chu state. The number of Qin troops decreased, but the quality is greatly improved. There are planes and airships in the sky. There are cannons and machine guns on the ground. For transportation, there are horse-drawn carriages, mechanical vehicles and trains. This kind of war potential simply cannot beat others. Failure is only a matter of time. Just as Xiangyan worried, Shang Wen is not worried about the Navy at all. In contrast, he is very relaxed, because a large number of investors have armed merchant shipping licenses. Invest in shipbuilding. The number of people in the shipping industry began to increase. This is a sign that Qin's potential power has been tapped. But Shang Wen still has one important thing to do. Have you time? Shang Wen asked during a break. What are you doing? Yinu asked. Play. You'll know when you come. Shang Wen said directly. What's fun? Haven't you been to the surrounding area? Yinu said angrily. The trip plan that was originally planned. It was disrupted by his father. Play. There is also a special place. Look. Shang Wen pointed to the house number of an open space in Xinqing district. What? Disney Amusement Park. Yinu read while looking at the number plate. The name is weird. Yinu said, picking up the thorn. Hey, let's visit first. You will like it. Shang Wen said, pulling Yinu to the side of the wooden chair. Holding hands between lovers is nothing. Yinu's heart kept beating. Shang Wen felt that Disney had to be removed and turned into a playground. Come and change it. Shang Wen took out his roller skates. What? Yinu asked. The place is huge. Hurry up with this, said Shang Wen and put it on. But Yinu didn't understand it or something else. It was Shang Wen who helped her accomplish it anyway. Stand up and dry. You will lose your balance at first. Shang Wen carefully lifted up Yinu. Yinu just stood up. Slip on the wooden chair all at once. I'll just say, from the beginning, Shang Wen said. What is this thing? Yinu was suddenly startled. Roller skates are just like skating in winter. Shang Wen explained. Skating. That's right, it's a bit like. I'll give it a try. This time Yinu became careful. Then try to keep balance. Then slowly move the right leg. But she almost lost her balance again. Maybe it was born in martial arts. Yinu returned to balance all at once. Hey! It's not difficult at all, Yinu said. Come on, take my hand. Sliding slowly for a while, then we go to visit. Shang Wen stretched out his right hand. Yinu glanced at Shang Wen, smiled slightly and held Shang Wen's hand. Yes, take your time. Shang Wen gestured. Yinu has a great talent for playing. After sliding for a period of time, I can glide freely. Oh. Yinu felt very excited. It's so fun. Yinu cried out. How about we sliding across the streets and alleys every day? Yinu suggested. Yes, Shang Wen accepted. Tell me what the big boat on the big shelf over there does? Yinu asked. Shang Wen began his explanation. Because some amusement facilities take time to build. Many things cannot be built in one time. But some things can be done quickly. Carousel, flying boat, various water amusement facilities. Too much has not been built, although the Ferris wheel is not very big. but there is one. After listening to Shang Wen's explanation, Yin wanted to try it again. But a pity. It didn't take many days to start work. But Yin has great hope. Chapter 634 Aerial Fire Attack. After the naval aviation was transferred, the naval combat forces began to take targeted military strikes and strike plans against the Chu State Navy. Zhang Han served as the Navy's mid-level combat staff, put forward a specific battle plan. The middle and lower level officers of the Navy come from the Naval Academy. The senior level comes from experienced officers transferred from the Army, although it is part of the Army transfer. But naval combat missions are fairly consistent. Zhang Han first analyzed the favorable situation between ourselves and the enemy. From the current point of view, the two sides entered a stalemate. The advantage of Qin Haijun lies in land and air. After the surface lost all surface ships, no longer have new advantages. The surefire artillery on land played a major role, with the arrival of a large number of new artillery, and the laying of telephone lines and telegraph lines. The artillery range has been significantly improved. The Qin Navy and the Marine Corps built coastal defense forts on both sides of the Yangtze River. That section of water is basically sealed off, especially during the day. The actions of the Chu State Navy were basically effectively contained. Chu's Navy no longer freely enters and exits the Yangtze River waters. But then, Chu's Navy adopted a night sneak attack. They used small boats to carry soldiers with good water to land quietly at night. Then he attacked the Qin Army's surefire artillery. This kind of special operation similar to the Frogman has played a certain combat effect. They successfully attacked two Qin Army coastal defense forts. But the other party also paid a heavy price. They stepped on a landmine during a sneak attack on a Marine Corps artillery position. Then under the firepower of carefully arranged machine guns, the 35-man sneak attack troops were all killed. Since then, the Navy's coastal artillery and the Marine Corps have strengthened their vigilance, plant a large number of warning mines. Sneak attacks are gradually decreasing. However, night landings happen from time to time. They began to attack the Qin Navy shipyard. In order to contain, Qin Jun had to use searchlights and flares with parachutes for key protection at night. Under such specific protection measures, Qin Junkai initially stabilized the situation. But this also taught Qin Jun a lesson. This is beneficial to Qin Haijun, who has no experience in water warfare. Domestic attention to the situation in the south has been reported since. There is no transfer, especially for futures trading. Raw materials have forced South Korea's investment activities to slow down. A large amount of silk comes from the southern state of Chu, especially the import of non-ferrous metals such as copper. Under the pressure of domestic public opinion, the Navy must quickly resolve the current situation. If the artillery moves the turret, the intervention of road forces is required. In this case, the war may expand. The above clearly informed the Navy. It is impossible to extend surface warfare to land. Then the Navy has only one card to play. That is the Naval Aviation Force just formed. Last time the Navy taught us a lesson. This time we will go back, Zhang Han said to the staff. The staff analyzed the current situation. The Chu State Navy has absolute superiority in surface ships. They have more than 1,000 ships of various kinds. In particular, there are 300 ships of various kinds within 100 miles around the Qin State Naval Base. But the Chu State Navy had an absolute shortcoming. This shortcoming is also the fatal shortcoming of all previous Navy forces. That is, the materials used to build ships are all wood. The last time Qin Jun was completely burned because it was made of wood. This directly led to the Qin Army's direct upgrade of the ship materials. Naval aviation will use the advantage of speed to carry out a maneuverable sneak attack. The Naval Air Force carried out uninterrupted photo reconnaissance on the docks where the Chu State Naval Forces were anchored. The Navy staff are mapping all the terminal information, then make a specific battle map. Then proceed to a new battle plan. The combat radius of the twin-engine fighter jets equipped by the Naval Aviation Force can cover this area. This is due to the improvement of Qin Guo's gasoline technology. The use of leaded gasoline improves the combustion effect of gasoline. The power has increased a lot. In addition, the rapid increase in the number of engine cylinders is also one of the important reasons. The twin-engine fighter has strong survivability. After losing an engine, can barely rely on another one to return to the base. The fighter's load capacity has also undergone a small-scale upgrade. The application of air-cooled machine guns has made a lot of space for the aircraft. The aviation unit can have more payload for refueling and ammunition. In ammunition, a new type of incendiary bullet was developed. This kind of bullet is equipped with some ignition materials in the warhead part. In this way, the effect of the incendiary bomb is achieved. This ammunition is particularly effective against the use of wood. This ammunition was originally used on the Eastern Front to attack the food and grass gathering places of the Qi army. But the Navy wants to attack the opposing surface ships. Priority is given to supply. In addition, the aviation bomb has also replaced the original common model. Use a lot of white phosphorus bombs. In addition, a napalm bomb that weighs only 1 stone will also be put into use. This gasoline bomb does not use rubber and thermite. Instead, the orange water is frozen and then formed into a solidified state. This napalm was discovered accidentally. However, Gin had a history of using napalm bombs extensively before. This petrol bomb is very powerful. In particular, active sodium metal is also added. In this way, even in the water, it will still burn. Powerful. In order to end the war as soon as possible, Gin State can be said to have used all the weapons and equipment that can be used. According to war experience, naval aviation requires a certain level of technical improvement to be on the stage of history. But now the conditions have changed a lot. The opponents of naval aviation on the stage of history are large steel ships. But now their opponents have greatly reduced the technical level. Wooden hulls are easier to attack than steel hulls, especially the fire attack. Although the ammunition carried by the aviation force is limited, but it can carry a more powerful incendiary bomb. This is a huge threat to the wooden hull. These two factors directly put naval aviation on the stage of history. The lack of surface ships of the Qin Navy directly prompted naval aviation to step onto the stage of history. The intervention of naval aviation will temporarily make up for the lack of surface ships of the Qin Army. The Naval Aviation Force will temporarily serve as an effective means of attacking Qiu's navy. But the naval aviation still did not board the surface ship. And strictly speaking, naval aviation is only a land-based aviation unit. After the aviation is on board, in order to be considered as the formal independence of naval aviation. Otherwise, naval aviation is still in an awkward situation. But the Navy has only just begun, and war is an effective catalyst, although it is land-based. But sooner or later, it will board a surface ship. Qin Haijun is integrating all factors into a detailed combat plan. The wharf becomes a burial place where the opponent's surface forces are concentrated on the destruction. Chapter 635 Qi State guerrillas aim at the official over there. A man with a very tattered costume and muddy face was lying behind the big tree, aiming with a musket. A small group of Yanjun escorted supplies through the road. They spread out in the form of an army. No sneak attack prevention activities were carried out at all. Boom! A gunshot sounded. The leading officer was shot in the chest and fell to the ground. The casualties are unknown. Bang! Bang! Then gunfire sounded continuously. The Yan army suddenly became messy. Everyone started looking for hidden objects. Those who are a little daring shoot around randomly, but they just shot the bullets out of the gun to fill the fear in their hearts. Go, hurry up. At this time, some people began to quietly leave behind the big tree. This scene is often staged in the occupied area of Qi. With the influx of muskets, gunpowder weapons began to replace traditional cold weapons. The gunpowder weapon began to open the distance in the power and the distance. This guerrilla warfare provides a lot of room for survival. The frontline war has entered a stalemate. Neither party has the ability to go one step further, especially the beginning of trench warfare. Let neither party have the ability to attack each other. There is another important reason. That is, The weapon gap between the two sides has narrowed. Qin's surplus materials began to flow into the 6 countries in large quantities. Qin state has manufactured millions of guns of various calibers, and thousands of old-style guns of various kinds. Even the old revolver guns have become antiques. Qin's new weapons have gained a lot of popularity. Mass production of the pull-type firing rifle after the rotation began, because of the war. There is no large-scale equipment in the western regions. The Northern Army changed its outfits on a large scale. This 0.35 caliber rifle was officially named Qinyi rifle. This is a standard rifle. .35 becomes the standard caliber. This gun greatly increased the rate of fire. But a large number of old rifles retreated. The use of Qinyi rifles and the termination of the plan to modify the rifle. Qin state stopped the reformation plan of the valve rifle. The reason is that it is much cheaper to build a new rifle than to rebuild one. Some parts of the new rifle are stamped and manufactured. Old-fashioned rifles require some manual cutting techniques. There is a big gap between the two. There is also a big gap in the use of gunpowder. The propellant began to use double base charges. The flashing cap also uses new potions. Some old rifles need to be loaded with propellant by themselves, or get angry. Either use gunpowder to set ammunition. In short, these old rifles became history. These rifles were originally planned to be returned to the factory for destruction, but it would be too wasteful to do so. The cost of recovery, transportation costs. There is also decomposition before returning to the furnace. The and the handguard are all made of fine peach wood. Recycling barrels can smelt steel, then the handguard can only burn fire. This is really wasteful. The arms dealers of the state of Zhao saw a business opportunity. They bought weapons on a large scale from the Qin State Weapon Recycling Station. Even bullets are purchased at a high price. Then he sold it to Qi, who was in frequent wars, and Chu, who had changed into weapons and equipment. Why go? Smuggling of arms is black income. The local state government tax department also opened one eye and closed one eye. Because their local income wants to increase, they have to have projects to survive. Smuggling arms become a major pillar industry. A large number of old-fashioned rifles began to be resold in batches. From the front-loaded rifled gun to the trapdoor rifle began to enter these countries on a large scale. Guns are the only products of Qin State's industrial products in Qin State. The only long-term demand among Korean manufactured products. With the mass inflow of Qin guns and rifles, greatly meet the weapons needs of the above countries. This has suppressed the development of firearms in these countries, not just muskets, rifles. Some artillery also entered these countries. As the number increases, the price of these artillery pieces also tends to be reasonable. Under such influence, Qi country satisfied with weapons, he turned his attention to the occupied zone there. They began to issue weapons. Give a certain amount of money. Write a bad check for land. Tanzan wanted to collect a group of dead soldiers, and the swordsman entered the rear to organize guerrillas. The gun is easy to operate. The trap rifle even ran away after hitting it. This kind of harassment tactics began to emerge in the area occupied by the Yan army. However, Yan Zhen's weapons and equipment at this time have fallen behind his opponents. They don't have a trap rifle. There is no fixed ammunition, even logistics supplies. It was also sold to each other at a low price in Qin Guo's warehouse near the expiration date. Even expired food has a lot of buying. These food materials are wiped off the production date in advance. Some have visibly rotted. But this is the material. King Yan thinks it is a reasonable purchase, then shipped to the front line. Doing so is to save a lot of money from military spending to build large palaces. The reinforced concrete palace can be easily built as high as 5 stories, and the construction period is greatly shortened. In order to meet the requirements of sturdiness, a kind of anti-shock cement was invented. This cement has the function of self-repair, and this kind of cement first appeared in the Hagia Sophia in later history. King Yan doesn't care about money for his own enjoyment, but he is extremely withholding his own army. More and more soldiers died from diarrhea failure on the front line. Morale is too low to control. The emergence of guerrillas is accelerating this morale collapse, and it was Kin State who maintained this morale for a while. Kin State supported the air power in the name of aid supplies, medical services. There is a price to do so. Kingo exchanged the remaining chemical bottles. This support temporarily alleviated the accelerated morale collapse of the guerrillas. The war continues. The appearance of the guerrillas made Yan Jun very anxious. The lack of supplies and the constant harassment of the guerrillas let Yan Jun act irrationally. They only need to find out that a village was attacked by the Yan army, will immediately surround the entire village, threatened in the name of killing everyone. In fact, such a thing did happen. Nanli village was because of the attack on Yan Jun, was slaughtered. All 30 families in the village were killed. Women were killed after being insulted. This incident was reported by Kingo reporter. Yango took into account the assistance of Kin State and executed the victim. But the impact continues to ferment. The Nanli incident aroused Chiminit's resistance, especially the key members of the guerrillas who took advantage of the incident. Their team began to expand. More and more attacks are happening. The rear is getting more and more unstable. But there is no way to take action, because Kingo reporters use their cameras to take pictures all the time. Even the night does not stop. I don't know where their news came from, more sensitive than dogs. As everyone knows, Kin's domestic military was also severely controlled by the pressure of public opinion. What's more, it's your country. Yan Jun had been beaten himself. Chapter 636 Takeoff. The Yangtze River Naval Air Force Base of the Navy is intensively loading and loading bombs. Special incendiary bombs make the ground crew very careful. The magazine of the machine gun is also carefully installed on the machine gun. 35 rounds were loaded with incendiary bombs. The ground crew is injecting gasoline with a fuel pipe. The mechanic does the final check before takeoff. The pilot is making the final flight prediction before the flight on the map. The light of the electric light allows them to see some specific ground reference objects on the map. The reconnaissance plane laid out their last aerial photos of the day, so that the pilot can make the final confirmation, and can accurately find the target during the flight mission. Naval Aviation conducted precise training and exercises for this sneak attack. 3 Naval Aviation Flying Combat Squadrons were put into operation this time, a reconnaissance squadron. The Marine Corps also drew a squadron to participate. The 5 squadrons will separately attack targets located within 200 miles. Because of the fuel, they stay in the air for 15 minutes at most. For this reason, the aircraft tried every means to reduce weight and increase fuel. Some unimportant parts were removed. All the mechanics dismantled thought the plane could fall off. But even so, the mechanic also tried to make room for the red taillights. The attack time was set when the sun came out of Budaxiao. The time is about 4:10. Before, the plane had to sail for 40 minutes at night, and maintain a flying formation between them. Although there is a radio at this time, but it cannot be popularized. So for safety, the technicians have to install red electric lights on the tail of the plane. An electric lamp with red fuel on the outside. The lamp uses a large solid battery to provide power. The power supply can last for 1 hour. After an hour, it will stop working because the power is exhausted. It was already daytime at that time. It doesn't matter to the pilot anymore. The flying attack formation will be divided into Team A, Team B, and Team C to attack the surface naval base of the Chu State Navy. A staff officer began to place 5 aircraft models on the sand table. This represents a squadron of 5 aircraft. The number of aircraft is really limited. 5 squadrons are full with only 60 planes, but the actual number of planes was only 48. 2 aircraft stopped taking off due to mechanical reasons and lack of parts. The nearest target of the attack was the Chu Army water camp in the south of the Yangtze River. Ginjun's label is Jiangnan No. 1. The Shuijun water village is only 70 miles away from the Qin Navy base. The plane can definitely arrive in half an hour. There are 102 ships of various types here. The number is about 110 miles north of Jiangbai. On the opposite side is the second target, labeled Jiangbai number 1. There are 3 water villages. The number of ships ranges from 200 to 300. The number is 5,000. The two respond to each other. The threat to the Qin Navy is huge. So here it is. The Naval Air Force will put in 3 waves. A total of 8 squadrons will be deployed to attack each other. The last place, it is Jiangnan number 2. It is the farthest from Qin Naval Base, 190 miles away. There are about 90 to 110 ships there, but most of them are small boats. There are 20 large ships. It is estimated to be a reserve force. Qin analyzed according to aerial photos. In addition, there are other water villages, but the distance is 200 miles away. Qin Jun's reconnaissance plane was barely able to detect, but the combat estimate cannot be done. Exceeds the combat radius of naval aviation combat aircraft. The maximum combat radius of the aircraft is 200 miles. If you add air combat, so basically it will be reduced 400 miles back and forth. This is almost the highest level of Qin's aircraft manufacturing. This period, the fuel tank of the aircraft is not very large. The practice of placing fuel tanks in the wings has not yet been done. In addition, although the idea of the auxiliary fuel tank is there, but it is the product of the laboratory, and it didn't take long for the aircraft to be used in combat. There is no market for all advanced ideas. The last goal, Jiangnan number 2, is the most dangerous, because no one knows what will happen. The people above are also very aware of this, because there are few planes. There are only 48 airplanes in total. In order to improve combat effectiveness, a reconnaissance squadron will be dedicated to bombing the farthest Jiangnan number 2 base. The reconnaissance aircraft has no machine gun weapons, and the fuel tank is also big, so their range is greater than that of combat aircraft. 12 double-engine Pegasus reconnaissance planes carrying 24-ounce-ton napalm bombs attacked Jiangnan 2, the farthest one. The remaining aircraft will perform multi-wave timer differential bombing. Naval aviation advocates using the characteristics of multiple sorties to carry out multi-wave bombing. The first is the nearest Jiangnan 1. Because of the short distance, naval aviation will dispatch all aircraft of 4 squadrons in 3 waves at once for a large-scale bombing. 2 squadrons in the first attack wave. In the second wave that followed, the squadrons would bombard again in 15 minutes. In order to replace the previous wave of bombing, a squadron in the last wave will also be bombed again in half an hour. After Jiangnan 1 succeeded in leaving, the 2 squadrons will quickly return to reload, then quickly rushed to Jiangbai number 1. This process is expected to take about half an hour. The ground staff has a special division of labor. Each ground crew will be responsible for the reloading of the 2 aircraft. After reloading, the 2 squadrons will be the first wave of attacks on Jiangbai number 1, then return to the second wave of Jiangnan number 1 and the farthest reconnaissance squadron. They were the first aircraft to take off at the beginning of the bombing. Depart at 3 o'clock in the morning. If the time is a little later, there will be only 1 squadron in the second wave. The third wave will attack with the reconnaissance squadron. This is the content of the battle plan. Next, it depends on the specific implementation. Actually, there is also a small modification. That was the 4th wave of attacks against the largest Jiangbai 1. Zhang Han suggested this, but the above thinks that the risk is too great. In addition, the pilot J and the ground crew will suffer heavy flight. The 4th wave is full of danger. This change became a temporary plan. The above will be based on the specific conditions of the pilot, aircraft, and ground crew. But Zhang Han thinks this is a good time. The informed staff thought that the offensive could be launched in the afternoon, because at that time the water village will be a sea of fire. Napalm and white phosphorus incendiary bombs are not easy to extinguish. It is also possible to launch an offensive in the afternoon. In short, this is still a variable. The roar of the engine has sounded. The pilot wore a leather jacket and entered the cockpit of the aircraft. The ground crew salutes. The pilot raised his hand in return. The takeoff indicator waved. The ground crew removed the cork from the plane's landing wheel. The plane then began to taxi. The first plane took off, then the second one. The third. Chapter 637. Fire more than 4 in the morning. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning is about to break through the sky, 24 Eagle twin-engine fighters suddenly emerged from the back of a mountain behind Jiangnan 1. The long machine swings from side to side, signals the start of the attack. In the only sight, the plane passed the top of the mountain. 24 planes appeared in the sky like 24 big eagles. They are choosing their goals, own prey. The Qin Naval Air Force made a detailed plan. They made a special detour to the mountainous area south of the water village. Then, with the help of Dashan's cover, he suddenly rushed down to launch an attack. This is intentional to surprise the other party. In order to achieve the raid effect, it can be said that a lot of thought has been spent. 24 planes were divided into 6 small formations and dived directly. Because of the short distance, the plane can carry more special aviation bombs. 4 special bombs with 1 stone. An air-cooled machine gun, equipped with 2 cartridges. 70 bullets. 4 Eagle fighters flew at a low altitude at a height of 100 paces. The Chu State Water Army sentry underneath held a halberd and looked up at these big birds that used to fly during the day. One after another flew over the sentry's head. The sun shines on these big birds. The Qin Jun pilot put on goggles and looked at the soldier who looked up. The machine gunner in the back, who was also a mechanic, watched them fly by with a smile. The machine gunner did not fire. Not many bullets. There is no need to waste on them. The first plane aimed to enter the launch ring and dropped all the incendiary bombs they carried. The aircraft that followed after seeing it also dropped incendiary bombs. The ships in the water village seemed to be a bit densely docked. Of the 16 incendiary bombs, 11 napalm bombs hit directly. The white phosphorus incendiary bomb exploded directly. The splashing white phosphorus encounters air and starts to burn and smoke. Ships regardless of size, as long as it is splashed, it is ignited. Even more terrifying is the napalm. When the bomb exploded, it was a huge fireball. Then came billowing black smoke. The planes of the second batch were shaken by the heat wave and were about to fall. Subsequent aircraft all began to raise a certain height to avoid the heat wave. The killing effect of napalm bombs is far better than that of white phosphorus incendiary bombs. The white phosphorus bombs just ignite the surrounding ships everywhere. The napalm bomb ignited all the ships. The splashing viscous oil was driven by the huge fireball and impacted the surrounding ships. The high temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius instantly ignited other ships. The fire spread. The crew members on the ship were burned into flames before they knew what was happening. Fortunately, he was burned to death. Unfortunately, after being ignited, it has not been lost. The power of napalm is far from here. The active sodium metal began to exert its characteristics. These splashes of sticky matter stuck to the Navy soldiers who were frightened by the sudden attack. The pain wakes them up. The sticky substance burned immediately. The thighs began to turn charred black. The soldiers tried to get out of this situation, but they found that the problem will only get worse. Some people tried to control them, cover the wound with kind hands. But they touched the dark grease mixture with their hands. The wound that lost the burnt matter suddenly ran into blood. The heart piercing roar made the other soldiers feel terrified. The black blood and the red are exceptionally fearful. The scorched object on his hand looked so disgusting. What's more terrifying is, they thought it would be fine if the fear on their bodies jumped into the water. They were wrong. The situation got worse. Not only the fire can't be extinguished, the violent chemical reaction of metallic sodium in the water accelerates the continuation of the combustion. At the same time, the pain of the chemical reaction made the soldiers only seek quick death. The air raid continued. Napalm and white phosphorus incendiary bombs kept falling. There is a sea of fire everywhere. All the soldiers ran around. They dare not put out the fire because they are afraid of getting infected. Can only watch the fire continue to burn. Then they escaped. Save your life. After the bomb was dropped, the aircraft began to fire continuously around the ship area. The incendiary bomb hit the ship and caught fire. The machine gunner quickly slapped a bullet out of a cartridge. There is fire everywhere. The machine gunner can no longer distinguish between ships and people. Bullets can only be shot at will. Some bullets hit people directly. The pain is unbearable. The wound can burn. It's terrible. When the 24 planes had shot all the bullets, another squadron has come to take over. The bombed planes waved their wings. The successor aircraft began a new round of offensive. The Chu State Navy had no power to fight back against such a blow from the air. They didn't expect Kim Jun to attack suddenly from the air. What's more terrifying is, they learned the power of a white phosphorus incendiary bomb for the first time. Those who were ignited could only be burned alive. Just jumping into the water is still a dead end. The rest left in a panic. I'm afraid that these people will find themselves. When a person is burned, he desperately hopes that the other party will rescue him like drowning. But this thing is really terrible. This made Chu Jun suddenly messed up. The strife of machine guns exacerbated the chaos of this situation. The water village is already a big fire. The ships are full of fires. From time to time, active firemen fell into the water. The same scene was staged almost simultaneously in Jiangnan No. 2 water village. The sun just came out, and Jiangnan No. 2 is already a big fire. Although the number of bombs is really only 20, only 10 reconnaissance planes took off. But they are all loaded in napalm. There is no machine gun. The difference is, the effect of the Jiangnan 2 bombing was not very satisfactory. After the airstrike, the pilot saw a lot of black smoke. But actually, only a few large ships were set ablaze. The remaining bombs were dropped into the water. The soft silt in the water did not detonate these special bombs. But the fire did ignite some ships. Because of the fuel, the reconnaissance plane immediately returned to the base. This airstrike only had the effect of harassment. The reason was that he was inferior to the chaos caused by machine gun fire when he attacked the Jiangnan No. 1 target. The bombing only lasted one wave, and it took horizontal bombing, although low-altitude bombs can increase accuracy. But after all, it was bombing, and it's not a professional airplane. The reconnaissance aircraft lacked effective bombing experience. Plus there are fewer large ships on the other side, mostly small boats. The bombing effect was greatly reduced. But the attack was over for the Jiangnan No. 2 target. For the Jiangnan No. 1 target and the Jiangnan No. 2 target, the Chu army in Jiangbai didn't know at all. The news has not spread to them here. They didn't know anything about the air raid on the water village. Knowing nothing is time. This time is the time difference that Kim Jun most helps to see. The first wave of attacks returning to the base was nervous and Shangwin mounted bombs. The pilot changed the map. While eating, a new sneak attack began. Chapter 638 News Promo. The bombing of Jiangbai is in the plan of the Qin army. But Kim Jun finally did not launch the fourth wave of offensive. The reason is that Kim Jun's pilot was too tired. In addition to reconnaissance aircraft, the rest of the planes took off as many as 3 times in a morning bombing. The combat intensity exceeds any previous flight training. If the pilot executes the fourth wave of offense, then the Qin army will probably increase a lot on the basis of the loss of 3 aircraft. Under the suggestion of Zhang Han and other middle-level naval aviation officers, the fourth wave of offense was cancelled. The situation of the battle needs to be known in the afternoon, because the Qin army can only send a reconnaissance plane to conduct reconnaissance after the pilots have had enough rest in the afternoon. As for why Kim Jun didn't send a fourth wave of attacks, the reason is that the size of the Naval Aviation and Marine Corps is too small at this time. Naval Aviation has only 3 squadrons, a reconnaissance squadron. The Marine Corps has only 1 flying team. Their ammunition and weaponry need to rely on the number of waves to achieve the initial combat effect. In addition, the airship forces temporarily withdrew from the battle sequence. They are in a temporary grounding phase. The carrying capacity of an airship is several times or even more than 10 times that of an airplane. They can install fixed artillery, play the role of an early aerial gunboat. In short, the naval aviation that has just stepped onto the stage of history still has a long way to go, especially their size. It takes some time to develop. Right now, what naval aviation has to do is to preserve this kind of strength foundation. Naval aviation thinks, compared to airplanes, the pilot is more expensive, especially the accumulation of flight experience. The Kin Navy's Air Force currently has the best flight number of 900 hours. The average number of hours is between 400 and 500. These pilots are an important force for the future naval aviation. Losing now means losing the future. Such a bet is too big. For the results of this airstrike, the Kin Army's record is outstanding, because there was no idea in advance that the other party would take an air raid, plus Kin's new weapons, especially the use of napalm and incendiary bombs. The fire caused by the air raid destroyed most of the ships. The chaos caused by the napalm caused US naval forces to try their best to evacuate the ships long after the air raid ended. But by then it was too late. The fire burned for a whole day. The ships in the water villages in the north and south of the Yangtze River lost their combat effectiveness. But the naval aviation team has not sent a telegram of victory for a long time. They are still not convinced that their air strikes will be very effective. The Navy is cautious. The Chu State Navy suffered heavy losses. They can only deliver the news to Shaochun and Qingyuogwen's Hong. At this time, good news is needed to boost the National Confidence Index. The use of news propaganda will greatly increase the rise of this index. The war of the Allied forces in the western regions is progressing smoothly. This is the flag of the three kingdoms of Qin, Zhao, and Han flying high above the palace of Lulan City in the western regions. A commentator used a microphone to propagate. On the big screen of the city wall, reflects the movie picture without sound. Allied soldiers put the flags of Qin, Zhao and Han high in the highest point of Lulan City. The soldiers below shouted loudly, although no sound can be heard. But the onlookers could hear the joy of victory from the frontline soldiers. News videos are completely free. Movies and films with public propaganda significance. In order to increase public support for the war, especially the subscription of war government bonds, this kind of news propaganda is naturally inevitable. 32 reflection points have been set up in Xianyang's Old City and New City, especially the Old City. 2 screens were set up beside the huge wall at the gate of the city, available in all 4 directions. Not only Xianyang, Qin also copied a large number of news propaganda films and provided it to Handan of Zhao State, Xinjiang in South Korea, as well as Yan State, Y State and other places. Such a propaganda offensive will greatly publicize the awareness of the Qin state among the people. These news videos are completely free. The government spent 10,000 gold to pay for this. This is what King Qin meant. King Qin had already watched this specially meticulously edited news propaganda during his inspection in the north. The propaganda removed the violent side of the Allied forces, use advanced machine guns to shoot frantically at the local innocent people, soldiers stuffed with pockets and so on. These have been deleted deliberately. All that is left is to the advantage of the Allies, the brave side. This is a stimulus. The triumphant mood of the people was stimulated by the movie screens. This is the Allied paratroopers are parachuting. They will be airdropped to a place 100 miles behind the western regions. There will be more than 3,000 people blocking their retreat. The western regions are over. The commentator took it. The manuscript called out loudly. The people watched the splendid war scenes on the streets where the light bulbs were specially removed. A huge group of airships slowly approached. This is a picture taken from the ground. Then the screen turns to the airship. The paratroopers looked serious. The sergeant commanded the paratroopers to jump out of the airship one by one. The picture turns to the ground again. The sky is full of umbrella flowers. Long live the paratroopers. The people shouted loudly when they saw this scene. The whistle also applauded him. A large-scale shelling followed. The artillery fired continuously. The shaking front of the camera recorded the bombardment status scene. The earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. A large area was instantly invisible. In this way, The Shangwin image can stimulate the enthusiasm of the people. The ladies can only exclaim. The war suddenly became like this. The ensuing picture is the bombing of the airship bombing squadron. A large number of aerial bombs were dropped. One can only see the bomb gradually becoming a small dot. Finally exploded. The aircraft is constantly shooting with machine guns. This picture was taken by another plane. The machine gunner behind did not use a machine gun but a 3-lens camera. It is ground warfare that makes people feel war. The cavalry charge is a shocking effect. The formation of the infantry allows you to feel the actual excitement of the war. The scene of the bayonet makes people feel that war does exist. There's Zhaojun soldiers dispersed in a skirmish formation. They continue to use bayonets to kill those western regions who have not completely died. Then the paratroopers used machine guns to shoot those western regions offensive. The machine gun fired at high speed. The western regions who tried to escape were knocked to the ground as if they were cutting wheat. Crowds of prisoners of war were tied up. The soldiers in custody drove them away with their rifle stocks and bayonets. Herd of camels. Horses. The donkey was also escorted away. The huge team of prisoners of war looks quite majestic. This is a great record of victory in the Allied war. There is an expression of joy on every soldier's face. The subsequent pictures are very close to humanity. The soldiers gathered together and looked at the camera. Say hello to the camera, or just smirk. The people looked happy. Soldiers of various countries, various services. Soldiers of arms. They brandished their weapons. Banner, or take the spoils to declare that they have won a huge war. What are you waiting for? The war is won, to support them, by the treasury bonds of the Western region's war. The commentator yelled. Chapter 639 Small Armored Chariot. The news propaganda film caused a huge impact in Handan, Xinjiang and other places. Zhao State held a grand victory parade in Handan. Xinjiang partied all night. Xianyang is unwilling to lag behind. Qin State performed a grand fireworks display for 3 consecutive nights. The people of the 3 countries are very proud of the huge victory. This foreign war is not just a simple dispatch of troops. It represents a huge national cohesion. Under the influence of the huge victory, the 3 kingdoms had a confused consciousness of the 3 kingdoms. People from Zhao and Qin from Handan toast each other. The relationship has never been so harmonious. They wave the flags of the 3 kingdoms, express their inner excitement. This information is only superficial. Under a huge victory, the upper levels of the 3 countries have discussed how to divide the fruits of victory. But Qin State didn't mean to discuss, because no one thought of this layer. Shangwin is busy with the Yangtze River and digesting the newly occupied western regions. The staff and the lieutenant mention are studying plans to continue their march. About 30,000 troops continued to occupy the southern and western regions in 2 divisions. And for the northwestern region, paratroopers and some light infantry will cross the sky and enter the northwestern region as mountain troops. Another 10,000 cavalry and rapid mobile units will enter the northern western region from the entrance of the northern western region. The number of troops assembled has basically reached. A new battle will be opened soon. King Qin inspected the new situation in the north. The grass in the north is divided into large pastures. In Simon State, King Qin met with several local ranchers. Their pasture area is as high as hundreds of thousands acres. The largest local rancher also owns a meat processing plant. This factory produces all kinds of canned beef, luncheon meat. King Qin also tasted luncheon meat specially. Afterwards, the meridian of the Qin dynasty to Xianyang of the Qin State on the 5th east longitude line was the initial meridian. This longitude is probably near today's Erliangat. There is a mobile logistics base in Qin. That base is also the location of Mengtan's frontline headquarters. King Qin turned from the country road to the expressway to get there. At the same time, there were secret weapons. Mengtan was only informed of King Qin's arrival 2 hours in advance. How is it? Are you used to staying in the north? King Qin asked kindly. Thank you, the king, for your concern. Meng Tan replied respectfully, General Meng guards the entire north for the widow. The widow should. King Qin said with concern, how is the situation in the north? Are the Huns still going south to attack? King Qin asked. The current situation is, we are actively attacking. In particular, Zhao Jun has been reinforced to more than 30,000 people. Our strength is very sufficient. Our supply situation is also improving. A railway is under intense construction. It can basically be opened to traffic in the next 3 months. The situation of the Huns is very bad. According to the report from the Mobi stronghold, their reconnaissance force has rarely found the opposing tribe within 500 miles. It is estimated that last winter had a great impact on the murderers. Meng Tan introduced. In fact, King Qin knew a little bit about these things. The entire north has been depressed since winter. The soldiers of Zhao Jun had been in the stage of dress-up training during that period. Then spring began. After the grassland turned green again, it began to harass the Huns. The Huns were forced to move north again. They have arrived near Lake Baikal today, and Qin Jun is still far away in Mobi. The war in the western regions did not end before. It is impossible for the north to launch a large-scale offensive. King Qin wanted to completely solve the hidden dangers in the north. Therefore, King Qin pinned his hopes on new weapons. Well, the widow is here this time. I brought you a new weapon. I hope to change the current situation. King Qin said. Meng Tan wanted to see the weapons brought by King Qin curiously. Talking, a huge big iron box slowly opened out. He looks like a big box-like beetle. 6 water-cooled machine guns continuously rotate the interface, as if they were going to shoot their target. How? King Qin asked. This, Meng Tan asked, bewildered. This is a new type of armored chariot manufactured by Xianyang Arsenal. No one can beat this armored chariot, King Qin said excitedly. Speaking of the armored chariot smashing the small gravel they could smash with its crawler and making a cap sound. Meng Tan also recovered from the state of surprise just now. He began to observe and think about how to use this new weapon. Most of Meng Tan's troops were cavalry or infantry units that were maneuverable on horses. The northern grassland is vast. Even riding a horse feels that the grassland is too big. This vast area is very suitable for the deployment of mobile forces. Both sides are very aggressive. In contrast, defensive aspect. Unless it does not cut off logistics, sticking to combat power will exert a very large force. This terrain factor determines that high mobility is required for grassland operations. Obviously, the speed of this armored chariot made Meng Tan very dissatisfied. The armored tank is equipped with 6 water-cooled machine guns. The weapon is not weak at all. The protection is also very good. King Qin showed Meng Tan the scene of rifle shooting. The bullet was bounced easily. The speed of bullets far exceeds that of the Xungnas bows and arrows. The power is also much stronger. The cavalry on both sides are light cavalry. Did not pay too much attention to protection, especially the Qin army, who is in absolute advantage. Even the leather armor is removed. But speed. The speed is too low. The Qin army is currently in an offensive state. The Huns are in a state of avoidance. The Qin army needed to run for hundreds of miles to attack the opponent's tribe. Obviously, this slowly advancing tank cannot meet the combat needs of the north. Meng Tan shook his head after seeing it. This armored chariot is very powerful. The protection is very good. But it is difficult to use in the northern grasslands, Meng Tan said. Subsequently, Meng Tan introduced the northern combat style in detail, then put the armored fighting vehicle into the battle hypothetically. The shortcomings of the armored chariot were exposed. The Qin army does not need a tank with a strong assault force. It is a cavalry unit with strong mobility. The armored tanks are still lacking in this regard. However, Meng Tan proposed his own improvement method. When he communicated with the technicians and learned about the power output and staffing of the armored tank, Meng Tan germinated the idea of a small armored combat vehicle. My lord, if this armored chariot is only equipped with 2 people, it is driven by 1 person. 1 person operates the machine gun. This armored tank can also increase the speed. In this way, this armored tank can attack, retreat and defend. This is like 1. The existence of armored cavalry. Meng Tan put forward his idea of a small armored fighting vehicle. King Qin thought it could let people rebuild a small armored chariot for trial. Then Qin Wang Mengshan inspected other places, and Guanzhong, thousands of miles away. A huge automotive revolution is being staged at this time. Qin will move towards a country on wheels. An automobile revolution is emerging. Chapter 640 Cars into thousands of households. As long as there are 3 golds, 300.5 will have a car. A salesperson in a car sales department in Xianyang called out loudly with a microphone. Many male customers were onlookers. Some of them are experimenting in cars. This is the scene of a car sales in Xianyang, Qin State. A type of car called Ding came out in Qin. This kind of car is a kind of car produced by United Motor Corporation specifically to face the masses. The car immediately caused a huge sensation as soon as it appeared. Qin State, especially the Guanzhong area with Xianyang as the center, has established its developed transportation network, especially the number of his road journeys. It reached more than 37,000 miles in Guanzhong. These roads are located in various areas of Guanzhong. But Qin Go felt a headache for another transportation tool. That is the carriage. The driving force of a horsey-drawn carriage is horse-powered transportation. Then the horse will naturally excrete. With the increase of carriages, horse dung often appears on the highway. On other roads, if it is not cleaned up in time, a large road manure pile will often be formed. This seriously interferes with the smooth flow of traffic, especially the highway. It is very troublesome to clean up. In Xianyang, the state of Qin handled horse dung very hard. But even so, it is difficult to solve it effectively and completely. The most difficult thing to deal with is the horse in the carriage. Ma was often frightened and caused serious traffic accidents on the bustling streets of Xianyang. The Ministry of Transport even thought about lifting the ban on carriages entering the city. But that is more troublesome, so a convenient and fast transportation vehicle came into being. Several large automobile companies in Xianyang have already seen cars when they use horsey-drawn carriages. But because it is expensive, poor stability and not very popular, especially the speed of the car, some can't even keep up with the speed of the carriage. Such cars are basically scrap iron, and it's expensive, up to 20 gold or more. Even a trendy figure like Yinu is not optimistic about such a car. But these failed cars laid the technical support for my D car. Quickly, the D-type car with advanced technology upgrades was developed. He has a great price advantage. The cost price is only 100.5. Extensive use of stamping parts. The emergence of a high-density synthetic sponge material gives cars temporarily good tires. Moreover, this sponge material is inexpensive. It was previously used on new artillery, especially on the large E-caliber heavy artillery transporter. In addition, there is another important factor. Gasoline. In particular, leaded gasoline has become popular. This has prompted the mass popularization of automobiles. The D-type car is a front 4-cylinder gasoline ethanol engine. He combined all the advantages of improving the car before use common components for assembly line operations. This has been widely popularized in all factories in Qin. He uses a unique electromagnetic ignition system, but the ignition coil needs to be strengthened due to the low voltage generated. In order to start more conveniently, it can also be manually switched to an independent dry battery system for ignition, and switch back to an electromagnetic ignition system when running at high speed. The advantage of this design is that it can continue to run even if the battery pack is exhausted. Sparks are generated by distributing to the cremation plug through a low-voltage timer installed at the end of the camshaft in front of the engine. This timer is the predecessor of modern distributors, which installs the current guide in the front of the cab. There are 4 vibration coils in a box, and the timing adjustment of ignition is realized by manually turning the timer with the lever device on the steering column. It takes considerable skill to make the best choice between electromagnetic ignition or battery pack ignition and the best timing method under different load and speed conditions. In order to maintain the highest reliability and simplicity goals, This system is still retained after the car is equipped with an electronic starting system for generators and battery packs. D-model car rear-wheel drive, planetary gear transmission, 3-speed. Look at it by current standards. Can't be counted as 3-speed because one gear belongs to reverse gear. But one thing is worth mentioning. That is, the car uses a clutch. This has to be said to be a miracle. The front and rear axles of the D car are equipped with a non-independent suspension system with elliptical springs transversely. The front axle of the car is forged as a whole by a drop hammer. Ford has repeatedly shown its superiority by twisting it and sending it to dealers. The foot brake of this car is different from modern cars. Its right pedal stops the rear axle through the hoop of the brake drum on the transmission system, and the handbrake is realized by the external action of the brake drum. There are two types of wheels. One is the higher-priced steel-welded spoke wheels. This kind of wheel is very durable. This is specially produced by a bicycle manufacturer. The other is wooden wheels. This kind of wheel is cheap, but if it is used for long distances, need to be replaced, because it is easy to damage and not easy to repair. In fact, people love the former wheel more than the latter. The latter only appeared at the beginning. I never saw it again. One disadvantage of the D car is that the car does not have a water pump, and the engine is cooled by natural circulation based on the thermosiphon principle. Because the hot water is lighter, it rises to the top of the engine and enters the cooler. When the temperature drops, it returns to the bottom and returns to the engine again. This was the cooling flow route of most cars at that time, even after the water pump was equipped. The problem was not solved until after the cross-flow cooler. However, this is a later model of the D car, which is also available in later cars. The coolers, lights, and many small parts of the early models were made of brass with a single style. Most cars were convertible wagons. The headlights developed from the original acetylene lamps to electric lamps. The D-type car uses many advanced technologies, such as vanadium steel, which makes it extremely durable. This car has been favored by many people as soon as it came out, and other auto manufacturers have also imitated them one after another. As a result, the market is flooded with cheap travel convertibles like this. Mutual competition among automobile manufacturers. It can be said that it has reached a bad stage. The patent lawsuit reached Dingwai Mansion. But this kind of case is very troublesome to deal with. The patent application has reached a crazy degree. As long as there is a little technological innovation, it will immediately apply for technology patents. If you win in court in the future, there will be high compensation. Kin State provides special protection for technology patents. Enterprise competition is fierce. It shows that this line is very profitable. That is obvious. Kin's motor vehicle demand is conservatively estimated to be around 1 million. This number will change in the future. Banks with promising prospects also stepped in. The installment loan car purchase project allows banks to take a share of the auto industry, but let the car into thousands of households. Chapter 641. After the sneak attack, the Guanzhong area of Kin State has the largest middle class in Kin State. A large number of industrial workers gather here. Kin's workers' salaries have been increased to 15 to 20.5 dollars per day for 8 hours. This is enough to support the consumption activities of Kin's middle class. Even the lowest-level migrant workers get a salary of 5.5 a day. They can buy cars with the help of bank installment loans. The uses of cars are very elegant and wide-ranging. For example, a taxi is a good job. It is precisely the existence of a large number of middle-class people in Kin State that produces a huge rigid demand. This demand supports the rapid development of the automotive industry. Only half a month's time. There are more than 1,000 D cars in the Xianyang area of the state of Kin. As time enters the end of June, Kingo expects to produce nearly 10,000 such cars in July. Other manufacturers have made a variety of deformed vehicles to seize market share, especially the construction of gas stations is widespread, accelerated the pace of automobile popularization. Almost overnight, the streets of Kin State Xianyang were full of cars. Although the carriage still exists, but the number has been drastically reduced. The rich are marked by car ownership. Ordinary people also think that cars are the best means of transportation. They don't have to feed the horses every day. The Ministry of Communications is drafting a document declaring that Kin State Xianyang is a city forbidding carriages. It's not just domestic demand. The Queen of South Korea also sent a telegram. The Queen of South Korea cannot stay in another country for a long time. There is great dissent in South Korea. In desperation, the Queen could only return home in mid-May. The content of the telegram is that South Korea will order 100 special luxury cars to facilitate the Queen's travel. Such demand orders will extend to a new model in the future. Car. The major automobile manufacturers in Kin State have started production at full capacity. The newly constructed automobile production line is continuously put into production. But this also greatly consumed Kin's reserves in non-ferrous metals, especially brass and copper. Non-ferrous metal ores are abundant in the south. The state of Kin needs to send manpower to look for ore. Juice transportation problem still remains unresolved. The price of ore remains high. Large quantities of guns were replaced in the north, especially the design of the revolving backpul bolt and the magazine. The demand for bullets suddenly rose by a large amount. The gunpowder in the western regions uses black powder bullets. Up to 200 moves can be played. The rifle is one shot and one shot. The demand for bullets is not very large compared to the north, but the north is different. Their rifles use smokeless powder. The bullet can hit an astonishing distance of 900 steps. Their guns are very long. This ensures that they can shoot a long distance. Plus the magazine design. Bullets are in great demand, because they can shoot 5 bullets in 10 seconds. However, 2 news soon suppressed the stimulus of copper mine demand in the south. The first one is Kingo repaired the highway from Liuoyang to the Yangtze River in the south. This means that Kin can borrow waterways and then reach Xianyang by land transportation. But this price is also high. It can be said that the highway of Kin State is a road of blood and bones, because the repair time is only a few months. This means that the Kin State expropriated a large number of slaves. The fact is that this highway is only initially opened to traffic. However, at least more than 150,000 slaves died on the construction of this highway. In order to speed up the progress, King Kin even called an army of slaves who built his mausoleum. 100,000 used slaves entered these projects. These slaves are divided into 2 classes. Construct highways day and night. Excessive fatigue resulted in the death of masses of slaves. But the officers in custody didn't care about it at all. What they care about is the construction period. Except for a large number of slaves, the use of some construction machinery is also one of the reasons. Roller. The use of excavators and lifting vehicles speeds up the progress of the project. A large number of nearby migrant workers also joined. The government pays wages. Each person is paid 3.5 to 7.5 remunerations according to the progress of the project every day. The difference in wages is inevitable. This has also solved many employment problems. However, these people immediately moved on to another engineering project before they had time to catch their breath. The construction of the Southern Railway urgently needs a lot of manpower. After the follow-up work of the expressway was handed over to a small number of people, it was transferred to the railway construction. The other good news is, Kin's naval aviation successfully attacked the opponent's water village. According to preliminary statistics, about 300 large ships of various kinds were burnt down. The main force of Chu's navy near the Kin State naval base was basically annihilated. The Kin Navy sent this news cautiously after many reconnaissance and statistics. This news, the military soon announced it to Kin's reporters. As soon as the news was announced, Kin's 4 copper ingot futures fell across the board. The market has also begun to regain its strength under the good news. Emerging auto stocks rose sharply. Various circuit stocks also rose sharply. The markets exceeding expectations gave the market's response. But Qin's navy is up to this time. There is still no decent ship. Large shipyards are relocating various machinery and equipment. The ship just stays on the drawing design. Only the military's fast gunboat has a decent model. The Qin State Navy still needs half a year to build the naval surface naval force. For this, Shang Wen is very clear. He is considering Fan Zheng's suggestion. Favorable opportunities for victory through the current war. Negotiate with Chu State. Temporarily ease the current situation. Fan Zheng has seen it. If it is not possible to temporarily postpone Qin's current mineral resources problem, it is bound to affect the development of Qin's local economy. It even caused a series of serious consequences. Qin's economy is based on extremely low mineral resources. The coal comes from Zhao country. The wood comes from the country of Yan, Qi State's petroleum resources, and Chu State's large amount of non-ferrous metal ore. The prices of these resources have all become low under the pressure of Qingo futures. It's not just the Qin family. South Korea's labor-intensive processing industries and Zhao's extractive industries are all linked to the Qin state-owned economy. Qin State is at the top of the economy. This means that there is an economic cough in Qin. Then South Korea, Zhao State, and Yan State may have economic cold symptoms. The chain reaction of the economy was concentrated in the formulation of Qin's national policy. The navy problem is subject to economic problems and it is impossible to completely solve it. Qin needs to negotiate to delay this time process. In other words, Qingo achieved some of them as specific goals within the scope of the original plan. In fact, it can only be so. Out of this consideration, it means that in the future, Qin and Chu will fight another battle over the Yangtze River. It is only a matter of time. But what we need to do now is to end this war, obtain the benefits that war should have through negotiation. Chapter 642 Sweeping Cavalry. Chugo learned the news a few days later. However, the people of Chu had long been aware of this matter. Their news comes from Qin's newspaper. The popularity of telegraph, in particular, newspaper offices are set up at traffic junctions. Newspapers transmit news content via telegram, then uniformly print according to the news content. In this way, the news update speed is greatly accelerated. The speed of the telegram far exceeds the propagation speed of the traditional post. The senior officials of Chu State just got the news, and Qin's newspapers have spread the news all over the world. This difference in information delivery, it directly determines the difference in the response mechanism between the two countries. The news of the heavy losses of Chu's navy came. There was a sensation in the state of Chu. The North Korean and Chinese officials were at a loss. Xiang Yan had expected such a result long ago. But he did not expect Qingo to attack from the sky. This sneak attack gave Xiang Yan a bad feeling. This feeling comes from the air, because ascending to heaven is difficult for Chu State. This heavenly threat, Xiang Yan can only do nothing. The future attack on Qin is likely to come from heaven, rather than the millions on the ground. The North Korean and Chinese officials are obviously not very interested in how to defeat them. What they are interested in is Qin's attitude. North Korea is divided into many factions. Among them, there is one party for peace talks. They occupy a large proportion in the DPRK. They not only have positions of power. The important thing is, they represent the emerging economic power of Chu. Under the influence of water pirates, they wantonly annexed a series of control rights of mineral mining, tea planting, silk, and so on in the Zhejiang area. However, the small and wealthy local households who had gone bankrupt or were merged by them, waterway transportation is impassable. The goods cannot be transported. It is impossible to recover the initial investment if it cannot be shipped out. Because of transportation, the purchase price fell to a freezing point. The price has fallen drastically below the cost line. In order to maintain production, the usury, represented by the big landlords, took the opportunity to give out loans. Then it over. This method is much more than robbing civilization. On the one hand, the price of Qin's raw materials soared. On the other hand, Chu's raw materials are surprisingly low. This situation of extreme divergence will inevitably not last long. In fact, for those big landlords who were robbed by various means, the nobles had already considered compromising with the Qin state. They completed the monopoly during this period. Now they need to restore the original price for profit. In this atmosphere, the voice of Chu state discussing peace was very loud. Their excuse was that Qin Guogu attacked Shaochuan from the Yangtze River directly from behind. Such a situation is too unfavorable to Chu state. To create an atmosphere, they borrowed the media power of Qin's newspapers to spread the effects of Qin's bombing. This caused a lot of panic. For a while, Chuga couldn't make a decision because of panic. And in the Northwest Territories, the Allied forces opened up a second large-scale battlefield. On the battlefield of the northern western region, more than 15,000 people in the Qin, Zhou, and Han kingdoms began to enter the northern western region from the mouth of the northern western region. More than 15,000 people are well equipped. They have 10,000 cavalry. Other soldiers also have carriages, camels, and donkey carts as vehicles. In short, this is a very mobile force. And on the side of Tanshan Mountain, team after team of paratroopers will cross the Tanshan Mountains and enter the northern foot of the Tanshan Mountains as mountain troops. This is a surprise soldier. The number is not very large. There are only more than 1,000 people. But there are many machine guns. Each company has 4 to 6 machine guns. A platoon is also specially organized as a machine gun fire platoon. This means that the machine gun is already in a central position in infantry firepower. It seems that we are in some trouble. Order the machine gun platoon to arrange the machine guns on the high ground over there. The other 2 platoons are centered on this to spread out to both sides. Action. Li Ziwatch led his paratrooper company to take the lead over the Tanshan Mountains. He gave up the idea of a triumphant march with the big army. He really didn't want to see his subordinates participating in such acts of war. The sense of honor of the soldiers made him take the initiative to put forward the idea of attacking and fighting northward. Under his initiative request, the Allied forces approved his idea, and drew out other paratrooper units to enter the northern foot of the Tanshan Mountains. The most important thing in mountain warfare is the supply of materials. But the emergence of the donkey solved this problem. The paratrooper mountain troops are equipped with half of the donkeys used to transport equipment and supplies. Among them, machine gun bullets accounted for half. The soldiers' marching rucksack contained 1.5 times as much ammunition. The paratroopers quickly expanded their tactical formation. Compared with Qin Jun's standing shooting, Zhao Jun took the initiative to change the tactical form. Change the standing position to the prone position. This can effectively prevent being killed and injured by the opponent's bow. The rifle was changed to a rear pull rotary bolt. The paratroopers are equipped with the most advanced weapons. But this one does not have a magazine. This is an important factor that causes the machine gun to be in the center. Li Ziwatch had bad luck. Still deliberately let him establish such a surprise attack. A group of Yuzhan people with more than 5,000 cavalry troops is returning. They are at war with the Xi people. The Yuzhan people have successfully expelled the Xi people. They are now returning to the tribe, then collectively moved westward to occupy good pastures. Li Ziwatch encountered such a force just after crossing the Tanshan Mountains. His subordinates suggested that he let these western regions go. But Li Ziwatch thought it was not possible, and I don't want to agree. His observation: the Yuzhan people were a bit tired. The flag is skewed. The cavalry formation is also very scattered. Obviously this is a tired teacher. And there is another advantage. That is suddenness. The Yuzhan people never thought that they would encounter a blow here. Li Ziwatch's confidence is based on the firepower of the machine gun. Not only is it lethal, the important thing is the shooting distance. Smokeless gunpowder increases this attack range. For Yuzhan people, this distance is out of reach. Bang, a bullet shot out. A 35 caliber rifle shot into the head of a leader of the opponent 300 steps away. The head hit the brain on the spot. The chief fell to the ground as if he had drawn his soul. Zhao Jun performed their excellent shooting skills. With a gunshot, 5 machine guns began to roar. All the soldiers took aim and fired calmly, bouncing, 300 steps. This is an absolutely safe area. The people of the western regions did not have any weapon that reached such a range. The Yuuzhan people were disrupted by the sudden blow. A large number of people were killed without knowing what happened. Many people fell to the ground and were trampled on by their own horses. The cavalry horses were frightened, causing a larger scale of chaos and hand-pulling. Paratroopers can aim and shoot at will. The machine gun formed a rain of bullets and intensively shot the opposing cavalry. The battlefield turned into a unilateral slaughter for a while. The combat distance between the two sides was kept at about 300 paces. The weapons in the hands of paratroopers can easily hit cavalry targets 400 steps away. The cavalry did not have an effective weapon to change this situation. Chapter 643 Contact Machine. The arrangement of machine guns often creates a dense crossfire. The overlapping part of the two machine guns will be hit by 200 bullets. A Carter paratrooper pulled out the bullet shell with a calm spinner. Then fill the next bullet. The design without a magazine makes their rate of fire not much improved. But they are just a cover auxiliary force for the machine gun. Yuuzhan cavalry has become a mess. Coupled with the intensive burst of machine guns, soon this exhausted division collapsed. Dead. Escape to escape. Only a large number of wounded soldiers and corpses of the Yuuzhan people lying on the ground were left on the battlefield. Some horses stood still. A row of bayonets, Lee Ziwatch ordered, facing an army of thousands of people. A company of 100 people has no sense of fear. The battle lasted only 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, the machine gun emptied the ammunition in the 3 ammunition boxes. 2 types of ammunition boxes were transported in the western regions: iron and wood. The iron ammunition box was delivered later. The wooden ones are the previously stockpiled ammunition. Both types of ammunition boxes are large ammunition boxes containing 250 rounds. The machine gunner was busy changing the water in the tank. The water-cooled machine gunner is a chore. They not only have to carry heavy machine guns, you can't even drink too much water. Machine guns are big drafts. They have to keep a lot of water to cool the machine gun. Not only machine gunners, other water discharges are also strictly controlled. In particular, everyone carried 2 more water bags. But at this time there is a small invention that is still in the initial stage of use. That is the water bladder. This early water sack, which was installed in a leather water bag, was used by machine gunners on their backs. Straddling the waist increases the strength of the waist, especially the terrain of the desert Gobi. But this back-to-back use method not only solves the problem of carrying water, there is also a cooling effect. But because the leather is not breathable, often cause the occurrence of skin diseases, a platoon quickly mounted bayonets and advanced as a skirmisher. As the war progressed, Zhao Jun developed their skirmish formation. As the search progresses, they usually maintain a simple triangle formation. This triangle formation is formed by a group of small triangles composed of 3 soldiers. The 3 soldiers covered each other, form a preliminary small unit. This skirmish formation usually reacts swiftly to sudden enemy attacks. Firepower can continue to withdraw steadily or stabilize the situation. The formation in front of the row is within the range of the machine gun fire. They continued to use bayonets to kill the Yuuzhan people who did not die. The bayonet used by Zhao Jun is not a 3-sided bayonet. It is an ordinary flat bayonet. This bayonet is inexpensive to manufacture. In addition, Qin Jun intends to allocate basic weapons to Zhao Jun. Therefore, a large amount of this bayonet was given to Zhao Jun. But this bayonet was lengthened intentionally by Zhao Jun. The increase in length means an increase in the probability of assassination. A single-engine light B-type liaison plane flew over the head of the paratrooper team. The liaison machine flew overhead and then turned around. There was only one pilot on board. The pilot waved his wings and gestured towards the paratroopers on the ground. The paratroopers waved their weapons. Military caps and flags shouted to celebrate. Then the liaison plane looked for a flat ground and landed. The pilot got off the plane and asked Lee Ziwatch about the specific situation. "How many enemies did you meet?" The pilot asked after saluting. The ranks of both parties are the same. The pilot is a captain. Lee Zuoch is also a captain. Both parties salute together to show respect. Captain Kingo pilot is a more advanced pilot. Usually they have more than 700 hours of flying time. Zhao Jun automatically promoted a large number of officers after taking Lulan. In particular, an officer like Lee Zuoch, who had studied at the Qin State Military Academy, was directly promoted to the position of Chief Military Officer of the company. We can't wipe out the enemy. The dead are there. The living are running on 4 legs. Lee Zuoch introduced. The area of war is very wide. In addition, it was the infantry against the cavalry. The Allied firepower advantage is extremely obvious. But the mobility of the infantry cannot compensate, especially this kind of open terrain. Allied forces can only maximize their positive firepower to give the opponent the most damage. Then the opponent collapsed and retreated. The lack of effective maneuvering power will greatly weaken the existence of firepower advantage. Faced with such a situation, Allied infantry units can only fight the collapse and not the large-scale encirclement in the Central Plains War. After understanding the situation, the pilot took off and flew back to the frontline temporary base. Short takeoff is one of the biggest advantages of this aircraft. This liaison aircraft, nicknamed B, is the latest aircraft of the Qin Kingdom's Heavenly Army. This aircraft adopts the upper monoplane design that has been unacceptable to change in the past. Perhaps it was because of this advanced design that he was abandoned by the Heavenly Army, because he violated the usual aircraft design. Aircraft of this period usually had 2 wings. What's more, it has reached 3 floors and 4 floors. This design can effectively increase the lift of the aircraft. But the speed advantage is not very obvious. The designer believes that this is an engine power issue. But this aircraft is favored by the Army Air Force. The main reason is that a large number of airships have been grounded. The Army Air Corps dramatically expanded their flying force. Because a large number of aircraft are monopolized by the Heavenly Army, the Celestial Army has the right to use it first. The abandonment of this aircraft was quickly applied in the Army Air Corps. Use a new type of high-density foam tires, plus the use of hydraulic systems. Let this aircraft have excellent landing performance. The most important is, due to the upper singling design, then the wings of the plane are made thicker. This thickness brings a certain amount of space. The designers made effective use of this space and used wing fuel tanks for the first time. This aircraft also uses a lot of aluminium. In this way, the airplane tends to be more reasonable in airflow, although some parts still use wood. But it provides transitional experience data for the later use of aluminium. Of particular importance is the application of aluminium, and the influence of airflow technology has begun to become a new area of aircraft development. However, the idea of the Army Air Corps liaison aircraft is also one of the important reasons for the use of this new aircraft. The combat area is wide. It is impossible for the troops to drag a long cable line forward. The army can never know the location of the troops in the first place. Chief military officers often let the chief of staff take his place. The military commander is the first line of command. But the problem remains unresolved. The speed of the communicator was very slow compared to the battle situation. Radio technology was first used for civilian use in Qin. The excellent short takeoff and landing of the B-plane allowed the Army staff to develop an air communication system based on aviation. This idea was quickly used as soon as it was proposed. The B-liaison machine became the Army's first liaison machine. Chapter 644 Fashion Turning Point. Qin's aircraft manufacturing industry is inseparable from Qin's steel industry. To be able to manufacture monoplanes, especially the use of special alloy metals. There are more than tens of thousands of alloy metals registered by Qingo. Among them, only about 30% are used for applications. In addition, there are many metal applications that have not been registered. For example, the reflective material uranium. This substance probably exists in Gansu and Xinjiang today, and it was first understood by Qin state metal experts. But not much is known all about security. they were generally exposed to reflective materials. The discovery of reflective substances is not accidental. The state of Qin has a special survey of mineral resources in the newly occupied and newly built states. This is a project plan established by Qin State spending nearly 1 million gold. This plan is to make full use of the mineral resources development that is not available in Qin. This plan quickly reaped huge benefits. This income is Qin's special alloy metal, usually used as chromium nickel alloy stainless steel. According to actual demand, China is a country that lacks metals such as chromium and nickel. Because these metal ores only exist in today's Gansu, for example, near Jincheng, Gansu, there is the second chromium deposit in the world and the first in Asia. Chromium is very poorly oxidizing. This is also an important reason why stainless steel and various special steels can be manufactured. Besides, there are also a large number of rare earth mines in East and West Mengzu established by the state of Qin. This Qin country's integrated circuit laid a solid material metal. These rare earths also extend Qin's metal watch a lot. However, Qin State still has no periodic table of elements in its current position. This is a pity. Qin's alloy metal applications are also very extensive. From the south, especially in Zhejiang area, the geographical concept of this area is very vague. He thinks it probably includes today's Hunan, Jiangxi and other places. Among the various tungsten ores imported from this area, Qingo carried out beneficiation treatment on it. The ore really has a large amount of rich ore. There are other metals in varying degrees in the ore. From here, Qingo got another metal, manganese. Tungsten ore sand and manganese ore sand obtained through beneficiation have become important metals for the manufacture of various machine tool parts in Qin. This is also what Qingo won in vain, the discovery of special metals in Zhejiang of Chu State. In particular, these non-ferrous metal discoveries were made by metal prospecting experts sent by the state of Qin. Without these geological and mineral experts, the state of Chu would not get such large resources and minerals. The appearance of these special alloys allowed Qin to manufacture various parts and guns. This is also an important material basis for the development of Qin's automobile industry. Metal is embodied in processing technology. This is not easy to detect because of confidentiality. But in terms of clothing, Qin State has taken a different path in the eyes of the Six Nations. It is this kind of alternative that makes Qin the center of fashion. The first is women's wear. As time enters mid-June, the weather is extremely hot, especially on the front lines of the western regions. Because of the specific heat capacity, Allied soldiers felt hot everywhere. So a kind of clothing used for simple shirt is transformed out. This is made by soldiers with long-sleeved underwear. The reporter's photo published such a photo. Therefore, the men of Qin State follow the military style and wear such clothes in summer. So the Qin men had half sleeves. But the lady does not have such clothes. Their clothes are still dominated by clothing that covers their skin. This gap makes women feel very unequal. In fact, Qin State already had his own half sleeve before the male half sleeve. However, this kind of clothing is mainly found in entertainment venues. Short. The stage that was as exposed as possible showed his sentimental side. A large number of Western region women and North Korean women wear short skirts, half sleeve. Even the early umbilicals were used in entertainment. Silk stockings are also one of the important clothes. Now that men can roll out clothes, then can a lady expose her skin? The traditional view is that this is an unhealthy trend. However, public opinion in newspapers believes that women's newspapers and magazines dominate. They believe that women can also expose a certain amount of skin just like men. For example, 1 to 2 inches above the shoulders and elbows. Although the newspapers argued fiercely with each other, but there is no one, especially women, dare to try boldly. Ying's fashion conference has not been held for a long time. This is because the difference in summer is not great compared to traditional clothing. In particular, The overall concept of the clothes did not break the original concept of full cover clothes. After thinking about it again and again, Yingzhi thinks he can place a bet on bare skin. That is to challenge traditional ideas. But in order to slowly untie this veil, Yingzhi also played a little cleverness. Use the power of silk stockings to promote. The inventors of Qin State obviously paid too much attention to weapons and public facilities. Because the government invests a lot, large orders can be obtained from there. This also led to Qin's slow efforts in air conditioning research. Qingo merely improved the original homemade air conditioner, an air conditioner using wet hemp and electric fans. However, electric fans are the most widely used. But electric fans still cannot change the effect of airflow cooling. 1/3 of Qin's women are young office women. They will stay in the sultry concrete building all summer. After the height of the special floor is increased, this effect is becoming more and more obvious. These office women can't stand this atmosphere the most, especially they are wearing heavy clothes. Obviously, these higher-income office women have become business opportunities in Yingzhi's eyes. A special professional suit is specifically launched to the market, just like the professional women's suits now. Yingzhi used a long, narrow skirt 1 inch below the knee. In this way, the lower half of the woman's legs are exposed. In order to block this part, Yingzhi wears black stockings. This blurs the concept of bare skin. The slender narrow skirt design makes women's lines stand out, plus the use of stockings makes summer full of allure. The breakthrough of the upper half is also great. That's the half-sleeved suit of professional women. The difference is the use of painted plaid fabric. The printing and dyeing industry of Qin State developed. In particular, the printing industry is a powerful weapon to suppress South Korean printing and dyeing. The flower cloth is only in Qin State. But to cover the bare upper body skin, Yingzhi wears a shawl, a hollow outfit. Thus, this intensified the traditional female dress code. Although it covers the exposed skin area, but it adds a sense of mystery. This way of being half-covered is to look at Qin's attitude towards women's naked fashion. This is an important turning point in Qin's fashion. Chapter 645. The proposal of the colony cover the release of naked women's professional wear aroused huge attention. There were almost as many criticisms and praises from related newspapers. Critics accused Yingzhi clothing of deliberately instructing women to overexpose. In this way, the women of Qin will be no different from those of minority ethnic groups. The starting point for this is mostly a male point of view. They think that women should be more conservative. But most female media reporters focus on the beauty of women. They think appropriate exposure of women is an important manifestation of feminine beauty, and men can bare shoulders and arms. Why can't women? There is also the position where women just bare their calves. The other positions did not affect other parts of the woman. For example, some important parts. In order to be fully explanatory, female reporters actually used mathematical knowledge to answer questions. The golden ratio is the most beautiful for women to show themselves. Appropriate is to show the beauty of women. Don't men need beautiful women? The male reporters fought a war of words. They moved out of a social order issue. They think women suffered violence. It should be attributed to female reasons, especially after wearing revealing clothes, will greatly increase the chance of women being abused, because the allure of women has increased a lot. The war of words was fierce, but in fact, no such clothes were sold, because no woman has dared to challenge the streets in such clothes. If you say no, it is definitely wrong. Yinu is a character who dares to try new things. And her dress once triggered Qin's fashion trend. But she has lost interest in dressing now, because she has a violent tendency in her bones. Shang Wen's private evaluation of Yinu. Yinu obviously values trousers very seriously, especially trousers are matched with various leather boots. It made her feel very cool, especially the belt is not full of bullets, and revolver. Put on a cowboy hat like the Western one. Ride on the horse. Shang Wen gave a very funny answer. "You look like a female gangster who robbed the bank," Shang Wen whispered. But Yin is always self-consciously happy. He smiled slightly at Shang Wen's mockery. But Yin may be the birthplace of martial arts. They are generally half a head taller than others. The figure looks very slender after wearing trousers. This slenderness makes Shang Wen feel that Yin is sexy. For the word sexy, Yin felt very strange. Shang Wen himself didn't know how to explain sexy to this female gangster. Yin is really sexy. Slender figure. In addition, the lines of the trousers highlights Yin's slender figure, especially when she was practicing marksmanship. The news promo showed a classic scene of a Western gunman shooting with a revolver, holding a gun in his right hand. The left hand constantly flicked and beat. This continuous shooting is equivalent to a strafing. Kin State Arms Factory improved the metal fixed loading bullets. Smokeless gunpowder is used. The base fire uses a double base fire. In this way, the probability of that kind of misfire is ensured. This also resulted in a single-shot pistol with a sleeve-free bolt. This pistol uses a magazine for ammunition. Compared to revolver, this pistol is more worthy of large-scale equipment use. But don't know why? This pistol is not equipped on a large scale, and it is not popular among the people. The reason is still unknown. This kind of gun has fallen into a lot of slow sales. The market is flooded with revolver pistols. The revolver is very durable, plus the propaganda of the effect of the Western region's immigration. The pistol market is close to saturation. It is estimated that this is also one of the reasons why the pistol cannot be implemented. But another potential factor was not discovered by it. That is hitting. This single-shot pistol is usually snapped open when fired. If you want to keep shooting at any time, you must keep this buckle open state. But a pistol in this state is usually very dangerous, because it is possible to pull the trigger at any time during the operation. In particular, people are accustomed to the slung waist shot of the revolver. This kind of gun can easily hit the aorta of the thigh if it is misfired. The consequences are usually serious. Guns are so. Yin still chooses to ride horses as a means of transportation. Choose horses for field trips. Urban traffic is more willing to use horsey-drawn carriages instead of using more cars. In this period, the traffic of Kin State became unmanageable because of the advent of automobiles. At this time, Kin State had just completed the construction of urban streetlights on a large scale. The signal light has not yet appeared. Although the road is divided, but it is still far from the current transportation system. Another reason is management of people driving cars. The Prime Minister's residence of the Kin State obviously failed to keep up with the series of changes brought about by the tremendous development of society in time. Kingo did not issue a driver's license specifically for motor vehicles, especially in terms of driver training. Kin's car training basically comes from personal learning. The government departments did not intervene. This led to the large-scale entry of Kin State Automobile into the private sector. Kin's traffic conditions are getting worse and worse. Can't find a parking space when parking. The roads are often filled with cars randomly, but the police can only drive away the carriage. It cannot drive the car away. As a result, the roads tend to be tight. What's worse is that a car is far more powerful than a horsey-drawn carriage. The speed of a car is much higher than that of a horsey-drawn carriage, especially the cars that were later improved. To avoid patents, automobile manufacturers increase their horsepower upgrades. This allows the speed of the car. The firmness surpasses that of a carriage. There is no speed limit in the urban area. This caused the car to run into a rampage. It caused a traffic accident worse than a horsey-drawn carriage. The lethal power of the car far exceeds our estimates. It is more powerful than our latest machine gun. The Xianyang Times reported. Faced with such a chaotic situation, Yin is naturally unwilling to choose such a means of transportation. In addition, the car horn is pressed at will. Caused a lot of urban noise pollution. Irritable. Emotions are uncertain. Let Yin choose to retreat from the city directly. She chose to settle near the university. And like the old habits before, such as horse riding outing, hunting, shooting games and so on. There is a reason for the creation of the tough bandits. These Shangwin did not see these potential constraints on urban development, because the three nation allied forces have used intensive telegraph exchanges to explain a very clear meaning, how to divide the southern and western regions. You know that all three have sent troops. The area of the southwestern region is almost the size of a Chu country, although there is a large desert, but the resources are quite a lot, especially gold and jade. This is a good opportunity to make a fortune directly. Even Zhao has initially put forward the concept of colonies. Chapter 646. A colony triggered by the resources of the western regions. The march of the western regions went smoothly. Basically, the Allied forces did not encounter much resistance, especially such an army that is generally equipped with fixed metal ammunition. There is aircraft coordination on it. There are cavalry cannons below. Logistics supplies are close to infinite. The railway has quickly crossed the Hexi corridor and approached the Xiuku. A large number of immigrants have taken over a large amount of logistical work. Some mercenaries have withdrawn from the battle to seize a large amount of grassland as their own pasture farm in the future. Settlement work has begun, but this was only a unilateral action by Qin state, rather than a concerted action by the three countries. Allied forces have quickly approached the vicinity of today's mountainous Afghanistan. There is basically no man's land. The pace of advance has begun to slow down deliberately. The war in the southern and western regions tends to end. The war in the northern and western regions gradually unfolded. However, the preliminary statistics for the entire southern western region are about the size of the entire Chu state. Qin state expanded a place the size of Chu state in one breath. This makes Zhao and South Korea very unbalanced. Qin is like a big boss. Zhao and South Korea are like hired workers. The original condition was that Qin only needed food and clothing. That's it. Now they suddenly found out what they asked for is simply not worth it, just for a little bit of food. Just do it for nothing. But Qin state made a fortune. This had to make the other two look jealous. In fact, the most unbalanced person is Zhao. Zhao contributed the most. He sent a total of nearly 40,000 troops to fight the western regions. In addition, more than 30,000 people were sent to help Qin guard the northern defense line. After Wang Zhao saw news propaganda and newspaper reports, shouted on the Qin state's deception. South Korea does not matter. The idea of the Queen of South Korea was originally a plan to transfer some of the domestic pressure, train and expand the army. With the help of Qin swore, new weapons can be replaced and armaments can be expanded, although paid. But Qin gave a preferential price. Some are free, for example, some gun modifications and officer training. More importantly, win the trust of Qin. Of course, neither of them makes less money. South Korea and the Kingdom of Zhao robbed a total of 7,000 stones of gold and jade. A third of these spoils flowed into Qin indirectly. Banks, service companies, and mercenary organizations have lowered prices for purchases. Yinyas Western Railway Company even intends to increase train freight rates, or it is to use banks to buy at low prices. This is a kind of exploit in disguise. Those soldiers can only be exploited even if they rob a large amount of spoils, because you can't keep fighting with a trophy, and buy land. Obtaining the land permit must be cash. Thus, Qin state obtained land for free. Then it turned the opposite and recurred war fortune. The gold and jade of the two companies spent huge transportation expenses before they were transported to Qin. After selling the jade, only the gold in it was shipped away. Yin has earned a lot of benefit fees with the help of railways. The benefits of war can make a fortune. Many Zhao people also took the opportunity to make a fortune. After making money, they immigrated directly to the new occupation area. Over there, they can become Xingqin people as long as they pay taxes. Enjoy Qin's low tax burden. But this caused Zhao Guo's dissatisfaction. The state of Zhao also hoped to have a piece of its own colony to move Zhao people. Obviously, it is intended to target Zhao minutes, who is getting rich, then levy taxes from these Zhao people. This is the reason why colony was first proposed. South Korea's proposal of colonies is actually for gold. Near today's Ase gold mine, the South Korean army occupied it first. The reason is that this information was provided in the large number of prisoners of war they collected. Kim Go is also investigating the distribution of gold deposits, especially in the mountains. Yinu will spend 1 million gold to buy the mining rights in Tanchan's gold-producing area. But the South Korean army clearly received this astonishing news first. They sent a regiment of troops to occupy the area. After the actual occupation, the Queen hopes to use this to master the region and become an important source of South Korean gold. Kin's intelligence department has paid attention to South Korea's abnormal state a long time ago. But South Korea used the earliest encrypted telegram to convey the news. The telegrams are delivered uniformly using Kin's telegram book. Telegraph lines are divided into civilian and military. The two are only physically separated, so no password is used. However, when South Korea transmits the password, it uniformly adds 1 to the end of the number to form a new password message. Kim Go just found it strange to write it, but I don't know the specific meaning. This early encrypted message gave South Korea the idea of a colonial. South Korea must have its own source of gold. This is a national security consideration. South Korea only learned about the power of Kin's banknotes at this time. South Korea's income was actually settled in Kin's half-twar banknotes. South Korea planned to establish the earliest central bank, then cooperated with Kim Go to issue Korea's own banknotes. The issuance of banknotes requires gold reserves. Kin's attitude towards the colonies was somewhat dissatisfied. Kin State is the country with the most investment among the allied forces of the three kingdoms. The entire logistics supplies were all completed by Kin State himself. Almost only people were sent from the two countries. King Kin received such a telegram and believed that the two countries were extorting. Shangwin also thinks that the two countries have done too much. Unfortunately, the three countries only have clear military obligations. However, there is obviously no consensus on the actual distribution of the spoils. Kin State only discovered a few copper mines and lead zinc mines near the northwestern region. Only a few gold mines have been discovered. The harvest is very rich in today's Hotan area. Kin Kingdom discovered a large number of primitive jade. The rest needs Kin's geological exploration team to conduct prospecting activities. For this colonial requirement, Shangwin believes that the request is unreasonable, and asked the two countries to refrain from discussions. But such a response may trigger the danger of withdrawal. Wang Jian raised an objection. This is a serious diplomatic crisis. Shangwin needs to reasonably solve the requirements of the three countries in the distribution of interests in foreign operations. This is equivalent to the boss unexpectedly increased profit. At this time, the boss has to take out some profits to share dividends to comfort and encourage employees. But the western regions are a potentially big cake. Shangwen checked certain information. Know that there are a lot of gold and jade in this area. In addition, there are abundant non-ferrous metals, copper ore, as well as a series of other non-ferrous metals, cesium, strontium, etc. The most important is, there are abundant oil and natural gas resources under the deserts of the southwestern region. These are the regional value influences that will affect the colonies in the future. But Shangwin thinks there is one thing. The state of Kin is very favorable. That is, the connection between these colonies and the mainland must pass through the Kin state. How to solve this problem? You know, this is not the sea, it's land. Traffic conditions are likely to block all contacts in the area. Chapter 647 Zhao Guo's strike. Kin State had different attitudes towards colonies. The military and Kin's business community are wise. That is, I don't want other countries to exist in the western regions. To put it bluntly, the western regions can only be one family. Kin State. The state of Kin must establish a new state in the western regions. But at this moment, Kin's newspaper reported an incident that shocked China. That was the Zhao State strike. The cause of the matter has been clearly stated before. Zhao Guo's mining workers risked their lives to dig coal mines. In particular, Some coal mines use explosives as a weapon for large-scale mining. This has rapidly increased the output of coal mines and the number of casualties. The mine disaster never stopped for a day. There is also the huge industrial construction in various parts of Qin State and Zhou State that has not stopped. The Qin State established two industrial belts centered on Taiyuan and Shandong. These two industrial belts are dominated by steel, especially the huge railway network construction. Qin, Zhou, Han, and Yan are all trying their best to increase railway construction. In this way, the demand for steel is like a huge bottomless pit. The demand is extremely strong. The output of coal mines has repeatedly hit record highs. Zhaoguo's coal mine in Dadi created an output of 5 million chi in just 1 month. If you add Yunzhong, the Liaodong of Yan State and the northern production of Qin State, it is likely to exceed hundreds of millions of stones. This number is quite scary. This is almost never. It broke out all of a sudden overnight. Such a big demand, and such a large output should allow Zhao and Yan people to live a good life. Actually, the lives of these people are not much different from those of slaves. On the contrary, it seems even more miserable. Life in the coal mines is not human at all. Many people died in the coal mines, especially men. This has led to almost a concentration of widow villages near the coal mining area. Some coal mines even use women. Their wages are squeezed extremely low. The working hours often exceed 8 hours. This is the story behind the huge output. They are all made up of tragic stories. But those coal mine owners made a fortune one by one. Zhou's economy relies on these coal mine owners to have sufficient taxes. National power gradually became richer. This is how the two extremes arise. The polarization between the rich and the poor is extremely serious. The rich go crazy. Too poor. The life gap is clearly presented, so these oppressed our people deserve to resist. At first, they deliberately blow up the coal mine, but not much use. Coal mine owners will soon look for new mining areas. There is coal all around, or destroy some equipment. But these are not very useful. On the contrary, coal mine owners arbitrarily deduct or increase working hours, without any choice. A coal mine in Dadi. Hundreds of people went on strike. These people taught themselves some simple simplified Chinese characters. A popular simplified text version of Qin State. It has been revised 7 times, mainly adapted to the Qin State news media. Office words. These people wrote words like only 5 hours, add money, heavy lives, and other words were written in words that could be written. Although the word is crooked, but it is their voice. The mine owner immediately mobilized thugs to try to drive them back to work. But they insist on processing capital. Reduce working hours. The mine owner thinks this is unreasonable. It is estimated to be poor and crazy. Or maybe the coal mine owner is too tough. The two sides launched a violent clash. In the end, a thug was killed. 2 miners were seriously injured. Many people were injured in varying degrees. The two sides entered a stalemate. The mine owner thinks, not paying wages can trap the other party to death. Because most of these people are farmers who have lost their land. Zhaoguo also experienced a wave of large-scale land mergers. Farmers who lost their land entered the mining areas and factories at that time. But the incident obviously did not cause the expected effect of the coal mine owners. In contrast, things are going out of control. Qin's reporters are like the troublemakers. News reports were originally about novel things, and it's the kind of seeing the big from the small. The mentality of fearing that the world will not be chaotic. This incident was initially only reported in the Zhaoguo version of Express, but this is enough to trigger the rapid spread of information. The matter quickly spread throughout the country of Zhao. Zhaoguo has a very serious gap between the rich and the poor and the employment problem of employees. These problems were eliminated by the factory owners and coal mine owners with money and violence. But this is only temporary. The accumulation of the remaining problems quickly ignited under the spread of newspaper reports. All parts of the Zhao country followed suit in a short period of time. There have been general strikes to varying degrees in succession. They don't damage factory equipment, because they don't want to lose their job. But they require their own rights to be fully guaranteed. made. Government officials from all over the country dispatched bureaucrats. The next step is to report, request for garrison. Some nobles defended their own interests and sent private soldiers to suppress them. Shoot, kill these untouchables. As our country nobleman shouted loudly, the private soldier with a musket hesitated again and again. But under the loud voice of the nobles, they had to shoot. Many people fell down during the strike. Many such incidents have occurred. The occurrence of violent bloodshed made things more and more tense, and things are becoming more complicated. The violence began to escalate. Strikes in some areas have turned into local violence, and there is a tendency to evolve into an armed uprising. The workers began to occupy the mine owner's coal mine. Family property. The situation in some regions has developed into a serious situation out of control. Crime is the development trend of the ultimate form of violence. They killed the mine owner, insult his wife and daughter, cruel execution of other innocent people, family members, relatives, family members. Private soldiers will not let go. In Handon, the procession went from a small scale to a general strike of more than 70,000 people. These are coal mines and railway workers near Handon, textile women, iron factory workers, unemployed farmers who lost their land. A large number of strikers gathered in front of the Zhao Palace. Zhao Jun urgently mobilized elite troops that had just been equipped with traps to defend the Zhao Palace. Barbed wire was also pulled up in front of the palace gate. The third row of Zhao Jun is tightly guarded. The sun shone on their bright bayonet. The bayonet looked extremely cold. Even though the strikers were full of enthusiasm, Zhao Jun still dare not act rashly. But the longer things dragged on, the more difficult things are to deal with, especially such strikes. What is needed is a compromise. Adopt a soft policy. But Zhao Wang urgently borrowed a water-cooled machine gun from Qin Jun and set it up in front of Zhao Wang's palace. If you shoot, the consequences could be disastrous. There are still some ministers in the state of Zhao who oppose this approach. They also saw it. The strikes all over the country of Zhao are not accidental. This matter is already related to Zhao Guo's safety, and it must be handled properly. Otherwise, Zhao Guo will die here. Some enlightened ministers demanded a settlement with the strikers. The enlightened minister also went deep among the strikers to understand the situation. In order to pass this hurdle safely. Chapter 648 Little Tiger, Cat. Zhao Guo's strike intensified. Wang Zhao intends to use tough measures to force him back to work. But after Li Mu learned of this, immediately advise against doing this. The reason is that only the internal stability of Zhao Guo can continue to maintain the current good situation. Zhao Guo's vitality can be restored. Otherwise, there is a danger of national subjugation. Qin state can take advantage of this to get Zhao state without a single soldier. Actually, Brother Mengtan and many who were far in the north, had already explained this idea to King Qin. If it is concretely implemented, Qin's intelligence agency will spend a lot of time to instigate. However, Qin's intelligence system is not perfect and has not taken specific measures to induce it. Qin's intelligence system is too large. Too many enemies. The intelligence officer is not very professional. Fine work often comes from other professions. Have not received systematic training. Qin Go has not established a school or organization that specializes in training special agents. The reason is insufficient funding. A large amount of funds is concentrated on military warfare expenses, public infrastructure construction. The intelligence system is losing its original focus. Qin state has extremely rich spy intelligence experience, but with the advancement of science and technology, especially the huge changes in the economy and society, the original intelligence model can no longer use the new requirements. This requires a large-scale innovation in the Qin state intelligence system. Intelligence needs financial support. However, the intelligence system has been unable to find civilian projects and jointly develop them, such as the collection of business information and so on. Shang Wen can't take care of so much at present. He had no plan to annex the 6 countries so quickly. In his opinion, Qin's own construction is much higher than the annexation of the 6 countries. This was planned by Shang Wen at the beginning. And so, Shang Wen pays much more attention to his own domestic affairs than the 6 countries. Unless it is a major strategy. Otherwise, Shang Wen will never change this strategic situation easily. Shang Wen is laying an incomparably solid foundation for the great cause of Qin's reunification. This foundation is the Western, Northern, and unknown overseas resource base. Of course, it also includes some unavailable resources. For example, the Western regions is one. Nerdy. Look, little tiger. Yin came to Shang Wen with a capable arm. There are 2 more revolvers around her waist. The iron-heeled boots rattled on the floor. Her hair curled up and put on a cowboy hat. The white silk shirt looks a lot more playful. Tiger. Shang Wen yelled and then noticed that Yinu was holding a cute kitten in her hands. This is not a tiger. This is a cat. Shang Wen smiled. To know, before the Silk Road, there are no cats in China. It can be seen from the Chinese zodiac that cats are alien species. It is said that the cat came from ancient Egypt. All cats in the world came from ancient Egypt. The cat in Yinya's hands is estimated to have come from Alexander during the Eastern expedition, because Egypt has also been taken by him. The westernmost point of Qin's battle against the western regions. The latest battle report shows a Qin state reconnaissance team has entered the vicinity of the Pamirs. That location happens to be the easternmost point of Alexandria. The 2 historic armies probably met there. No one knows the specific situation, but it is true that many things from the western regions have been passed on. Mao. But this little tiger is very cute, and he always screams hairy. You are right to call him Mao, Yin said, stroking the kitten's head with her hand. The kitten is very submissive. It's a cat, not a Mao, Shang Wen corrected. Good. It's Mao. It's Mao. Yin became impatient. Look, this thing can catch mice, and it can climb trees. It can also play. It's fluffy, Yin said happily. It seems that cats are really suitable as female pets. Hey, that's right. This little tiger, Mao, cat, Yin tried to call. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. This thing is amazing. When it was delivered, a cat fell from such a high train. It didn't die. This thing is too strange. I don't know what to eat. I specially found mouse meat. Yingyu said. Cats, of course, eat fish. There are all kinds of meat. He likes them all, Shang Wen said while looking at the cat. He eats fish. It's weird. Is there a fish in the western region? Yinu exclaimed. Right. How did this thing come from? Shang Wen already knows the general origin of the cat, but specific. He still wants to find out. It seems to be the pet of the princesses of the western regions. Wang Ben gave it to the museum for display. I just saw it by the way. Then I took one smoothly, Shang Wen said with a smile. The Museum of the State of Qin has a large collection of various civilizations and rare treasures of the western regions. Not even the animals are spared. For example, camels and donkeys were sent to the museum by Qin Jun for display, especially the things that Qin state does not have. It is regarded as a treasure. Who am I? Long princess. Be smooth. It'll be more smooth. I gave me a few brothers and sisters, Yin said proudly. Well, this cat is very suitable for you as a pet. It's just that no dog can go out hunting as smart as a dog, Shang Wen said. Hey, don't tell me. I don't know. What's wrong with this thing? It's the cat anyway, Yin said emphatically. Cat. This cat and dog are just like the enemy when they meet. A kitten was bitten to death like that. What a pity, Yin said. Shang Wen can only smile slightly at the cat-dog battle. Shang Wen didn't know why the cat and dog fought as soon as they met, and it's the first time in history. Okay, it's time for this little cat to sleep, Shang Wen said after taking the cat. Strange. Why do you call Maomi, Maomi? Yingyu cried, tilting his head. This is because Shang Wen can't always say that modern people call it that way. Because he is the cat Spark. Shang Wen found a reason casually. Yeah, that's right. That's how he called it. That's right. Yingyu suddenly thought of something. That's right. You learned a lot from your master. You went to a lot of places. You must have seen this cat. Yingyu wondered why Shang Wen always knew so much. And can also call out the name. But think about it, Shangwin is very likely to go out with his master to learn about Shangwin. Thought of this, Yinu did not continue to ask questions. Who would have thought that Shangwen came from the future? Shangwen was a little nervous, because it seems that Yinya's strange questioning and self-talking have increased recently. Such as, she started talking with Shangwin to learn about Shangwen's past, like home, what other relatives are there in the family or have been there or something. Fortunately, Shangwen has a lot of room for development and talked about the past one by one. But this makes Shangwen a little uneasy. In fact, this is Yinya's young girl's heart. After liking someone, start paying attention to everything that this person has. Chapter 649 The Impact of the Bullet Revolution. It is not just animals that have passed from the western regions. There are grapes, walnuts, spinach, alfalfa and other fruits and vegetables. These are all scientific projects of Kin's agricultural research. Although these are only in the science laboratory, or the exhibits in the museum did not actually enter the homes of ordinary people in Kin. But it won't take long for these things to appear on the streets of Kin State. The propaganda effect of the newspaper media is far greater than the acceptance of a thing. Shangwin seized the wine from the spoils. Mankind had a record of wine in Persia more than 7,000 years ago. Persia is now Iran. It is also normal to be introduced into the western regions for this kind of red, sweet wine. This is the first time I have tasted Yinu. How is it? Shangwen asked with a sip from a glass goblet. Yeah, that's it. It's the same as fruit wine, just without a skin jelly. No wonder we can't beat Diakin, Yingyu said while looking at the red wine. Shangwen was completely speechless. Ah, by the way, drink a glass of red wine every day. It's good for the skin, Shangwen said. Really? I didn't see it. Since you know so much about idiots, then you will build me a bar in the future. Shangwen rolled his eyes at this Yinu. I'm fine looking for something to do. But then Fashion Xianyang magazine reported the latest developments of Yingyu Shangwin. Fashion Xianyang is the first magazine with photographic records as the main body. The biggest highlight of the magazine is the pictures. The application of offset printing technology can place various pictures. In this way, people can intuitively understand new things with the help of pictures. It is also easy to accept. A group of photos in Fashion Xianyang made Xianyang people start to imitate Yinya's dress, such as the cat in her hands, and drinking red wine began to be accepted by women. Imitate. For a time, cats and red wine have become new fashion highlights. This has also become a symbol of female status in the new era of Kin. At the time when Kin's fashion hotspots changed, the calm of the Eastern Front gave birth to uneasy struggles. A struggle between the ghosts of death is unfolding. The calm of the Eastern Front was mainly because both sides lacked effective weapons to break through trench warfare. Yanjun has the advantage of artillery, but in terms of individual assault, Yanjun is worse than Chijun. Mainly assault operations depend on the quality and morale of the soldiers. Yanjun's enthusiasm for combat is not high. Another gap in weapons is the machine gun. The revolver gun was supplemented by Kin's large number of eliminated weapons. Yanjun occupies an absolute advantage. There are more than 300 on the entire front line. The appearance of these revolver guns effectively blocked the front road. The distance between the two sides has also increased. There is usually a blank area of engagement more than 3 miles wide in the middle of the confrontation distance. Both parties retreated at the same time. Because of this period, the rifle gap between the two sides is not very large. Fixed metal ammunition began to appear in the hands of soldiers on both sides on a large scale. The emergence of the trapping needle rifle made shooting become more frequent. Soldiers on both sides only need to show their heads, will be shot. To the restroom. Transfer positions. Eating is possible. So the two sides, in order to avoid such a situation from happening, they all retreated on their own to avoid this life-threatening shooting method. Even so, no one planned to stick his head out to Shangwen's thoughts. Even observation began to use folding scopes. That is, the periscope. However, The use of a new type of ammunition broke this calm. When Kingo provided ammunition to the revolver, wrongly supplied a batch of smokeless gunpowder to Yan Jun. This kind of bullet has a high initial velocity, strong penetrating power, because the bullet is very long. Smokeless gunpowder is also used. Its initial speed is close to 3 times the speed of sound. The firing range has reached an astonishing 900 steps. When distributing ammunition on the front line, always give the rifle the insufficient part of the disassembled machine gun ammunition. Both have similar calibers, especially the caliber of the revolver gun. They are all .35 caliber bullets. That's all. This is how this part of the bullets flowed into the frontline shooting game. The Yan army soldiers who were ordered to shoot that day discovered the power of this bullet. Those carefully selected Yanjun archers used this smokeless powder gun for the first time. This kind of smokeless powder gun, after the first bullet was fired, the Yanjun soldiers felt strange. But the point is, after hitting the target, soldiers from both sides often conduct such shootings. Then, leather armor and mud-smeared bronze metal helmets are widely used on the front line. Yango also put the tin box on the helmet for cover shooting. The penetration of the smokeless gunpowder bullet was shown in the fact that he penetrated the opponent's soldier wearing a bronze helmet at a distance of 150 steps. Bang! With a crisp metal crash, Chi-Jun soldiers' heads were full of faces. The bullet directly penetrated the helmet and shot into the soldier's head. This was before. Bullets do not have the power to penetrate metal helmets. Yan Jun also discovered it for the first time. Then Yan Jun slowly discovered the secret of this powerful bullet. Then, a large number of machine gun bullets were disassembled, used to shoot the opponent's target person. The shooting distance has again expanded to about 500 steps. This distance, Chi-Jun bullet is almost a drunkard. The number of Chi-Jun being shot and killed is increasing. This attracted the attention of Chi-Jun. So Chi-Jun looked for a new breakthrough from the arms dealers. They think this is the new weapon of Qin State secretly assisting Yan State. Qi State spends a lot of money to buy this weapon. Qin's needs for Qi, especially this kind of high price demand, has always been very favorite. Under the inducement of money, Qi also obtained smokeless powder guns from Qin arms dealers. Thus, the two sides once again entered a situation of equality. The two sides shot each other on the front line. Moreover, the distance of the sniper battle was intensely staged in the vacuum zone of the two sides. Usually the shooters who shoot so fiercely on both sides come from the hunters. This hunting activity between people has become very weird. In order to achieve a good sniper effect, hidden camouflage and various snipers, counter-sniper methods have been used endlessly. For example, the camouflage net comes from Chi-Jun. The double sniper team came from Yan Jun. Shangwin sniper tactics developed particularly fast between the two armies. But at this time, their sniper rifles developed slowly. Their guns are at best the kind of rifles with a better shooting feel. There is no such kind of barrel lengthening, heavy special barrel. In addition, there is no professional optical sight. These things, only one country can make it. That is the state of Qin. However, Qin's development thinking has not focused on improving the efficiency of bullet use. In contrast, they are working a semi-automatic, rapid-fire automatic weapon. What Qin wanted was a rapid-fire weapon with a fast firing speed. This kind of weapon can quickly strike against the impact, rather than point shock. Chapter 650 Machine Gun. The Eastern Front and even the entire 6 countries do not have a great demand for rapid-fire weapons. There are many reasons. In general, the national strength is not as rich as Qin. The price of a smokeless gunpowder bullet is around 80 cents. If the bullet is tight, then the price is likely to soar to 1 round and 1/2 tuo. A bullet is not a bullet, it's money. None of the 6 countries owns and produces by itself like Qin, and there is such a complete industrial system. Qin State's weapons production started day and night. It's not just the needs of the 6 countries. There are also huge military orders, especially in firearms manufacturing. More than 300 million rounds of 0.35 caliber ammunition were ordered for smokeless powder and ammunition. The order of this batch of bullets meant that Kin officially replaced the original black powder bullets with smokeless powder bullets. A large number of machine guns are produced to match it. The emergence of automatic and semi-automatic weapons let the demand for bullets rise substantially, especially machine guns. The northern part of Kin State was heavily equipped with various machine guns. The long-term war experience told Kin June, "The machine gun is the best weapon against the northern nomads. This kind of automatic weapon that can shoot 400 to 500 rounds of ammunition in 1 minute can effectively break the Xungnas mass charge." To this end, Kin's machine gun developed extremely rapidly. In particular, various machine guns have appeared one after another. This is the credit of the Kin State Science and Patent Office. The Kin State Patent Office issued huge fines on several commercial cases involving patent infringement within 1 year. The most typical is the D model of the United Automobile Manufacturing Plant. The Patent Office considered that it violated the interests of the manufacturing plant and issued a huge fine of 1 million gold to the 6 auto manufacturers. This deterred the recurrence of patent infringement cases. In order to avoid patents, almost all major manufacturers must avoid the obstacles set by patents. Simultaneously, major manufacturers increase their research efforts, set up different levels of technical patent barriers. Technical exchanges are affected. However, the product has been greatly diversified. There are pros and cons. Kin needs to make some improvements. In this context, machine gun designers need to bypass the various technical patents of water-cooled machine guns. So various machine guns began to appear. The water-cooled machine gun is extremely bulky. Often infantry requires 4 men to move. 6 people can form a machine gun firepower team. Cavalry units need to install small artillery wheels to move quickly. Then, air-cooled machine guns are introduced. The biggest feature of the air-cooled machine gun is the use of heat sinks. The heat sink is mainly placed on the barrel and the position of the bolt. Increase the contact area with air to achieve the effect of cooling. The gun machine adopts the air guiding principle of the Haggis machine gun. As a result, the total weight of the machine gun is greatly reduced. But this machine gun has not been published on a large scale. The reason is that this machine gun makes soldiers feel very unsafe. Another machine gun came out. Let this machine gun lose the need to exist. This kind of machine gun is an air-cooled tube machine gun that uses a drill hole. This machine gun is an extended and improved model based on the Leland-style water-cooled machine gun. The original water tank was cancelled. Air-cooled pipes are used. This kind of air-cooled tube is very conducive to processing and manufacturing. Punch holes in the external tube, although the rate of fire has decreased. But if you maintain a certain shooting speed, the shooting time can be extended appropriately. At the same time, in order to keep the barrel from being burned by the bullet in time, the designers of the Lee's arsenal installed the handle on the barrel of the machine gun. Just open the card case. The barrel can be replaced in time by rotating and pulling out. This is very convenient. This kind of handle shooting was originally used to replace the barrel, but in actual combat, the tripod is often discarded. Hold the handle in the left hand. Pull the trigger with the right hand to shoot horizontally. Small machine guns can be used because of the use of hand pull trigger. The larger one is the pull trigger. This is enough to see that the weight of the machine gun is greatly reduced after using the machine gun. This machine gun played the role of the class machine gun to some extent. But this is just a cameo. A real class machine gun was adopted by King Guo's mansion. The Wen Yang 3 light machine gun was officially purchased by the Biographical Force. Machine gun orders have attracted the attention of many Qin weapon manufacturers. This is naturally indispensable for Wen Yang arsenal. With his personal connections and the earliest use of smokeless powder guns, Yin was the first to obtain the patent for smokeless powder technology. This allowed her to get a huge military order of 200 million rounds of ammunition. She is still not satisfied. Think that the machine gun should also enter. But perhaps the machine gun competition is too fierce. The arsenal designed 2 machine guns that were not very successful. 2 of the models had to be discarded because they had some similarities with the Finn machine gun. This arsenal took almost all orders for machine guns. The Qin army plans to preach rapid-fire weapons on a large scale. They equip almost every division with more than 1,000 machine guns. This is almost an upstart-style equipment weapon. But think about it and understand it. Qin's opponents are cold weapons. When the group charged, the speed advantage of rapid-fire weapons is the best weapon to deal with them. Another important reason is that the combat units of the Qin army are often deployed in companies and platoons. In order to achieve firepower advantage, it is necessary to popularize this semi-automatic, automatic machine gun on a large scale. A company requires at least 6 machine guns. Lee's air-cooled tube machine gun. Qin State officially numbered it as a Type 2 machine gun, although it can be used temporarily on duty with a machine gun. But his starting point is to fix the machine gun firepower point, not mobile. And this shot can only be displayed. Can't shoot fast. So under this demand, the Qin army requested a light machine gun that could move quickly. This is the later 3-type machine gun. In order to obtain military orders for light machine guns, when Yang Arsenal first acquired the patent for air-guided machine guns, then the spiral heat-sink design was used for the first time on the basis of air-cooled fins. This avoids the technical patent of the air-cooled fin design. At the same time, the weight of the machine gun was greatly reduced. With these 2 designs, the Type 3 light machine gun was provided to the military for the first time. This machine gun is similar to the Czech light machine gun. The barrel is not removable. Use bullet chains for bombs. But this kind of bomb supply method often happens when the bomb chain is stuck and broken during testing. Then, the designer changed to a magazine type feed from below. The magazine is 20 rounds. In this way, the gun is somewhere between a rifle and a machine gun. He is heavier for the rifle. He is barely lighter for machine guns. But in order to reduce the burden on users, the Wenyang arsenal used a fixed bipod in particular. The fact is, this design is redundant. In actual combat, the soldiers even took down the bipod. But the soldiers like his gun belt very much. The belt is very ergonomic. The triangle gun belt is used to effectively decompose the weight of the machine gun. As long as the hook on the machine gun is hung with a hook, it can be easily controlled. Very convenient.